And we're live. Hey, everyone.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Finally, we always do this because we're opening another next. Was waiting long for this event. Next event. So welcome, audience, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. Welcome to Angular Global Summit 2023, which is our third event about Angular technology. And we're so happy to be here with you. I see now a few hundreds people already. I'm so touched when I see so many people, not on the tech part, but on the community part. Because we touch each other, we write to each other where we're from and everything, and share our socials and everything. So feel free to communicate and chat. And I can't say nothing about the team over here, and I will even change the layout this way because we're all here. And here is Nadia Rudenko. She is a community manager. Hey, Nadia. How are you?
Hi. Great. We have today amazing day, Angular Summit, and we're very happy that it started.
And you have the sunny day in England, as far as I know. So double nice day. Yeah, sure. Yeah. And Paul, he is the guy who helps with partnerships and sponsorships and everything. What would you say today to us, Paul?
Yeah, I want to say that if you are interested into somehow communicating with the community, if you have some kind of cool product for the Angular development community, and you would like somehow to interact with the community to get to know more about it, maybe organize some kind of hands-on workshop, or you want to maybe have some kind of special offer for the community, definitely hit me up on LinkedIn or in my on my corporate mail. So it's very simple. It's pp geekle.us. Just drop me a couple lines. Yeah, and also I just wanted to mention that we're going to have another very cool summit, which is connected to Angular Summit. On 9th and 10th of May, we're going to have a TypeScript global summit. Yeah, so if you're doing Angular, you're definitely doing TypeScript. So definitely come check it out. We're going to have some cool topics about TypeScript on the back end, maybe some Dino, maybe Node.js topics. Yeah, so definitely
Nice.
check it out. And also another cool thing, we're going to have 5 tickets for the senior track, for tomorrow's senior track, with the special promo code. It's going to be NG first. So NG first, and you'll get a discount. You'll get a special price. It's going to cost you only $99, like it was back during the early bird price. So yeah, definitely grab yourself a ticket if you don't have one already.
Yeah, so because our summit is divided on 2 parts. Like first is more like kind of junior level of content, right? And second day is deep tech. I don't know, some real meat or something, or
use cases.
Yeah, so if you don't have it, you have a special price today. And we also have Nick. He's director of events and the person who holds all the stream and chatting and everything. Tech. Hey Nick, how are you, man?
Yeah, hi, I'm doing well. It's a good day here in Kyiv, Ukraine. And yeah, as always, we have 2 days of amazing content prepared for us, for everyone together here, everyone who gathered here on our platform and our YouTube live stream. We have 3 blocks of topics, and tomorrow we have 4 blocks of topics. We have 25 speakers for this event. We have around 17 hours of content for this event.
17 hours of content. Okay, cool. And also, I want to mention that we have almost 3,000 registrations here, and that is nice. And almost, more than 300 right now are watching us on the beginning, and it's nice. And so like touchy for me, because people from everywhere in the world. Can you imagine Tunisia? Greetings from Upper Bavaria, Romania, double Romania, Greece, Swaziland, Prague, Spain, Bilbao, Bangalore, India, Armenia, like from all corners of the world. Morocco, I see, Bologna, Italy, Tunisia, and Lagos, like New York. Guys from New York, are you like, are you, do you sleep sometime? I don't know, but I so appreciate you watching us. How many participants do we have today? Nice question. And yeah, Nadia, why don't you tell us how many speakers we expecting today?
Yes, of course, I want to share this information. Today we will have 11 speakers, 11 topics. Tomorrow we have 14 topics. We speak about NgRx, tooling and productivity, architecture, web apps, Cypress component, Web3, engineering, and others. Of course, we speaking about Angular's new update, what new features we have. We speak a lot of interesting topic. What the main for now. We have some interesting use cases, because all in Geekle's all time we want to share with you, with other attendees, use cases and experience from the first hand. And today we have a lot of this experience, and of course live coding demos. And at the end of each block, we will have the live Q&A session for everyone. And I want that all of you attendees, you have the opportunity to ask the question for our speakers. That's why I'm very happy that all of you here, and we have a great day today and a more great day tomorrow, because tomorrow is senior check. It's more deeper.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. So yeah, it's pretty deep. It was pretty deep. Thank you very much. So 2 days, 25 speakers. 11 today. So what else we have in our questions? NG first is gold, asks Lukasz. I think someone has to answer him, please, in chat. And Italy, Nigeria, Turkey, people of Turkey, we are with you. From Ukraine, from all around the world, we understand you. We're with you. Like our heart crying is with you. Is crying with you. Greece, Argentina, Georgia, France, India, and Digibyte family. Hey there. Thank you, everyone who joined us. Thanks to every speaker who contributes in this community. Thank you very much, especially to program committee who helps us to, to rate, to separate, to understand which talk is better for juniors or for seniors, or in which block, to combine in what panel discussion, what topic and speaker. It's a bunch of work people do for you guys, for education, for spreading out new technologies and development of technologies. And of course, I thank to every moderator. Thank you being live. Thank you sharing your time and contributing. And I hope you guys, when you see these people working stream, you always subscribe to their socials, because it's always so nice to feel when people know you and you expand your network. I don't know what should I say more. Nick, Nadia, Paul, maybe you need to mention anything else, because I'm struggling to start.
Well, one thing I want to add is that this obviously will be recorded, but like Nadia already said, we expect to have your questions for our Q&A session. That's why we're gathering speakers. And even though some of the session is going to be recorded today, still we'll have all the speakers live and ready to answer your questions. So please stay active, write in the chat, and we'll make sure we'll answer as much questions as time permits.
I have another small thing to add. If you have not seen our amazing workshop announcement for Angular, definitely head to our website, to Angular landing page. We will have a workshop this Thursday. Please definitely check it out, have a look. And and also we have some special promotions, I believe, still for the workshop with the ticket. So if you don't have the ticket for the workshop or the ticket for tomorrow's track, we will post a special promo code in the chat. I believe we have one. And yeah, definitely check it out, and don't miss the workshop. Workshop's going to be really cool.
Yeah, we have 2 workshops. I want to add 2 workshops in
workshops,
for
right?
Yeah.
And check it out on our website. We have a link in our chat. And I believe, since we mentioned TypeScript community, I believe we should give some special offer. Nick, could we share some special offer on TypeScript during this event? I would ask.
Of course, but right now we have early bird price still going for the TypeScript event. We have a website. I'm going to post the link to the TypeScript website event to the chat. And we are the CFP for this event is also open. So if you are interested to join this event as a speaker, well, we're waiting for your submissions.
And you know what's interesting about this TypeScript event, that we send out emails on our subscriber base asking, hey guys, do you have any interesting use cases? Do you have any interesting technologies coming up and you know about them? Just share with us to help us bring to this event. And people send us bunch of interesting stuff, so it's gonna be really hot. No more chatting. I want to invite Daniel here. Should I? Right? No.
Yes. Let's welcome Daniel, our first moderator.
Of course. Yeah. Let's invite Daniel here, and I want to leave the stage to Daniel. Hey, Daniel, how are you? Nice to meet you again, man.
Hi, how are you? Great. Everything's good. I hope I'm sounds good. Can you hear me? Looks good?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Great.
So you are on a big. You have a big the Ukrainian flag on background, but I know you are in Israel now. Share please with us about your background, about your expectation, your feelings about this event. What do you think?
Okay, so be honest, I'm a little bit nervous. Okay, as I said before, because it's my first time when I'm moderating the conference, especially being the first one. So usually I was thinking and hoping that I will see how other people moderating and we'll learn a little bit. But now I'm the first one who will moderate it, and I hope I'm not gonna do too much mistakes. And I'm also a speaker later. Okay. Fifth or fourth on the line. I also speaking about Angular, and hopefully everything will go great. Yeah.
I absolutely sure everything's gonna be great. And this speaking opportunity in Geekle, lots of speakers, great speakers today started with us 3 years ago. They came just when nobody knew about them, and now they are really famous people. So it's nice development and start of speaking career. Of course, it's not stage with thousands of people, but like right now, 500 pairs of eyes looking at you, so you understand this responsibility. Okay, stage is yours. Invite your first speaker, and good luck. I love you guys. Stay touch.
Okay, so I will introduce the first speaker for today. His name Aliaksei Kuncevic, and Aliaksei, he's from Sydney. He's Angular Google developer expert, IT consultant and educator, host of Angular Rocks podcast, interesting podcast by the way, CEO of Angular Consulting. Aliaksei likes to talk about modern web and Angular, helping companies and dev teams to adopt modern software engineering practices. And Aliaksei will talk today about mastering Angular version management. That I believe I'm actually by myself. It's very interesting for me because I'm struggling from this right now on the current project. So let's see Aliaksei.
Hello, and welcome to my talk on mastering Angular version management. As developers, it is essential to keep pace with the constantly evolving JavaScript ecosystem and stay updated to leverage its benefits. In this talk, I will guide you through the process of upgrading Angular applications, providing you with tips and tricks along the way. Finally, I will showcase an open source tool that I have developed to streamline the process of upgrading and make it more enjoyable experience, kind of like type less, do more. But before we get into that, let me introduce myself. My name is Aliaksei Kuncevic. I am a Google developer expert, educator and consultant. I'm helping companies to solve technical problems, and I'm helping developer teams to adopt best practices. Also, I'm involved into community. I'm organizing and co-organizing a number of meetups, most of them Sydney-based meetups. Also, I speak at the conferences and teaching and mentoring, like online and offline. Also, as a part of Geekle Angular Global Summit, I'm running a modern developer tools workshop, so check it out. Also, I'm a host of Angular Rocks podcast. This podcast is for those who want to know more about Angular. Right, we're talking about Angular version management today, and just for those who don't know, a quick reminder, this talk is related to the latest Angular, not AngularJS, the original version, right? We're talking about Angular, the successor of AngularJS. A few more words about AngularJS. It was discontinued, and now, since December 31, 2021, LTS period already finished. For those who still using AngularJS on production, I would advise you to consider to update. So there is a few facts. There is more than 4.3 million Angular.io views per month. there is more than 13 million npm downloads per month, which is quite a big number. Hundreds and hundreds, thousands of questions answered on Stack Overflow, and hundreds of thousands meetup members across more than 300 cities across the globe. And if we are not part of your Angular local group, check the closest meetup on meetup.com. Also, Angular is well known for developer productivity, comprehensive feature set, excellent tooling, mature ecosystem, predictable release cycles, stability, and support. Angular feature set includes component-based architecture, dependency injection, reactivity powered by RxJS, TypeScript as a first-class citizen, CLI and Angular dev tools, debugging API, automatic migrations, and guidelines, also called as a style guide. Angular support policy and schedule. All major releases are supported for 18 months, right? So, and within these 18 months, the first 6 months, so-called active development, during this period, Angular team usually releasing like patches and small updates. And then during the rest 12 months, right, after the first initial 6 months finished, during the rest 12 months, that's so-called long-term support. And during this time, you will get critical fixes and security patches. So Angular release cycle is very predictable and transparent, so-called incremental evolution. And for those companies who use an Angular release cycle can help to build a predictable upgrade strategy and plan forwards, like months or years forward. So here is a small table, contains a couple of Angular versions. There is no space on this slide to put all the Angular versions started from Angular 2, but here you can see that Angular team delivering a new versions quite constantly, which means that Angular is very reliable and a framework that you can rely on. Angular following semantic versioning, and here is an example, 15.1.1. So let's break it down. That means that 15 is a major version, minor is number 1, and patch also number 1. So usually depends on a major or minor or patch number. That includes some specific changes. Say if major number changed, it means that it includes lots of new features. Upgrade path can be quite challenging, depends on your application size, and so upgrade risk is quite high. If minor number changed, it means upgrade risk is medium. Usually it might contain a little small features, and to upgrade, you just run an upgrade scripts and upgrade packages. And if patch change, the upgrade risk is low. Usually there is no features, just some small tweak. And the upgrade path is just by upgrading core packages. So here, the current Angular versions that under long-term support. Version 15, 14, and 13. So if you are on any of those versions, you are safe. But if you on any versions 12 and below 12, that means that long-term support already end for those versions. And so you might need to consider an upgrade. You might ask yourself this question, do you always need to upgrade? Well, this is a good question, and there is lots of parameters to that question. Like, is it public application or private application? Is it beyond the firewall, or is it like available publicly and everyone can use? What's your plans with this application? Are you planning to release new features anytime soon, or you don't really plan any new features anytime soon? You know, like once having answers to this question, you might decide upgrade or not, but the main rule of thumb is like that. Look, if you plan to release a new features, then you consider an upgrade. If you don't really plan any new features, then you probably don't want to upgrade. But the official Angular team recommendation is always upgrade. They recommend to stick to the latest. And if you need any help with upgrades, if you're looking for Angular consulting, or if you have any engineering problems to solve and need help, if you're looking, or your company is looking for training, check out Angular Consulting. We're always happy to help. So why to keep up with updates? This is another good question. If you want to enhance the security of application, if you care, or if your company is caring about security a lot, if you want to improve the performance, usually new versions, they bring you some performance optimization just out of the box. So you don't really need to do much on that. If you want to maintain a compatibility, support latest browsers features. Also, it's important to keep up with updates if you want to stay current with ecosystem, right? Because the JavaScript ecosystem evolves significantly. For that, if you want to stay updated, you'd need to upgrade your Angular application, because Angular is relying on a JavaScript ecosystem. How to keep up with updates? That's my favorite question. I get it quite a lot. And so I build up this simple checklist for you. First, see Angular compatibility list. We will discuss Angular compatibility list within the next couple of slides. Then analyze third-party dependencies. It's a very important step. And this step is unique for every application, because every application using different third-party libraries, different dependencies, and that's why you have to analyze that to plan your upgrade. Then find out what's affected, install desired versions, make all the changes, modify tests accordingly. That's a basic list. Also, don't forget there is an upgrade guide at angular.io. This is a nice little page which can give you some clues about your upcoming upgrade. You just pick a from version and to version. You'll be provided with some help here. Also, remember there is ng update feature. It helps you to execute your upgrade strategy or part of your upgrade strategy, because Angular team is taking care about that. So Angular compatibility list includes Angular CLI version, Angular version, TypeScript version, RxJS version, and Node.js version. So like this number, all these packages, all these things had to be aligned with specific versions. There is a great help online. If you search for that Angular compatibility list, you end up on a Stack Overflow answer where you find this information for any Angular version. This is really helpful information, and soon it's to be part of Angular.io documentation. If you want to find out your current compatibility list, you browse your package.json file. Usually people do that. Just open a package.json, see Angular core version, RxJS version, Angular CLI version, TypeScript version. To find out Node.js version, you usually run node-v or node-version. I prefer the first option. To find out Angular CLI version, if you have Angular CLI globally installed, you can run ngv or ng version. I also prefer the first option, ngv. Also, there is a little more commands you might need to know in order to research your current project which you want to upgrade. You might want to find a latest Angular CLI version. You might want to change or fiddle around with ngconfig, like set a package manager. Maybe you prefer one over the other. Also, you might want to find out the list of recent Angular CLI versions, or there is some little quirk with getting Angular global version. If you are within an Angular project, ngv always gives you a local version of this project. If you want to find out a global version, you have to step out of this folder, or you have to be not into Angular project folder. Just make sure that you're not on any Angular project folder or stepped out from your current Angular project folder. Then if you run ngv, you'll get the Angular CLI global version. And yeah, there is some more npm commands. Say you want to install Angular CLI globally, you can use that command or this npx command. If you don't want to install Angular CLI, but you just say you want to spin up a brand new Angular project, you can use that command. I really like this command, but the problem with them, they're too long. And so for that, and for many other reasons, I built a nice utility called NgVM, which stands for Angular CLI Manager. So yeah, NgVM helping you to install and uninstall Angular CLI, finding out global, local, and latest version just with a single command. You can get current Angular compatibility list for your specific folder. You can navigate to Angular compatibility list as well. You can set default package manager with the shortest command possible. And there is lots of various npm shortcuts, which I personally find really, really useful. And there is more. So let me show you a quick demo. This is a small little Angular project, which we're gonna be researching using NgVM. So that's my NgVM. It has a number of commands available. If you just type ngvm help. What we do now, let's find out what is the Angular CLI version for this particular project. I'm typing local, and so that's our local Angular CLI version. So then I wonder, okay, what is a global version? So here you are, by typing this command, ngvm global, we get in a global version. So then I say, how about latest version? Okay, here you are. We get in a latest version using ngvm latest command, which is pretty cool. So we don't have to step out of this project folder. We don't have to do much. Just type in short, nice commands in your terminal, providing you with this awesome result. And there is more. Say I want to get all three at the same time. I don't want to type 3 times, local, global, and latest, right? Yeah, and that's what we can do. We can say ngvm versions or vs as a short. And here you are, all 3 versions getting printed right into console, which is quite handy. So now, as a next step, I might think, hey, what is a Angular compatibility list for this project? And without looking into package.json, right, I just type ngvm inspect, and I got all the needed versions, which is pretty cool. Then I might say, looks like my application is outdated. So what is a compatibility list for Angular latest version? And if you type ngvm compat, you'll end up on this URL. This is a Stack Overflow answer, which contains all information about Angular version, Angular CLI version, node which matching to specific node version, TypeScript version, and NgRx version. It's pretty cool. This actually answer I gave a couple of years ago, thanks to Lars, because there is original gist created by Lars. This information soon become a part of Angular.io docs. So sometime, I don't know, depends where you're watching this video, maybe in the future, then instead of redirecting to Stack Overflow answer, you'll be redirected to, with this command, you'll be redirected to Angular.io, right? Because at this time I'll put up a new NGVM version, which will do that. So also say you want to check what is a package manager for your Angular project. Say you prefer npm, right? You don't want yarn for some reason. Then you type in ngvm and you see yarn printed, which means that the current Angular project using yarn. If you want to change to npm, it's a piece of cake. You just type ngvm pm npm, and here you go. You got the npm list set as default. So what else can we do? There is nice command which shows a list of Angular CLI versions on npm, but it's quite long to type, right? I don't want to type that. I want to type ngvm ls, and I get the same result. So yeah, it's pretty nice to have all these shortcuts under your fingers. Don't have to remember the whole command, just type ngvm and latest global or whatever you want. You can install ngvm by typing this command, npm install manage ngvm. Play around with that, see if you have any issues, or if you have any feedback, or if you just want to go to github.com and put a star. I would really appreciate that. And yeah, if you need help with, if your company looking for Angular consulting, engineering, maybe there is some technical problem your company looking to solve, or maybe your developer team are looking for help, you can always reach out to Angular Consulting, and we're always there to help. And on this note, I want to say thank you everyone who listened to this talk, and I'm looking forward for your questions.
Hey, Daniel, I think you're muted. Hey, Daniel, is it working for you? You are muted. Yeah, can you please double check? Like, yeah, we cannot hear you. We don't hear you yet.
I'm sorry, I was muted all the way.
Yes, you are. Please stop.
Wow, I'm sorry. Wow. Okay, sorry. So thank again one more time. Thank you for the Aliaksei for the presentation, and we'll meet him in Q&A session. Wow. And now I want to invite Deepa Chaurasia to the stage. Deepa, can you join us? Yeah, now you see. Hey, now you muted. Okay. With the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, now you're live. Yeah.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. So, Deepa, you will talk about the advancement in Angular router, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Okay, but this is a little bit advanced. It's kind of it's tough thing, the router in Angular.
Yeah, like we are going to discuss the latest changes that have been introduced, like how to execute them. So yeah, it will be pretty cool.
Great. Okay. So a few words about you. Front-end engineer at the Chemical Technologies, open source enthusiast, finds pleasure to giving back to community, and you like to share your learning thoughts and technical blogs or even handwritten notes.
Yes, right.
Everything is correct. Cool. I saw your repo with Node.js nodes and Angular nodes.
Yeah.
It's kind of the questions and answers for the interviews or something like this. Did I get it right?
Yeah, I have maintained a JavaScript notes as well. So it is having really good stuff. People have liked it so much, and it is useful for me as well and for others also. So it's pretty cool.
Great. Cool. So let's hear talk. Advancements in the Angular router. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hey.
Hey, hello everyone. So yeah. So today we are going to discuss about advancements in Angular router. What are the topics that we are going to cover today is new router API for standalone. Then we have tree shaking. Then we have lazy loading, which is now way more easier. Then we have can match quad. And then we have functional guard. So we are going to discuss each one of them one by one. But before diving into new router API, you must be aware that what are standalone components at first. So that I'll give you a little bit brief about the standalone first. Then we will discuss new router API. So what are standalone components? The term standalone refers to the components, directives, or pipes that can be used independently of ng module. So from a long period of time, there has been a discussion that we want our component to be standalone itself, just like React or Vue. So what advantage it will give is it you will be able to easily reuse it. Now, if you want to load a component, you don't need a module, and the smallest reusable block in the Angular is the component itself. Earlier it was module, but now it is the component itself. So these are the major advantages that standalone components are providing you. How to execute standalone components? First, you will simply use the property standalone and set it to true. So it is pretty simple. So like creating a like first we have thought that now I have to change so many configurations, so many things in my component to make it a standalone. But it's not really like that. You just have to declare a property, like you just have to declare the standalone and set it to true, and it will do your thing. And then second step you have to keep in mind is that you will make sure to remove it from declarations of ng module. So now that your component is independent itself, you don't have to include it in any module. You don't have to make it part of any module. You can directly use it independent in itself. That's why you don't have to declare it in ng module or anywhere in any module. Then third you will provide all necessary imports here itself inside the imports array. So we'll see in the example. So like yeah, your code is looking like this right now. So let's say I want to create my root component, that is the app root component itself, standalone. So what I have done here is I have just used a standalone property and have set it to true. Okay, and that's it. And because in this I am using these two router module and toolbar module, so that's why I have used it inside the imports array. Let me show you in the code. If you see, this is my component, and I have used this property standalone, and I have set it to true, and just like that, it is the standalone component now. And inside the HTML, if you see, then I am using the router outlet here and this toolbar here. So my component is having dependency on these modules. That's why I have imported it inside here itself. Now that my this app root component is not the part of this whole app module, so I have removed it here from the declaration. My declaration is blank as of now. Even if I try to declare my app component here, it will immediately throw me the error that component app component is standalone, cannot be declared in an ng module. So this is how it is. And similarly here inside the imports, I don't really know you need this mat toolbar module because I have already imported it here inside this. So I can remove it here, remove it from here as well. Like it's not really needed. So yeah, so this is how simply you can make your root level component standalone just by declaring this standalone to be true, importing all the dependencies here itself, and removing it from the declarations. That's it. Then next we are going to discuss a problem when we are creating a standalone component. So problem here is now that your component is standalone, you can bootstrap it like this. Like earlier, what we used to do inside our app module itself, we used to bootstrap our main component inside bootstrap array. But now if you try to do that, it will throw you the error that the app component class is a standalone component which cannot be used in the ng module to bootstrap array. Use the bootstrap application function for bootstrap instead. You will notice that here itself they are providing you the solution that what you have to do is you have to use the bootstrap application now. How you will do that? Let me show you in the code. First of all, you have to go to a file where you do not go very often. That is your main.ts file. So where is main.ts file? Here it is, main.ts file. So here you will declare this bootstrap application, and inside that you will declare your app component here. Now this what you are looking here, this object, and inside this providers array and this provide router, this is the new router API that I am going to talk about. So earlier, if you are creating your application standalone, then that provides a issue that you can bootstrap it like you used to do earlier inside the app module. You have to do that inside the main.ts. And here, now that you have bootstrapped your application, you also have to provide the routes. You cannot provide the routes how you were doing earlier. So to provide the routes, you are having this new router API, and you will just simply do it like this, like inside provide router, and you will use this routes, and you will this import this provide router from Angular router. Like I discussed, that when we have this problem that you can bootstrap your application like this, then in this case, you do it like this, and to provide routes, you will use new router API. So this is how new router API comes to the rescue. Now let's analyze the behavior that was present earlier and the behavior that is now. So earlier, we were using Bootstrap application just like how it was in the earlier release of the Angular. But inside the providers, we were having import providers from method, and inside that we were having router module.forRoute, and inside that we were having routes. But now, after the latest update, it is simply providers, and inside this, we are having this provide router, and inside this, it is routes. So, what change it have introduced is that the features like hash location, strategy, preloading, scrolling, and logic for blocking app are included in production even if not enabled. So what was happening earlier, there were certain router APIs that were not really of use. There were certain features like hash location strategy and preloading scrolling. They were not really needed, but they were in the production bundle if not enabled. But after the latest update, if they are not enabled, they are not present in the production bundle, which reduces the which reduces the bundle size as well. So this change have been introduced after the new router API. So this level of tree shaking is also happening if you notice. So it is also very helpful. Then you can also opt for preloading all modules here itself. So what you can do is you can also preload all modules beforehand. So it can be done by simply using with preloading function. Inside with preloading function, you just have to pass preload all modules, and that's it. It will do your thing. It won't take much time of yours. Then, as I have already mentioned to you, what are the advantages of Provide Router? It allows developers to tree shake major pieces of the router API. The design of the router module API prevents bundles from being able to remove unused router features. New router API changes this behavior. So earlier, unused features, we were not able to remove it. We were not having that flexibility. But now, with the latest new provider router API, we have this flexibility to remove the features that are unused, and it decreases the bundle size, and it increases the performance. In testing with the new API, Angular team has found that removing these unused features from the bundle resulted in an 11% reduction in the size of the router code in the application bundle when no features are enabled. So even 11% reduction in the size of the bundle creates a big difference after your application goes in production, or if your application is going live. It improves the performance, and the server side rendering gets better. So that's why this new provided router API have bring like 11% reduction, so it's pretty cool. Then next we have lazy loading have become easier. So earlier, what we used to do is we used to load our module. We used to load the module lazily. Like if I route to a particular uh, path, then the module associated with that path will be loaded, and it will open the components inside that module. But now that our component is independent in itself, it do not have to be part of any module. So that's why you don't have to lazy load a module now. You can directly lazy load your component because it is standalone in itself. So you don't really need the module anymore. So that's why what you will use is you will use load component. So in load component, you can lazy load component at route level with default import, which is pretty cool. So in earlier, when you were using you were lazy loading a module, what you were using a load children property. Inside that, you were passing import this, and then you were having promise handler dot. Then inside that, you were mentioning the module itself. But here what you can do is you can directly write load component that load this component on this path, and we are just passing a sort of anonymous function, and we are directly importing the component. That's it. Like we are not using even a promise handler here. We are not using anything. We are just using this load component and it's directly importing it, which is pretty cool. So if I show you, so yeah, it is really nice. One more thing to keep in mind is it is necessary to set your component as default class in order to use this default imports. If you don't use this default class, it might throw you error. If I check here, so here what I have done, I am lazy loading a component here. Okay. So if I see, let's say it's admin, okay, and I go to admin and I remove the default, let's say. See what happens. It is throwing an error that an object specifying a lazy load component is not assignable to type default export. Okay. So if you are using this load component, then you have to make sure that you are using this powerful keyword that is default. It is really necessary to use it. Otherwise, it will definitely throw the error. It had thrown me error at first when I was using it, so that's why I'm telling. Then what you have next is can match router guard. So earlier you were having can activate guard and you were having can load guard that you used when you are lazy loading a component, when you are accessing a component or you want to load a component on the basis of authorization. So you were using can activate for that and you were using can load that if I want to download the module or not. So there were no possible way to control like on the basis of route. Let's say we are having two routes, okay, like we are having same path and I want some condition that if user is logged in, if user is admin, then I want to open the admin component, and if the user is not admin, that I want to open the user component. So for that, we can use can match router guard. So what can match router guard do is it would control whether we can use the route. Also, it can control whether we can download the code. So whether one of the defined guard returns false, the route is skipped and the other routes are processed instead. I'll show you in the code also how to implement it. First, we can see here, like you can directly use can match quad without creating any class based quads. So like we don't have to create any class based cards here. Like what we are doing is we are directly using this can match, and inside that we are directly injecting a service auth service, and we are checking that if it's logged in or not here itself. Like we don't need extra code, extra boilerplate here. We can just directly do our thing uh, inside the routing module itself. So it reduces the work for you as a developer, and also it reduces the line of code also if you see it. So I'll show you in the code like what I am trying to do here is okay. So I have uncommented the code. Now what it is doing, it is going to a auth service, okay, and inside auth service it is checking whether it is logged in or not. If I show you my auth service, there itself it is a is logged in method we have here. Inside that we have, if it's just a normal like it doesn't have in any logic, it just I'm passing through, then it will return true. If I return false, it will return false, that's it. So right now it is returning true. So right now it is returning true. That means that if I go to here, so this can match and this inject auth service dot is logged in, it is returning true. So if it is returning true, then what it should do, it should load the admin component. And if you notice, then the path is same in both the cases. If you see first path, it is blank, and if you see the second path, it is also blank. And we have written a logic itself here that if it is logged in, if it is returning true, then open the admin component. And if it is not returning a true, then it will go to the next path and it will check, okay, it's the same path, and it will load this component. So first, it should load the admin component now. If we see it, so if you see it, it's the blank path itself. So it is opening the admin component now. And if I change that to false, then it should open the user component. So what I am doing is inside my auth service, um, yeah, inside my auth service, what I'm doing is I'm setting it to false. Now what it will do, it will return false here, and then it will go here. Then it will check that whether it is logged in or not. So it's not logged in. It is false. So what it should do, it should load the user component. And if we see here, it should load the user component now. So you see earlier it was admin component, now it's user component. So you have not really used any class based cards here. You haven't used anything. You just have directly used can match function, can match here, can match guard here, and you have injected your auth service, the any dependency you needed, and here itself you have checked whether it is logged in or not, or any other logic you want to implement. And on the basis of that logic, you can specify what component to load. If it's true, load this itself. If it's not, go to the next path you found with the similar route. That's it. Then let's discuss some interesting things about class-based quads. Class-based quads are services implementing interfaces linked with a few router events. For example, navigation, if your navigation has start, then it will have can match quad. If it is loading, then you can use can load quad. And if a child route activation is there, then you can use can activate child guard. If router activation is there, then you can use can activate guard. So what happened in this version is class-based quads are depreciated. So class-based quads are not so interesting anymore. So here, Angular team have mentioned why they have depreciated the class-based cards is because class and injection token-based cards and resolvers are not as configurable, are less reusable, require more boilerplate, cannot be defined in line with the route, and require more in-depth knowledge of Angular features like injectable providers. In short, they are less powerful and more cumbersome. So that's why, right now, I am pretty sure most of you are using class-based squads itself. Like in the earlier version, when we were using can activate or can load or any of the guard, so they were having this whole boilerplate code where we used to implement the interface, and inside that we are having a method can load, and inside that method, we used to write the code, and on the basis of that we used to pass the logic. So if you are using that class-based quads right now, you might have to rethink it because it's going to be depreciated very soon. So you might need to have to upgrade your code according to this. How you are going to upgrade? You are going to use the functional guards. functional router guards with inject are lightweight, ergonomic, and are more composable than class-based guards. They are more composable. What do I mean by this? Uh, so it was a common request for router is to provide option for guards to execute sequentially rather than all at once. So let's say you want that, okay, this guard should execute, then the next one will come, then the next will come. That is possible with the functional guards, and it was not possible with the class-based guards. That's why we are saying that functional guards are more composable. Then we will see how to execute a functional guard, how to implement it. So let's say I'm creating a auth guard. So it will look like this. It will, let's say it's this auth guard, and then it will be of can activate function type, which is returning this. And here itself, you see, you don't really you need to use whole injectable or anything. You can directly inject your auth service here inside a variable, and then you can use it later if you want to. Like if you see, even injecting a router is simple. You use this inject function, inside that you pass the router, and then you can use it directly. So this is like pretty easy comparatively. Inside the code also I can show you, like I have implemented it. If you see, then I am using this can activate auth guard. And if you see this auth guard of mine, it is not class based anymore, it is a functional guard. If I go to this auth guard, then it is of can activate function. It is functional guard now. I am directly injecting auth service here, directly injecting routers here, and directly using it inside, directly implementing my logic. So you see the number of line of code have reduced so much, so less boilerplate. Your efficiency of the application also gets better because of these less boilerplate. So it will be really nice for the application performance purpose. And your routing file will look almost same. It doesn't have much changes. It is pretty much the same how it was earlier, if I tell you. Then we have already discussed that functional guards are composable now. It have made it possible to execute multiple guards sequentially. But how? That we are going to see. You can implement multiple guards sequentially by just using run serially method, and inside that method you will pass your guards you have made. I have just set the example like guard 1, guard 2, guard 3. You can put your own guards whatever you have made, and then it will run serially. You can control it. You have the control of your code, so it makes your application more better for you as a developer. And also the performance increases because of course the lines of code have decreased. Now it is less boilerplate, I would say. And the feature like can match guard, you can directly use you can directly implement your logic at the routing file itself, and on the basis of this the component will be loaded, and you don't need a a class based quad or anything else for implementing logic. You can directly do it there, so it really serves a purpose. So yeah, this is pretty much all about the advancements in Angular router. This is my GitHub repository. It maybe it won't work. You can just search Deepa 314 and JavaScript notes. You will easily find it, and there you can you can see all my repositories out there. It will really be helpful for you, I hope. So yeah, thank you. This is pretty much from my side.
I thank you, Deepa. It's great. I really like. I have just one question for you.
Yes, yes, right.
What do you think? Is there any chance that one day we will have only the functions in Angular, no classes anymore?
Um, uh, I guess like right now how Angular team is moving, they don't want class-based guards anymore. They are preferring functional guards only because it have less code and it is also serving so many purposes. But we are using class-based guards from a very long time, so it will be definitely difficult for us to suddenly switch. So it's like I'm not really sure about it, what's gonna happen, but I just hope both are there. I don't want class-based guards to disappear suddenly also, and I want functional guards to be there as well.
Great, thank you. And please put the link for your repo into the chat if you can. Everyone waiting
Yeah,
for
yeah,
you. Okay.
yeah, definitely.
Okay, and thank you very much. I really liked it. I believe everyone also, and we're waiting for you in the Q&A session later. Okay.
Yes, yes, sure.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now I want to introduce our next speaker, Trung Vo, and he will talk about the building Tetris with the Angular, limitations, possibilities. About the Trung, he's a front-end developer, engineer who creates beautiful, performant web applications with delightful user experience. Trung currently works with Ascenda Loyalty and staff software engineer. He is an organizer of Angular Singapore and Angular Vietnam. Trung, author of several notable open source projects, such as Angular Spotify or Angular Jira. Angular Jira clone, by the way, it's a really cool one. I saw it once. It looks like a Jira, and it's a cool one, really. And he writes code and talks about the Angular, of course. So let's welcome Trung Vo, and let's enjoy it.
Hi everyone, it's very excited to be here at the Angular Global Summit 2023. And today I'll share with you about the Angular powered Tetris, which is a not very familiar example that you see online about Angular, because Angular is mostly you see in the web app. But today we show you how to use Angular to build a classic game like Tetris. So stay with me. Let's get started. So this is about myself. I organize the Angular Singapore group, and we has been organizing quite a lot of online meetup during the COVID time. And recently we've been start to organize more physical events to connect more people in Singapore that doing Angular and essentially web technology. Other than that, I built a few open source projects that you can see here. There's a Spotify on the left corner, which is Spotify. And there is also Jira. We will look into it a bit later when we go through the presentation. But there's a few other projects, but I only show you like 2 today. And other than that, I've been working at a company called Ascenda, and we build a loyalty for enterprise, make it easier. And our partner, including big bank and airline around the world. The head office is located in Singapore, but we have other office, which is in other countries like in Vietnam, in Philippines, and in Hungary. So outline. Today talk is we look into the Angular Tetris implementation with essentially a game need to come with a game loop, which like a core brain of the game. We also look into some technique to build animation, how to handle keyboard, and also how to handle sound, because it's come with sound. Maybe you might not be able to see it on the presentation, but you might try it on your own. So first, what is Angular Tetris? And that is essentially Angular Tetris. So you see there's a website, it's been deployed. The code is public access on GitHub, and you can look into the code if you want to. So I just go into the code. No, it's not code, the demo quickly. So that Angular Tetris, that is on my website, tetris.chungkai18.com. I know the domain a bit weird, but I have it like 10 years ago. So I just couldn't go back and change the domain completely. It's linked to my identity. So for Tetris, if you're familiar with the game, you just press start, and I can hear the sound because it's on my local machine, but it might not transport the sound to you. You can try on your own. So there's a sound button, and by default there's a sound turning on, which means that when the pieces that you can see, when it's moving, there's a sound coming out from it. We will talk about it also later, don't worry. And when you just move the thing and make one solid line, then it will clear, and then you get a point, and moving on you get more point, and then the level is increasing, the score is increasing, and essentially you can just keep go on, and you can be a Tetris master. So that is Tetris. Hope you already been playing it. So that is completely using Angular to build the whole web application. And what else? I think that's it. Why I build Angular Tetris is more like it is my first kind of game console when I was a kid. So I think that was the day my dad was just bring it, brought it home, and I was so happy to see it, because it's expensive at that time. It's cost like $1, but at that time you can buy like 24 eggs, which can fit the family for like a week or so. So it is not a cheap toy for kids, but my dad gave it to me anyway, so I was so happy, and it brings a lot of memory when I start to crafting the game. And the second reason is have you ever seen a game that built with Angular, which is rare? And I hope that when I build Tetris, of course I'm not the first one, but giving some idea around building a game. Of course, Angular is not designed specifically for building a game. I think there's a sound still. Sorry, let me turn off the sound, because just now the game was over, and then there's a boom kind of sound, which is a bit distracting. But basically, yeah, I've never seen a game built with Angular, and I wanted to try with Tetris, which is pretty fun, to be honest. So that is the console you might have in mind, but the console that I got is this thing, the portable one that you can play. That is the one that cost $1 before. Really expensive, but it's worth it. It's a childhood memory, I guess. So that is about Tetris, and now we talk about a bit technical. The first step is the game loop implementation, and we need to understand between the web application and a game, there's kind of a different, like the essence different between them. So when you use a web application, usually you need to interact with the application. Like you put in some data into the form, and you click a button, and then it do something, and then the UI is going to be updated, and this go on and go on. But maybe you see the web app, and then there's the data coming from the other side. Let's say there's a real-time update come in, and then you can see the data. But it's like you don't really do anything, but at the same time there's people doing something on the other side. So essentially you usually need to put in certain action, like perform an action, and it's required the user input to kind of update the UI. So look into another example. Of course I built a few, so it's always easier to show my example. So let's say here, if I don't do anything with this Jira, nothing is going to happen. I load this for the first time, it renders certain UI, you see it, but that's it. That is technically just maybe if there's my colleague is updating this task, then it get updated. But if no one doing anything, it's usually don't really have anything happening, unless we are pushing data from from server, like the very interactive chat for finance application. But in this use case, in 90% of the case, I guess, maybe not 90%, but 50% of the use case, you need to do something. For example, I open it, I change some data. I think, okay, there's a missing image, maybe deployment wrong or something. So maybe I change the status to something like, let's say I change to done, and immediately this thing go to done, or I give a comment, then it's giving a comment. So that is the web application, and that is one of the different. For the game, usually there's continuously running certain, like simulation or animation, even when you don't really interacting with them at all, essentially. So if we go back to the demo, I think on the right side, let's say here, there's always this, animation of the dinosaur, like a dragon. It's always, running, and then the eye is gonna open up, and at the same time there's a cloud, and of course there's a certain element in the web application could be like that. But when I start the game, I press the start game, I don't do anything, but as we are expecting, the piece is still moving and just keep moving, even I don't do anything. I don't, my hand is not touching the keyboard at all. So that is really the difference between the game and the web application, as I see over time. And how to kind of do this, repeating action over and over. It is actually pretty simple if we think about the way we implement it in JavaScript. So we will go through it now. So to kind of making the action running over and over again after a certain time, we just in this example, I am using Aliaksei, but the closer example that you can think of is set interval, right? So you call set interval, and then you passing in the callback, and you also give a delay time in millisecond. So in this example, when I run set interval and then console.log of I++, the first console is going to run after 500 milliseconds. The next one, it is also be running after 500 milliseconds. It might not be exactly 500 milliseconds, but we probably cannot, put it into this talk. It's going to be a bit too deep into the JavaScript knowledge. So you just understand that, when you're saying 500 milliseconds, we just assume it is going to be 500 milliseconds, and it's go on and go on. We can do the same technique with Aliaksei. So Aliaksei, I forgot to put a slide about Aliaksei. Essentially is the way that we handling the stream of data. Think about, there's always an event comes in, and we just keep handling the events. So the ways to think about Aliaksei is a bit different than the imperative. Usually we handling, but in Angular we have a lot of API that come with Aliaksei functionality. Like there's a, when you listen to a value chain, for example, it just keep coming over time, and then you listen to this thing we call observable, and then observable is just keep emitting or keep giving a value, and then what you do is, like when you're receiving the value, you decide what to do with the value when you're changing the form data. So we have the same equivalent of set interval in Aliaksei, which is interval, and when we give 500 milliseconds and you console log here, it is also yielding the same result. But because when you do interval, it will start from 0, so the equivalent is we don't really need to initialize value and give it to interval. It will just start from 0 and just keep increasing over time. Like here, after 500 milliseconds, it increased to 1, and after another 500 milliseconds, it goes to 2, and it just keep going on. So I hope in set interval is clear, but the problem with set interval is maybe it's not a problem, but it is designed to be delayed, right? So when you run set interval, it doesn't run immediately, and sometimes you want that immediately. It always wait for a certain time, and if you wanted to immediately run something and then have the same functionality of set interval, then in 90% of the case, we need to call the function manually. Like if we replace the console.log here by a function A, for example, and you wanted to say invoke function A, and then after every 500 milliseconds, just keep invoking this function. Then for the first time, you need to invoke it manually, like what I'm doing here, by doing a console.log of I, and then in the loop, I just keep doing it, and I increase the value. So we have the same thing in Aliaksei, and it is easier to do, I would say. So we do there is a same operator in Aliaksei called timer, and the first parameter here, as you can see, it's the delay. So if we pass 0, there's no delay, like essentially, like, you know, basically. If we pass 200, the 0 here is not gonna be printed out immediately. It's gonna be printed out after 200 milliseconds. But if we put 0, the number 0 here is gonna be printed out immediately. And then from the next cycle onward, from, you know, not the first one, the second one onward, then it is gonna have this 500 millisecond kick in. So, you know, when we do timer 0 and 500 again, it's gonna print out 0 immediately, and then 1, and then after 500 milliseconds 2, and then after 500 milliseconds 3. Just keep doing it like that. And the same with timer as the interval. When you do subscribe, it just start from 0, so you don't really have to do anything additional. And the next up, we talk about set timeout. Set timeout is I hope you've been done it, at least do it before. But set timeout is like, we have a task and we wanted to delay the execution by a certain you know, a delay. And here, if I pass in 500 milliseconds again, the set timeout here, the function inside set timeout is going to be run after 500 milliseconds, and it's only run once and it stopped. It doesn't do like set interval. It's just keep running after 500 milliseconds. Set timeout is just run it once and that's it. And we have the same thing in Aliaksei, which is the timer and the number. Remember, the number first is the delay. So if you just pass in the delay and you don't have the interval, right, and it just run for 1, that's it. On the previous slide, we saw that if you pass in the first parameter as the delay, and we pass usually 0, and the next one is the interval. So it's keep running after interval. But if we only pass in 1 parameter instead of 2, which is the first one, is gonna be taken and say, oh, we just execute 1 and that's it, we complete. So why is it related? Because in this function of auto, you just think about, you know, every time I render something on the screen, the update function inside is the one that handle all of it. We will look into the code, but essentially the update is like saying, okay, draw the pieces in the UI, you know, think about update the metric and all, everything. I will show you later, but essentially we wanted to say, when I call the auto, and the auto is going to be triggered by, maybe I click a space, right? I click a space, the game start, and then the auto is going to be kicked in, and we pass in the delay, because in Tetris we allow people to select the level. So maybe I show you quickly. Let's say I change the level to level 5, and then I start the game. So the pieces is moving faster. And you can understand that when we start with the low level, the pieces are gonna move slower. So the slower it is, the longer the delay. The faster it is, the shorter the delay. So I forgot what is the value, but I think on the slower is like 800 milliseconds, and the fastest is like 200 something milliseconds. So you can see it on the screen. Yeah. When we set the level 3, it's going to be a bit faster, and on the first level, it is really slow. Right? See, very slow, one by one. So as I mentioned, when we press the button, we want the pieces to start to draw immediately. That's why we wanted to utilize this timer 0 and delay, which means, actually just immediately run it. And then after a certain delay, keep iterate and keep running the function update. And if we would do it with set interval, I think it's gonna look like that. So when we call auto, then you need to call the update function first for the first execution. And then when you call the set interval, then it's just, keep calling after a certain delay. And it's have the same result. So in summary, I'll just try to explain, what is the equivalent way for you to do in RxJS, which is a very important part of Angular. So moving to the next part, which is, we understand that we can just use a simple RxJS operator and then start to calling a method. And this method is actually the one who renders something into the UI, render this on the web. And how we do it, which is the next part, how we draw the grid. Here is the example of the DOM on the right side and the UI on the left side. So as you can see on the left side, when we draw four, I would say it's 4 tiles together, next together, which means on the UI we have a class, a special class that apply into our component. So in detail, one smaller square here that you can see, icon is 1 tile, is a individual component. And when we see that, we suddenly saw the whole data grid here is essentially just an array of, either way, you can design it as maybe a 2-dimensional array. But in my use case, I was utilizing a library to handle the core of the Tetris logic. So we only have one array, 1-dimensional array, and it's rendered like that, just from top to bottom, and there's 200 elements inside. So still the same data, the same DOM element that we render on like what we saw just now. And we can see that when we map it to the data, that's how it looks, right? So with the value is 0, it just rendered as an empty tile. But with the value 1, it's gonna be rendered as, the solid pieces that you see on the UI. And when I was start to render it, you can see that each bar here is representing a chain detection, which means that every time the pieces is moving one level down, there is one chain detection happen. And it is essentially saying render the whole metric again, technically speaking. So let's look into it now. I will have the Angular. Okay, just like I have a Angular Tetris component here, which containing a lot of data. Just give me a moment. So it contains a lot of data. So we just keep the T metric, which is the grid that we're seeing, so that is you don't get distracted from other stuff. So I just keep comment out all of the other stuff. Yeah, comment it out, and also the keyboard. We don't really need it. And because I already had it running, so it's on production. Yeah, it's on production. It's only fine, but on local, it's gonna look like that. Very simple. Right? So we can use the Angular developer tool. If you don't have it, go look for it online. But if I press, you see that on the developer tool is rendering where is the component get affected by the flashing line, right? The white thing you just see. But that's not what we are interested in. So we start to record, and that's a lot. Okay, not that. Because there is a problem with I was installing a lot of extension, and we need to open it in incognito mode so that it's not interfere with other extension. So here I start the game, then I start the recording. So you can see now it's doesn't run that fast as before because there's not a lot of chain detection cycle chain. Every time the pieces is rendering and moving down one thing, like by one row, no, by one column, no, by one row. Sorry, it's showing like one cycle of chain detection. And when we look into it, it was pretty fast, like 1.1 millisecond to render each frame, not frame, it's to do the chain detection cycle within 1 millisecond, which is fast, which still you feel it quite smooth, and as you can see, most of the chain is happening in the NG4 because the component is pretty simple. It just take in an array and just keep render into the UI if the array is updating. So of course the bug, the main time is going to be spent is on the NG4. And just now we saw that Angular, do it pretty quick, right? The whole thing here is like just a small portion of the page, maybe it's quick. But let's say if we do a bit of benchmark and we, render a bigger metric. So I have the Tetris service. Maybe not Tetris service. I think, what is it? Tetris store. Yeah, I think that's Tetris store. And in the Tetris store, when I start the bot, I was saying, okay, give me the start bot, and I'll just render a metric. But in this case, I wanted to say make the metric so much bigger. Instead of 200, I would say do it like 10,000. So when we change the code, we can go back to, I think that's the one. That's the one we look into. Yeah, I think that's a incognito. And now we can say, let's start the game. Oh, and then I click record. And suddenly you see that, oh, actually it's feel like even the UI of the dev tool is a bit delay and slow. I click one, it takes some time for us to see it. And as you can see, when we stop recording, it say, okay, the time spent for the chain detection cycle, because it's such a huge array, it's increasing to 40 milliseconds, and the frame rate dropped to 50 FPS. So 50 FPS is like, you can notice the delay. So which is, Angular is fast, but when we trying to do a lot of stuff client side like that, for example, rendering a 10,000 array, 10,000 element array into a UI, of course it's going to be slow. There's no way you can get away with it. So be careful. But so far, as we see, the app is function quite good. If we can the data set smaller, and the benchmark in this use case, as you can see, as we've been seeing, the chain detection cycle just take a millisecond to run, which is really what we want. So now it doesn't have anything because I haven't started the game. But again, it is really fast. It is what we want. And so far, I don't think there's any problem with performance when we build such some game like Tetris in Angular. So go back to the slide. X bar on the chart we saw, it's symbolizing a chain detection cycle, and the taller the bar is, the longer the application has been spending in one cycle. And one cycle, we expect the cycle chain detection really quickly finish, and then it can keep rendering the UI, and the user doesn't notice the delay. So I think that's all from the game loop. I think, of course, I was trying to simplify it, but essentially, what you need to understand is there is a game loop, which technically just trying to call a function again and again. And every time this function call, it is trying to update the UI and, change the metric, technically change the array. And if the array has been changed, the UI get notified and the whole thing get rendered again. Yep, that is essentially the Tetris game. And you can always look into the GitHub code and see what exactly has been done, because it took me like maybe a few days to understand the whole logic. So putting it into a 30-minute talk, pretty difficult. The next step is about animation, and we have seen this dragon was moving before, and I just want to say that all of the animation in the game was utilizing CSS, the way we write CSS, and that's it. So we have a big image, and we just do every time we do a background, we just take the whole thing, and using background position, which is very classic CSS property, you can extract which pieces of the image that you wanted to render. So I have just a 4 image from the dragon, and I can use background position, right? Maybe the first one is this, which is 0 and negative 100 pixel. The next one, still. The second one is like the Y. So you wanted to say, oh, actually that's like 200 pixel image, and you always wanted to take the second column, for example. So that's why the value here is the same, and we only change the X value here. So it just keep moving to the right. So yeah, that's how we, having only one single image, and you can render a lot of animation into the UI. And we also utilize the transform CSS property to say, if I have an image and I wanted to flip it to the other side, I just use scale -1. And that is good because I don't want to have 2 copies of the same dragon, but just to the left and to the right. So I just say, oh, actually, for the right side, that is a normal dragon. But for the left side, I only do transform scale, and I just flip the thing over. And then I got, another set of image that I can use. And here we have the eye animation, and the eye animation is technically it's just like I have a timer the same. I want it to run immediately, and when it changes, and in this use case, after 500 milliseconds, the eye is just open and close and open and close. That's it. So how I do it is like I have the same idea that I show you. I have a few classes like L1, L2, L3, L4, which representing different state of the dragon. And what I need to do is just changing the class. And when I change the class, because the background position is going to change, so the UI get new state, and then you just see the new image on the UI. And then when we do it really quickly, it feels like we have a GIF, the GIF file, but essentially we just do it really quickly and change the classes very quickly. And I can show you how it's looks. Oh, actually not here, not that. I already close. So let's do on production then. So here we just saw this. I just zoom in a bit and you can see it a bit clearer. So now we have the dragon L2, and then you see L2, L3, L3, L4, L4, whatever. It just keeps changing, and that's how you get the animation. And all of that is being done through a simple stream of RxJS, which is the eye. And of course, not just the eye. The leg is also need to be moving. So we have a different stream for the leg, like when it's run. It's a bit quick, but the idea is like you make the dragon run, and then after a while, you change the side. There is a condition here that I say if it's rigged to a certain side, flip it to the other side by changing just the right and the left value here. Yeah, that's the idea. And when we combine all of that, we combine the two stream, then we get the whole animation running. So in this case, I'll just, okay, the delay here is a bit tricky. I'm just, I will not explain, but the idea is like when I open the app, the whole thing start to load, and after 5 seconds I show. When I do a debugger, maybe when the animation, this metric is running, and we has a debugger, and it just keeps stuck there. So after 5 seconds has been passes, the dragon also run, also displaying. So it it's just the trick that I did, but maybe there's better way to do it, and I can say when the metric animation has been finished, then I start this dragon animation kind of thing. And I was using the concat operator, as you can see here, and it's gonna merge the two observable into one. And when the first one is running finished, then the second one. That's why you see that the leg is running, and after the leg is finishing, then the eye start to open up and down. So yeah, that is a concat. And we had 2 quick sections about keyboard, and then that's it. So I'm very close to the end of the session, but let's just spend another 2-3 minutes to talk about handling the keyboard. And to handle the keyboard in Angular is pretty simple. It has the hot listener decorator, and the hot listener decorator, it just listen to the event that been passing in. And in this case, if I do the hot listener of key up and Tetris keyboard right, essentially I wanted to say, when the keyboard is pressing down pressing up, like you press and then you release, it's going to be a key up. When any of the arrow right is going to be pressed and released, then fire this event. So that's how we can handle keyboard event in Angular. Pretty easy using hot listener. If you never use it, look for it. You can handle a lot of stuff. So the key down is just one small set of event that you can do, right? There's a lot of click and mouse over and mouse up and mouse down. There's a lot. And hot listener is essentially just listen for a DOM event instead of you have to code it by window.add event listener. So it's just doing the thing for you quickly. You don't have to do it manually. And we also need to talk about the sound, which is not very important, but it is one part of the game. So the sound is exposing through the audio, like web audio API, and the namespace or the classes, I can say it's classes, is exposed differently between browser. So it's let's look into it quickly before we can wrap up. So here I can use audio context, but audio context is only understandable in Firefox, and in the Firefox, no, not Firefox, in Mozilla documentation, it say that for the implementing the audio, you should use this audio context monkey patch. And using it, it will unify the API across the browser. So that's why I also inject this monkey patch into Tetris, and then having the same sound capability in different browsers, like in Firefox, in Opera, in Chrome. Initially, when I was releasing the app, it doesn't work on Safari and it doesn't work on Chrome, or for obvious reason, because the namespace were different. In other thing is WebKit audio context, but in Firefox it's just audio context. So of course, when you try to access this, it's gonna be undefined. And yeah, I think that's it. There's a lot of topic that we cover in such a 30-minute session. But building a game with Angular, the takeaway is require the same knowledge as you building web application. You still need to use the same kind of set timeout, set interval, the knowledge, maybe CSS background and all, and hot listener and audio context. All of that can be applicable to build a game in Angular. And you think of anything cool in Angular and wanted to try, feel free, because as we see from the Tetris game, it is capable of building such a complex scenario. And with that, thanks so much for listening. My name is Trung, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you.
Hey, Daniel, it seems like you muted.
And again, I'm muted. This is the second
Right.
time for today. Okay. Thank you for telling me that. So one more time, let's add our speakers for the first section. Deepa, you're on stage right now. Trang and Aliaksei. Just Deepa, we can see you. Oh. Trang, you muted, and Deepa, you also muted.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Very good, thanks.
Okay, so wow, this was really great talks. I have to admit that I was, I'm more than 10 years in development in Angular and stuff, but on every single talk I'm learning something new, and it's great. I really like it. So we have some questions here in the Q&A session. This is why we actually met right now. And let's start with a simple one. As let's say it's simple question, and I believe it's complicated answer. How a beginner can start learning Angular?
Anyone want to go for this one? Oh, I can do.
You go
So
first.
is it a question for a specific person, or is it just a general question for three of us?
This is a general question. We have the specific person questions, but let's start with the general question.
Right. Yeah. So there is, if you guys wouldn't mind, I can go first. So
Yes,
there
yes.
is lots of learning Angular today in 2023. It's not like learning Angular back in 2015 or 16. So yeah, that's significant difference. There is lots of resources online, but yeah, if you just start Googling, you wouldn't find all the answers. I mean, you can find multiple answers for one single question, and so you wouldn't know which is the right answer, right? So for that, I'd recommend to join a local meetup group. There is Angular community online, local meetup group. I mean, in-person meetup group. If there is a meetup group in your city, if there is no meetup group in Angular meetup group in your city, you can create one. But also you can join Slack channels and Discord channels. So you can be part of this big online community where you can get some guidance. And so, yeah, I think that's what I would do today if I want to start learning Angular.
Great, thank you. So let's say continue with the. Do I spell your name right? Wrong?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. So we have a questions. What was the extension do you use for the Angular and DevTools?
What the extension that I use in the DevTool? I
Yeah,
think is it like the React tool?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the Angular DevTool, which is coming from the Angular team. I think it's not there when there's Angular 2.0 like 2016, but it just released a couple of years ago, and you can just look for it Angular DevTool. Right? Is it correct, right, Alex?
Yeah, it's browser extension.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a browser extension. So look for Angular DevTool, and then you will see it.
Yeah, thanks. And we have question to Deepa. Is that possible to use both standalone components with Classic, or is that a bad idea?
You could use that if you want to, but it might create issues. So I would advise not to use that.
Okay, so you'd advise if I want to use, let's say I have a project and I want to go to the standalone components, it's worth to invest time and to refactor the entire project to be on standalone, or I can do it.
Yeah,
do it
like
partially?
earlier it was not stable in the earlier version, but with the latest version it is more stable like standalone. So like you can go for it, but like there's some issue like circular dependency, like people have mentioned that as well. So like if you come along with that, that might create an issue. But like standalones are go to for your application. It depends on your need, like how much application is vars. According to that, you can choose that.
Great. Thank you. You mentioned it right now. So how to deal with the circular dependency while using the standalone components? This is the general question, not for Deepa only, but if anyone have actually answers. So Deepa, Trang, Aliaksei, anyone?
I mean, the question is how to deal with.
How to deal with the circular dependency using standalone components?
I think it's quite hard to get into this situation with standalone. It's easier to get into this situation with modules, but just to make sure that you're not the two same components doesn't import each one. I think that's all. Because if two entities kind of importing each other, I think it's a conflict, right?
Yeah, but there is a question actually. I see also in the chat that there's also a GitHub issue open in Angular repo about this as well. So probably there is some kind of use case, maybe very edge use case or something like this.
Yeah, I don't know background on this one.
Yeah, I was trying to reproduce it in my head how it can be, but maybe I'm missing something. Yeah, so but it's interesting to actually to go over and see what's going on there. This one also the general question: do you think currently the lifecycle hooks are sufficient? Talking in terms of comparison of Ionic. Okay, who have to say something about this? Who have experience with Ionic?
I have experience with Ionic. It was like AngularJS was like 2015 or something.
Much.
So
okay, so let's leave this the second part of the question. So, do you think the current the lifecycle hooks are sufficient, or probably we're missing something?
For me personally, I think it's good enough. Right? It's like you have the hook for on-chain and on init. I think it's like the usual kind of common that you see people using, like on init, on-chain, and on Detroit. Maybe that's common. Then there's more. Right? There's view after init and content and things. But the content is more like for content projection, so it's rarely you see it. So for me personally, I don't really see that there's anything was missing. Maybe for like library owner and know where there has a more like complex scenario, but in building application so far, I don't really guess an issue. Maybe Deepa or Aliaksei could give the input.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, like I'm also.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead first.
Yeah, you go ahead. Or
I was also adding the same thing. Like,
I'm joking.
Even when I use like the applications, so like I don't really feel like anything is missing. Just like Trung said, so that was the viewpoint of me.
And my 5 cents, some people complaining, like it would be nice to be able to subscribe to lifecycle hooks. So this functionality, unfortunately, not there. But if you search or Google, I think you'll find some third-party solutions for that. If you
there is some party solution. Especially one of the most important for me, or the live hook is unsubscribe on NgDestroy. When you need to unsubscribe, okay, and you really want to be actually, and you prefer to do it automatically. If you do have subscribers, if you don't use an async pipe for some reason, and you actually need subscribe, and then you need this live hook, and there's third-party libraries that helps you to make it a little bit more automatic. Yeah. Okay, Alexei, I have a question for you. So how do you resolve dependency version conflicts for your applications? Before you answer, I need to say that I have upgraded the Angular from the, I don't know, let's say starting from the second version, okay, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15.
Yep.
Each time I have this version conflicts in the application. And it's always in all documentations of the how to upgrade the Angular, it was like, it's so simple. You just type Angular upgrade and it works. And it's never worked for me like this. So,
yeah. But like Angular upgrade guide covering you for the core libraries, right? So the libraries which use Angular team responsible. But normal real world application contains like maybe dozens, right? Other libraries, third-party libraries, and that's where the problem came most of the time. So yeah, first of all, be careful when you pick in a third-party library. So when you pick in a third-party library, make sure that it is well-maintainable library. Make sure it has recent commits and contributors. That's what first, like if you're thinking forward, right? Because once you pick in a third-party library, you have to think, hey, like in a year time or half a year time, you have to upgrade your project, right? So think about that when you pick in a library. However, like, we're not living in a perfect world. Even if you pick right library, sometimes they delay on like publishing a new version for many reasons. So I've been recently blocked for a few libraries. So I just upgraded my project from version 15 from 14 to 15 just really, I think a week or 2 ago, because I was blocked. There is, if you really want to upgrade, there is always like a shortcut, right? You can take this library, compile it yourself, right? That's probably the like if you really want to. But if you don't want to do that, then you have to wait for upgrade, for the library author to upgrade the library. So, I mean, you can pin them, write them a message, hey man, like, are you planning to upgrade or something? Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I would do. But yeah, upgrade is always tricky.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, and we have another general question for everyone. Is there a similarity between standalone and the micro frontends? None of us was talking about the micro frontends. I know the guy who will speak on the advanced track about the frontends, Manfred. Can anyone say about something about the difference or similarity between standalone and macro?
I think.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I just thinking. No worries.
This seems to me two like things which I wouldn't compare because still, I mean, it's two different entities, I'd say. So standalone component is the way to offer a new Angular applications, right? And micro frontends is a approach to build a micro frontends application. So like you have one application which contain multiple different applications, and those different applications you might build with standalone approach, right? That's like if you want, but yeah, I think it's hard to compare these two.
I agree. I also think it's not so comparable things.
Yeah.
Different entities, different type of entities. Okay, thank you. Okay, the question to Deepa. How can we dynamically add remove roads for standalone components based on some logic? Let's start with can we at all to do it?
Sorry?
Can we at all to do it? Let's start with the simple question. Is it possible at all to actually dynamically add or remove roads for the standalone components?
Like I would say, like when we are injecting a service, so inside that itself, like we can write the logic, like if we want, how we want to dynamically add or remove it, or like in case of can match guard, I have seen like there were questions regarding that. So inside that also we can use multiple paths, and inside that we can put the logic there. So like on the basis of that also that can happen. Like I'm not exactly sure about like how we can do this, but what like I was suggesting that if you're injecting a service, so inside that service you can like write the logic for that. Suggesting. If anyone else can add answer to this question, that would be great. I would be grateful.
Sure, then I can add my 2 cents. So essentially, is router in Angular. You always has a routers. Like you can inject it. We can call it router service, and usually we use activated route, which is the one which is at the moment is activated. But beside that, there's router where you can navigate and do all of that stuff. And with router, you can access to the config. It's like configuration, the route that you do a for root or for child initially, and you can kind of modify this configuration. And let's say you wanted to call the API, have a JSON file, and inside a JSON file, there's certain logic that you wanted to say, oh, actually, I want, if this is true, to enable this route, for example. Then you obviously can say, oh, actually, inject this service, say if it's true, then do the router thing and the config and just add one more entry or something. Obviously, we can always do it with a guard or a resolver, but if you wanted to dynamically set up the route, it's possible. Just find the router service.
Great. Okay, thank you. Another question is it possible to have multiple can match guards? Like if, else, more than 2 cases for the same path?
Yeah, like that's what I'm mentioning. Like you are using can match guard, inside that you are injecting a service. So inside that service, like you can write logic for this, or you can use multiple path as well. So with the help of that also you can implement it.
Okay, and what about child roads? Do you suggest to use, in this case, lazy loading? Or we have a way to provide router inside standalone component?
If you,
So with the child roads, we can, I'll try to understand also the question. If we have child roads and we want to, inside of the lazy, to use the lazy loading module like we have, in the previous versions of Angular with the child road,
right.
or if there a provider road API inside the standalone component that we can, make the standalone children roads with the standalone children components.
Is it still like a load children thing? Like where you wanted to specify the children route kind of?
Yeah, but
No, it's like for standalone, you rather than just you load component, you still can use the load children, I think, but just define an array of the route, right? Instead of making a module and say module.forChild or like router.forChild something, just create an array of route as we do before. And on load children or load component, you can do a lazy load still, but use this array instead. So it doesn't really have to be a component or a module. It could be an array of something. If I understand it correctly.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There is no more questions. There is no questions anymore. Anyone want to ask questions internally? No one?
Internally.
Ton, I have a question for you. What was your inspiration to build the Tetris?
It is more like Tetris is there's a console that I played when I was a kid, and is like it's bring a childhood memory, and I saw the same thing, which is written in Vue.js or React. I forgot, But then
Right.
I was
Yeah.
telling, Angular can
Yeah,
use
I remember this original tweet or blog post like years ago about you wrote about that. Yeah.
nice.
Is it like available as a web application, or what's the story playing it with using mobile phone? Like, is it mobile phone friendly also?
Yep, you can do it.
Right.
I mean, you can try it now. It's
Right.
it's kind of responsive, I guess. Yeah, responsive
Right.
on mobile
And
phone.
are you using PWA'S or something?
Did I forgot. I think I didn't edit. I tried initially, but eventually I didn't merge the PI in. I did it for Spotify, not for Tetris.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep, I see.
Oh, we got a new question also about Tetris. Okay, how much taxing was the Tetris application regarding PC resources? Whoa. And how would you say Angular fares with more complex games?
I mean, obviously, Angular is not designed to be a game framework, because to build a game framework it's different. I tried before, right? It's like just build a space invader thing where you kind of having a background like moving for Angular, which is a bit tricky already. So in the use case of Tetris, it didn't eat up a lot of memory, because on the talk I was showing, if I commented everything out and only keep the metric, which is the most like heavy thing of the game, it just still run the change detection quite quickly, which means that it doesn't really eat up a lot of browser resource, and it's just within this array of 200 elements. If you have a array of like 10,000 items, it's gonna be slow thing down, but it's just 200, and JavaScript in general can do so much more than that. It doesn't really kill the browser if you have just a simple requirement.
Right. I see. Actually, it was I also was wondering during your session is like how many memory does it eat? Like, well, I want to see the profiling of the memory in the browser and DevTools. Okay, and here's a really great question about the standalone components that I also asking myself each time I'm importing the common modules and forms modules everywhere. So what's going on happen to existing modules like common, forms modules, and other modules that you need to import on almost every single component in it? So what we're gonna do with that? Do we have any idea?
I mean, that's how it's going to work, right? It's you have a module in the past, and in the module you have this import array, and standalone now is more like, actually you can import it into the component itself, and then it can execute it, like it can understand it isolated. It doesn't really have a module to tell the component to say, actually that is the stuff that you can use, right? Now the component, when you import stuff, then it can run it by itself. So it's open more possibility, like you can do dynamic rendering easier, because now the component is capable of running by itself. So to answer the question is like, what happened? Do we really need to import it in every single standalone component? Yes, you have to.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was trying.
It's a good question.
Like,
I wonder maybe
you
in
would have
future there would be another solution, but yeah, that's the situation for now.
I believe the solution that I saw now, maybe I'm mistaken, but the solution that I saw now is actually, let's say you're using the ng, some kind of pipe that is part of the common module. You can import the pipe itself without the common module. So if your component uses just one specific pipe that represents in common module, and to be available, to not get the error, you need to import the entire common module. So you don't need it right now. You can just import the specific pipe that will.
Yep, or directive like NgRx.
That will solve it for you. Yeah, but then basically what I came up with is that I have 20 pipes on each one of the standalone components. Okay, imported into the. So I have long list of imported things everywhere. Okay, instead of having one common module. So it's always a trade-off. I don't know, but yeah. I believe that the Angular team will come up with some interesting idea of how to solve it. I think we will finish with the last question for today. How long did you work on this Tetris application? I saw like 3 years old info from GitHub too.
Oh, okay. I think, yeah, if you go into the repository and you scroll long enough to the very end, I was spending like 50 hours to work on Tetris. So of course, it's not like continuously 50 hours, right? 50. So it is more like I spend a couple of hours today and maybe a few days over the weekend. But in after all, it took you, I would say, like probably 2 weeks of work. If you really have all of the motivation and focus and all that to work on it.
Okay. Great. You know what? The last one question regarding to the previous topic, and this will be our last question for today because we need to also have a break. Okay, is every time you import a module into another one, a new instance is created or Angular reuses the existing one?
The instant here was a bit tricky. We are trying to understand that instant, right?
Yeah, if there is an instance, it will be great.
If you change a model word in this question to service, then it would be simple question.
That's a famous question.
But this is specifically to modules.
Okay, hold on for a second. Let's do it like this.
Yep. It's the trickiest question I ever heard.
How about this one? You asked for the question, you got the question. So what would be the answer on this one? Alexei, you said you can answer it, so...
So yeah, like services in Angular are singletons, right? And so you have an instance, one service instance for application. But when it's come to lazy loaded modules, then you have a separate instance of this service for lazy loaded module. When you specify like a root with a root default, and there is lots of ways to configure this option, and based on configuration, you might get different outcomes. But everyone just using for root.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Let's move this one. Okay. Thank you, Trang, Alexei, and Deepa. I really enjoyed. I hope that everyone else also. We had more than 300 viewers. That's great. I like it. And thank you. And have a good day and good luck. And see you in the next conferences.
See you. Thank you for great conference and awesome questions. I actually written down some of these questions. Yeah, I'm going to research on a few of them.
Yeah,
especially the last one, the modules one. Man, it's really tricky. Thank you. The person who asked this question, like, man, you are a rock star.
I'll send you a link.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks.
And
hey everyone, what an amazing event we have going on right here, right now. And we also have prepared workshops for you. Just take a look. 2 of these workshops this very Thursday, February 16th. First of which is Angular architectures with runtime modification. This is an advanced level workshop, but definitely valuable one. Go check it out. We'll have Michael Eggersykes presenting tomorrow with his own session. We also have Christian Ludemann tomorrow as well, and his workshop is going to be about Angular testing. Well, there's not much I can add. This is pretty obviously valuable topic, and if you want to learn more about testing, register for this workshop. Last but not least is Aliaksei Kuncevic, who just has presented his own topic. He has much more information that he wants to share about modern developer tools. This is planned for February 21st. Go check it out. And also, if you are a team of developers, you can have a customized workshop by Aliaksei for your team, a dedicated time for your team entirely. Go talk with your HR or team lead. This is something you can be interested in. And I know that lots of people who are watching this right now, they are not registered for senior track. They're only watching today's junior track. But these workshops are still can be interesting for you. And we have an offer for you just for today. This is an exclusive offer that will only be valid until the end of today's live stream, which is if you'll get any of this workshop, a ticket to any of this workshop, you'll get a ticket to tomorrow's Angular senior track for free. This is a limited time offer just for today's live stream. We will give you a free ticket for tomorrow's senior track so you can have a full-time learning this week. So you just go to senior track tomorrow, then you go to any of this workshop to learn even more next. And so we now will go on a short break.
Hi everyone, my name is Sumaya and I'm from Italy, and I'm very happy to be here today, and I hope you are all excited to and ready for hearing more about Angular. I will be moderating the next few sessions, so please prepare your questions and we will answer that on the Q&A panel later on. So let's introduce the next speaker. He is Marko Stanimirović, and he is a senior front-end engineer and also is a core member of the NgRx team and a Google developer expert. Today, he will talk about all the new features of NgRx, and personally, I cannot wait to learn more from him. So let's welcome on the stage, Marko.
Hi, Sumaya. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Glad to be here.
Okay. Are you ready for your talk?
Yeah.
Okay, so Marko, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, so hello everyone. Today I'm going to be talking about core NgRx principles in the first part of this talk, and later we will also talk about new features that are introduced in the last few versions. But before we start, let me briefly introduce myself. So my name is Marko Stanimirović. I'm currently working as a senior front-end engineer at JobCloud. And besides that, I'm core member of NgRx team, Google developer expert in Angular, and organizer of Angular Belgrade meetups. You can find me on Twitter at MarkoSTDev. So let's first see what is the NgRx. We can think of NgRx as a framework or set of libraries for building reactive Angular applications. And NgRx provides different types of packages. We can split them into several categories. So we have state, data, view, and tooling packages. And let's first talk about state packages. This group is, without any doubt, the most popular one. And here we have NgRx Store, which is basically implementation of Redux pattern powered by RxJS, and it's used for the global state management. We also have NgRx Effect that can help us to manage global side effects in our Angular application in a reactive way. And today we will take a closer look into these two libraries. We also here have NgRx Router Store. NgRx Router Store is basically a connector, or we can say integration between Angular Router and NgRx Store. We also have NgRx Entity Package that contains a set of utilities for entity management. And the last and the latest library from this group is NgRx Component Store. NgRx Component Store is completely standalone package, and it's usually used for the local state management, so state management at the component level. It's an alternative to the service with a subject approach. The next group are data packages, and here we'll only have one package. It's called NgRx Data. It's initially created by John Papa and Ward Bell. And it basically wraps the entire NgRx logic under the hood and exposes services for managing the state in our application. It can reduce a lot of boilerplate. It also has some limitation, but it's a great tool for, let's say, common CRUD use cases. The next group are view packages, and here we also have only one package. It's called NgRx Component. NgRx Component is a library for building reactive and performant Angular templates. It contains two declarables, let directive and push pipe. The next group are tooling packages, and the first one is NgRx Store DevTools. NgRx Store DevTools is integration between NgRx Store and Redux DevTools Chrome extension. The next package is NgRx Schematics, and with NgRx Schematics, it can actually help us we can use it to generate some boilerplate NgRx code. The last and latest one from this group is NgRx ESLint plugin, and you can probably guess based on its name. So it contains a set of ESLint rule that can help us to apply best practices in our Angular application that uses NgRx. Okay, let's now take a closer look into NgRx Store. NgRx Store, as I previously told you, is powered by Redux, but it's also powered by RxJS. And let's now take a look at this diagram to better understand how NgRx Flow works. So on this diagram, we have component, Angular component, usually container component on one side, and on the other side, we have NgRx Store. NgRx Store is a singleton service in our Angular application, and it holds the global state. So when some event occurs in our component, we will dispatch an action. Action represents unique event in our system. This action will be further handled by the reducer. Reducer is a pure function that accepts a current state as a first, and dispatched action is a second argument and returns updated state. To display state slices in our component, we can use NgRx selectors. And the best way to learn NgRx is through the example, probably. So let's now try to create an app, an Angular application by using NgRx. This is how it will look like. So it's very simple. It has only one page. And on this page, we want to display a list of musicians. And we also want to have search box so we can filter musicians by query. Let's first start with actions. So for this page, I will create a file called musicians page actions. And this is the place where we need to declare all events that can happen on our page and that can potentially change our state. So the first action that we will need here is opened action. This action should be dispatched when musician list page is opened. As you can see here, we are using create action function that is part of the NgRx store public API to create an action. And this function as an input argument accepts action type. To define an action type, we are usually using source event pattern. So inside of the square brackets, we will put the source. In this case, source will be musician page because this action will be dispatched from the musician page, and event name is opened. The next action that we will need here is query changed action. You can see the source is the same, so it's musician page, event name is query changed. We want to dispatch this action when search button is clicked, but this action will also have a payload. And to define a payload for NgRx action, we can use this props function that is also part of the NgRx store public API. So we need to execute this function, as you can see here, and as an input generic argument, we need to pass a payload type. In this case, payload type will be query string. Here we also need to define another action group because we want to fetch this collection list of musicians from the API. So we will create another file called musicians API actions. The first action that we want to have here is musicians loaded success, and this action should be dispatched when musicians are loaded from the API. As you can see here, source in this case is musicians API. Another action that we'll need here is musicians loaded failure. So we want to, of course, cover the error case. If we cannot load musicians from the API, we will dispatch musicians loaded failure action. And let's now see how we can create a reducer for musicians feature state. Here I will create a file called musicians reducer.ts. And the first thing that we need to define here is a musicians feature state. We can identify state slices by taking a look at our application. So what is needed here actually, we will have array of musicians. We will also have a query. And the last state slice, it's not visible on this picture, but it is loading flag. So we want to actually display some loading spinner until we actually load musicians collection. We also need to define an initial state, and then we can create a reducer. I told you reducer is a pure function that accepts a current state as a first and dispatched action as a second argument. So we can create it as a function and use switch case inside. But there is also, let's say, a better way or shorter way to do this. We can use helper functions from the NgRx store package to create a reducer. So the first one is create reducer. And this function accepts initial state as first and sequence of case reducers as rest arguments. To define a case reducer, we can see here we are using on function from NgRx store package. So as a first argument, we are passing the action that we want to listen to actually. And the second argument is our case reducer function. So when opened action is dispatched, we actually want to set is loading flag to true. We want to display the loading spinner on our page. You can see here that state update is immutable here. And it's important in NgRx to always have immutable state update. So it can bring us performance benefits. For example, we can use on push change detection strategy in Angular components. But also immutable state updates are good, so we can easily track state history in our application. Here I defined also 2 more case reducers. So when query change action is dispatched, we want to update the query. And when musicians are loaded successfully, we want to add musician collection to our feature state, but also want to set is loading to false. So we created our reducer, but we need to register it somehow. We need to tell NgRx store to take it and to execute it every time when some action is dispatched. To do that, in case of standalone Angular applications, we can do this in Bootstrap application function. So instead of providers array, here we can call provide store function and pass initial reducer map as an input argument. As a feature name or feature key here, we'll say for musicians reducer, feature key will be musicians. And then as a value for this feature key, we will pass a reference to the musicians reducer, as you can see here. There is also another way. So instead of provide store, we can also use provide state and pass feature key as a first and reducer as a second argument. So in this particular example, the effect will be the same. However, we can also use provide state in our lazy loading modules if we want to lazy load our state slices, our feature reducers. Okay, so the next thing that I want to talk about are selectors. This is the third main building block of NgRx. So as I told you, we use selectors to select state slices from our store and display them in the template. So for musicians feature state, we can create a file called musician selectors. .ts. The first selector that we need to create here is a feature selector. It can be created by using create feature selector function from NgRx store package. It accepts a feature name as an input argument. So you can see here the feature name is musicians. If we go back, we can see that we use the same feature name to provide our reducer. So when we create the feature selector, so this selector actually selects the entire musician's feature state. We can create selectors for feature state properties. First selector that we want to create is a selector that selects musicians array. And we can create it by using create selector function. First argument that we want to pass here is the parent selector. In this case, it's a select musician state selector. And then in a projector function, we can select specifically only a musician's array. Create selector function will create a memoize selector, which means that projector function will not be re-executed if input argument is not changed. Instead of that, if we execute memoize selector multiple times with the same input argument, the cached value will be returned as a result. In this particular case, our projector function is not complex, so we will not have like performance issues if this, like in case this selector is not memoized. But in case we have expensive calculations in our projector function, it's always good to use memoize selectors. The next two selectors that I want to create here are select is loading and select query. And the last one is select filtered musicians. And this is the selector that we will actually use to visualize our list of musicians, because we want to display filtered collection. In this case, we will combine two selectors. So we want to select musicians, array of all musicians. We want to select query, and then in projector function, we can apply filtering logic in order to return filtered musician collection. Okay, let's now see how container component will look like for this example. So for a musicians page, we will create musician container component. As you can see here, we can use on push change detection strategy because we have immutable state updates. The first thing that we need to inject here is a store. And now we can dispatch events to the store dispatch action when some event occurs. The first thing that we want to dispatch is opened action, and we want to do this when our component is initialized. Also, when search button is clicked, we will call onSearch method from the template and dispatch query changed action and pass query current value of the search input as an input argument, as a payload actually of this action. And now we need to define selectors. The first selector that we need here is selector that will return filtered list of musicians. So to do that, we can use store.select method and pass a selector as an input argument. So here we are passing select filter musicians, and as a result, we will get observable of filter musicians. So we can later use async pipe in the template, display this list. Here we will also need isLoading, state slice, as well as query. And let's now take a look how our template will look like. So I defined this musician component as a standalone component. When we define a standalone component, we also need to add imports array. And in this import array, we need to put all declaratives, so all pipes, components, or directives that are used in our template. In this case, we will need async pipe to extract the current value of those observables. We will also need two presentational components. I call them like search box component and musician list component. So this is how our template will look like. As you can see, we're using async pipe to take the current observable value and to pass them as input arguments of those presentational components. But what thing is missing here, actually? If we go back to our container component, you can see we're dispatching actions. We are expecting filter musician collection to be returned by the selector, and we want to display them in the template. But we actually need to fetch, we need to load this collection from the API. And to do that, we can use another library called NgRx effects. NgRx effect can help us to isolate side effects from our components and have cleaner component architecture. And with NgRx effects, we can handle side effects in a reactive way. So if you go back to our diagram, you can see another building block here on the right side. So we also now have effect. Effect can also listen to dispatched actions, perform some side effects, for example, logging something into the console or sending HTTP request, but effect can also return an action as a result. This return action will be automatically dispatched to the NgRx store, and it can be further handled by another reducer, another effect, multiple reducers or effects. So this flow will repeat again and again in our application. Let's now create musicians effect file. So here I created inside the musician effects file, we have musicians effect class. The first dependency that we will need here is actions observable. We can inject actions, and as you can see, actions observable, we can import it from the NgRx effects package. This observable will emit a value every time when some action is dispatched. So we can now create an effect called load all musicians. Effect is created by using create effect function. This function sets like a callback, or we can say effect factory as an input argument, and this is the place where we need to define our side effect. This effect factory expects observable to be returned as a result. So we can say return these dot actions, but we want to filter these actions. We want to execute this side effect only when opened action from musician page is dispatched. So we can use off type operator also from NgRx effects package and pass a reference to our action creator as an input argument. Off type is basically derived version of core filter operator from the RxJS package. Then we can use exhaust map, and inside of exhaust map, we can call musician service.getAll that will return an observable that will, under the hood, it will send an HTTP request, and when it get the response, Based on the API response, we can return two different actions. In case of success response, we can return musicians loaded success action and pass musicians as a payload. In case of error, we can catch this error and return musicians loaded failure. So under the hood, NgRx will subscribe to this effect, and it will all return values that are actions will be dispatched to the NgRx store. Similar to the reducer, we also need to register our effects. To do that, we can also do that in the Bootstrap application function by using provide effects function from NgRx effects package. So this function accepts array or sequence of effect classes. Under the hood, it will initialize effects runner. It will instantiate our musicians effects class, subscribe to all its effects, and every time when some of those effects returns an action, it will dispatch those actions to the NgRx store. Okay, so let's now talk about new features that are introduced in last few NgRx versions. We will talk about action group creator, about feature creator, and functional effects. Let's first start with action group creator. So this is the musicians API actions.ts file where we defined all our actions by using create action API. Here we can see several, let's say, drawbacks. So when we use create action, we need to manually apply source event pattern, as you can see here, for each action. We also need to repeat source for each action from the same group. And there is another thing here. So actually, action name in most cases is camel-cased version of the event name. So we actually need to type the same text twice. And with create action, when we define actions via create action, we usually also use barrel file to create named exports for actions with the same source. So we can use now this named export as a constant, as an object that contains all these action creators in other files where it's needed. On the other hand, let's now see how we can actually redefine our musicians API actions TS file by using create action group, and how we can solve some of these drawbacks. So to create musicians API action group, we can use create action group function from the NgRx store package. This function accepts a config object as an input argument with two required properties. The first is source of action group. In our case, source will be musicians API, and second property is events, and here we need to pass a dictionary of event, where you can see every event is a key value pair of event name and event payload or event props. As you can see here, to define event payload, we are still using the same function, props function from the NgRx store package. So this is the result. You can see on the bottom result of create action group function. We define two events, so we will have two action creators. The first is musician loaded success. So create action group will automatically camelize, let's say, it will create the camel-cased version of event name that we will define, and that will be the action name actually. And everything is strongly typed, of course. So you can use autocomplete in your IDE for this. Also, if you take a look at the action type for those actions, you can see that source event pattern is now automatically applied by create action group. We don't need to do that anymore manually. If we take a look at the larger actions file on the left side, you can see musicians API actions that are created by using create action function. On the right side, we can see the same actions that are created by using create action group function, so we can reduce lines of code for about 50% in our actions file. The next relatively new feature from NgRx store package is feature creator. I believe it's introduced in version 12 point something. So let's first see what is NgRx feature. For each feature state in NgRx, we need to create a feature reducer. We also need to define a feature name to register our reducer to the NgRx store, but also to create feature selector. So we need to create a feature selector, and as we saw, we also created selectors for all feature state properties. So we can consider these 3 units as an NgRx feature. And let's now see how we can create NgRx feature, but also reduce some boilerplate code. So on the left side, you can see musicians reducer.ts file that we previously created. I just renamed it to musicians.state. And on the right side, there is a musician selectors TS that we also previously saw. So to create NgRx feature, we can use create feature function from the NgRx store package. This function accepts a feature name, accepts a config object with feature name and feature reducer. And at the bottom, you can see what is the result of create feature function. So what's the structure of musician's feature object generated by create feature? So you can see that musician feature contains name and reducer that we previously passed, but create feature will also generate selectors for us. It will generate feature selector, and it will generate selector for each feature state property. And here also everything is strongly typed. So what we can do right now, we can simply remove feature selector and selector for each feature state property that we previously manually created. And the one thing left here, actually, if we want to, we can keep like select filter musicians as a standalone selector in musician selectors file and use select musician and select query selectors from the musician feature object. But if we want, we can also append derived selectors, in this case select filter musician selector, to the musician's feature by using extra selectors factory, as you can see here. So what I did here, I actually copied select filter musicians from musician selectors file to the extra selectors factory. So now our musician feature will also contain select filter musicians selector, and we can now use these selectors to create another derived selector. We can use them in our components or NgRx effects, for example. So we can now remove the entire musician selectors.ts file. Feature registration is also a bit easier with NgRx feature. We can now pass the entire feature object to the provide state method, and NgRx will register musician's feature reducer. And the last thing that I want to talk about today are functional effects. So we previously saw how we can create, let's call them class-based effects. So to create effects, we created the musician's effects class, and then inside of this class, we created effects. But since NgRx version, I think the latest one, 15.2, we also introduced functional effects. So if we go back to our musician's effects.ts file, we now don't need class anymore. We can define effects as constants, as you can see here, by using the same API, by using create effect function. Here, as parameters of create effect factory, we can specify all dependencies that we need in our effect. So in this case, we will need musician's action stream and musician service. Effect factory body remains the same. So as you can see here, we really have the same logic, but there is another thing that we need to add here. We need to add a config object as a second argument of create effect function, and we need to set functional to true. You may wonder, why do we need here? And the answer is we need this to avoid breaking changes with class-based effects. Maybe in the future we will see maybe functional effects will become a default, so we don't need to specify functional true for each functional effect. So now the question is how we can register functional effects. We can use named import to import all effects from a specific file as a dictionary and pass this dictionary to the provide effects function, and they will be registered. Testing is also a bit easier because we can, as you can see here, we can test our effects as functions. Instead of like actions, real actions and musician service. Here we can call load of musicians effect in our test file as function and pass mocked dependencies. The source code of application that we built today is available at the following link on my GitHub profile. And that's all from my side for today. If you have any question, you can, of course, ask me later in the Q&A session. You can always reach me out on Twitter or LinkedIn. I will be happy to help. Thank you very much for attention.
Okay, thank to you, Marko. And I will see you later on the Q&A panel.
Sure, see you later. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and let's go on with our next speaker. Welcome on stage, Francesco Leardini. He is a principal consultant and Angular trainer at Accenture Switzerland. And today he is talking about NX generators and how to skip boring tasks. So, Francesco, the stage is yours.
Hello everybody. NX provides an extensive set of integrations and features. Among these, generators tend to be a less known but still compelling functionality that deserves more attention. In this session, we will learn how to use generators to automatize many common tasks, making us more productive and, at the same time, increasing code quality by excluding potential errors. My name is Francesco Leardini. I'm originally from a small town in front of the Adriatic Sea in Italy, but I moved to Switzerland where I fell in love with its Alps. Here, I work as a principal consultant and Angular trainer at Accenture. Even though I work as a full-stack engineer, having .NET and C# as my backend side, I have a special interest in web technologies like progressive web apps, Angular, and modern web in general. Generators can be considered blueprints, as they have the possibility to bundle many tasks together and allow us to automatize some regularly performed tasks as part of our development workflow. Anytime we start a new project, we need some configuration files, rules for our development deployment pipelines, and most likely we would like to follow some predefined architectural or naming conventions. So these are some very repetitive tasks that we have to do more or less anytime we start a new project, either in a personal project or within our company. I don't know you, but I'm not a fan of writing the same configs files over and over when creating new projects. Having generators doing this part for us will help to not only avoiding introducing wrong naming conventions on one side, but also ensuring that our apps are structured in a specific, consistent way. This is an important aspect if we work on a personal project, but it becomes crucial if we work in a company with many teams and projects involved. I used to work in a company with 50 different teams and being responsible of more than 150 single-page applications. The teams were spread across the different countries in Europe, and it was very, very hard to keep a consistency in the naming of the files and the structure of the projects we were dealing with, and also to have, for example, a correct way of configuring YAML files for the deployment pipeline. However, thanks to NX generators, we could overcome these difficulties and make so that all the different teams were able to generate files like libraries and applications in according a specific master or guideline for the teams. That means that we didn't have any more naming convention or structure that were different from team to team, because they could all use the same kind of placeholder or master to follow these rules. And this is one of the potentiality that generators offer. Generators in general, allow us to have full control over the project files. We can manipulate creating, deleting, or renaming, moving them as we want. We can even nest different generators so that we can create multiple and complex results or configurations. We will see this case later in our demo. All these rich set of functionalities is possible thanks to the NX Dev Kit that indeed provides a broad set of APIs and interfaces, allow us developers a rich set of possibilities. Moreover, if we work with Angular, there is also a dedicated Angular Dev Kit that provides specific methods to create libraries and whole Angular applications. Before the version 13.10, there was only local workspace generators. Even though pretty powerful, they came with some limitations. First of all, they were part of a workspace and they could not be exported and reused in other projects. That means that if we have a monorepo with a workspace generator in it and we wanted to use it in another team or in another workspace to create new applications or to modify the files, we needed to fork that repo. That could be kept even in a simple way, but still we have to create a copy of it in order to use it in other workspace and teams. This requires to duplicate the code if the needed generator's functionality is the same. So not exactly ideal for these scenarios. Plugin generators, on the other side, extend the capabilities of workspace generators, making them more flexible and reusable. This is possible because NX plugins are nothing more than NPM packages. Therefore, it's very convenient to publish them to a NPM repository, either a public or a private one inside our company, and immediately share them across multiple teams. Because then the team B, for example, can import the published plugin in a different workspace. Therefore, we don't have to duplicate the code base, but we can just write it once and reuse it across multiple scenarios, multiple workspaces. NX plugins contain generators and executors to extend the capabilities of NX workspace. Generators, as we said, allow us to apply changes to the file system, manipulate them as we want. Executor, on the other side, define how we perform a specific action on a project. But for this session, we will focus only on generators. If we work with Angular and NX workspaces, most probably we already use the generators. The code shows an example of how we can create an Angular component using the Narwhal Angular plugin generator. First of all, we have to download and install this plugin, but after that we can invoke or execute the generator in order to create, according to the provided syntax, in order to create, in this case, a specific Angular component. This gives us already a lot of freedom and power in working with Angular, for example. But we can also create our own custom generators when we want to have a full control over our projects. And this is also very simple to do that. First of all, we install the NX plugin package that allow us creating plugins in our workspace. So this is a screenshot using the NX extension plugin for the visual code. And we see that if we start digiting plugin, for example, the extension allows us to select from a set of available commands, in this case, to work specifically with NX plugins. Once we install the NX plugin package, then we create a local plugin that will prepare the structure for our custom generators. And by default, it creates also a local plugin. Then we can either extend these or directly use it, or finally, we can create a custom new generator. Let's see the code from here on. The goal of our demo is to be able to create a new Angular application with custom files and namings. This is thanks to the third instruction we can see here in the screen. So we create a custom generator that we call it NgSPA generator, that it will allow us to create a custom or a customized Angular application. That's it. Let's see the code. This is an NX workspace where we have installed already the NX plugin. We can see that when a NX plugin is installed, it comes already with a E2E plugin folder or project to test it directly. We will focus though on the plugin code itself. The structure is by default, as we can see here, so we have executors, generators. It's important the executor JSON file where we can have all the list of available generators, in this case, that are registered under this plugin project. We can see that we have here already installed or created the NgSPA generator. This is our custom plugin generator that we created by invoking the previously seen command. And also aside this, we have the demo plugin. That is with the same name of the project or the folder that we created, is the one that comes for default and typically generates a library. But we don't look at this today. If we use the NX console plugin in the Visual Code, we can have a kind of a shorthand for a lot of commands. For the generate, for example, if I started writing if I write it right, generator, we can see all available commands that match the input that we provided. And we can see as a last here is our custom generator we create. By clicking on it, we are, it's possible to use the UI to enter all the input fields that will be used by the generator in order to perform the specific action or flexible operations we need. We can provide a name for application, a prefix to be used for the generator selectors. We have to keep in mind that we want to create an Angular custom application. Therefore, this information that we provide will be also used for generate this Angular application behind the scene. We want to provide the email of our team, the team name, and then we can select among different styles. By default, we have a CSS. We can provide a directory where to host or where to place our generated application. This will be the parent directory, if it's the case. And then we have other possibilities. So whether we want to append a YAML file to a root file, or if we want to generate a routing module for our Angular application, and whether we want or we don't want to generate system tests. These are end-to-end tests. For this case, also for demo purposes, the client asked us to have the default E2E test folder renamed into system tests. So we can even achieve this with NX generators. All these files that we can see here and the rules behind them are possible to be defined in the schema.json file. This schema.json file is a part of our custom generator. So we expanded the NgSPA generator folder, and we can see here that we have a schema.json file. We can then start editing this file and add all the rules and all the fields we need for our generators. By default, a name property is provided, where this is also by default. It takes the first argument when we invoke from command line our generator. The structure of these schema files follow or present some predefined properties. For example, we can define which type is the field, in this case a string. We can provide a description, and we can also provide the prompt that will ask the user if, in this case, he or she is not using the NX console, but the console, the shell. This question will be a prompt in the shell so that the user knows what to enter. It's important here to notice that for the name of the application, we want to define a pattern. A pattern is a regular expression that will be used to validate the entered string for the name. In this case, we want to have a string name, any kind of a digit, so either strings or numbers in it, but it's important that it ends with -spa. This is eventually one possible convention that we want to enforce across all our teams, so that we want to be sure that when a team creates a new application, the naming will be made or will follow a consistent pattern. In this case, the suffix must be -spa. Then we have seen we have a team name, we have team email, both strings, and then we have styles that was a drop-down. We can provide these by defining an enum, that is an array with possible values. We can even define a default value, so these will be the pre-selected values if typically we have one value selected. And then we can define in the case the user is using a console, the prompt structure. In this case, we use a neat items array, where the user can select by scrolling up and down with the keyboard the different values. We find the directory, the prefix, the routing, if we want it or not. In this case, we have seen that the routing system test and append to root were checkboxes. Therefore, we can use type Boolean in this case. Last but not least, we can define also required fields so that the user must enter those values before generating or invoking the generator. Otherwise, it's not possible to proceed. Required fields in our case are name, team name, and team email, and prefix. And we can see that for these fields that we defined required, in the UI of the NX console, these are marked with a star. So it's clear to see which fields are required and mandatory. So the schema.json allows us to define all these input fields and define important rules that must be followed to check the entered value and to be set as a mandatory if needed. Let's see now our generator file. Here all the logic occurs. We can see that first of all, we define a normalized schema that extends a specific generator schema. This generator schema is nothing else than the abstraction of all the fields that we have seen in the schema.json, so that we can use or import them into an interface in order to benefit from strong typing in our generators. So these fields are one-to-one matching with our schema.json file. The normalized schema is a way to use these fields and also to add some other kind of utility properties like the project name, project root and directory, and the root dir directory. We will see that we will use these values across our the code of our generator, making it very easy to use. By default, when we create a custom generator, we have a normalized option method that takes as an input the tree parameter. This tree is a virtual file system that allows us to access not only existing files, but only files that will be generated through, or that have been generated through the instructions of our generator, but have not been saved yet on the file system. So this makes it very easy to work with even temporary files that might be then renamed in a second stage of the generator. And it takes as a second parameter, so options here named, all the input fields that we defined before from our schema. Here we initialize these normalized properties, because then we can use them later on in our file, in our generator logic. For example, project directory, if provided, will be parent my app, where my app is the name of our application. The name, project name, will be parent-my app. We can see that we can use either one or the other property according to which kind of usage do we need. And the other properties follow. These are some functions that are invoked in the when we execute the generator. But the logic itself, or when we execute the generator, there is a default functions that will be invoked. Here we can see indeed that the first instructions that, or method that is invoked, is exactly the normalized options that we just described. Following this, then we invoke a method application generator. This application generator is a part of the Angular Narwhal generators dev kit. So these allow us to access to a set of methods and APIs to work specifically for or with Angular. This method accepts the system, the virtual system tree we have seen, and a set of properties. These properties will then override the default Angular Narwhal Angular generator plugin, and we'll use the values that we provide, like the name, the style we provided, if we want to generate the routing module, a prefix, and so on. Here, for example, if we chose to skip the system test or the E2E test in this case, then we can select either None or Cypress as a test runner, for example. And this will generate, or we skip completely the E2E test folder that will be generated by default in an Angular application. Now, we want also to create some, or to enhance some custom files. These we can provide in a folder within our generator project or custom generator. And these files follow a specific pattern or syntax. Here, for example, we wanted to extend or to provide a dynamic GitLab CI YAML file, extending by adding the project root and the root dir of our newly generated applications. But we can see here already the advantage of using this approach, that all the projects, all the team members will have to follow this kind of structure. And then only specific part of this file will be enhanced with this in this fashion. Here, project root, root dir, and name are exactly the files or the names that we defined in our schema. So we can simply reuse them one-to-one by adding this kind of syntax and then providing the property name. In the project JSON, we want also to add some specific scripts, and again, we can use local's path level or project name to access this specific variable that we defined in our generator before. When then we are satisfied with the generation of these, let's say, template files, then we can, in our custom generator code, we can invoke the add files method that takes as a parameters the virtual tree, the target file as an input, target folder, and where we can provide eventually some input fields. These are our normalized options that will then be used to enrich by making a match one-to-one with these placeholder variables that we used in our file. So these files, when we create the new application, will be taken into the newly generated file application. And then here we can see that conditionally we can update the system test. Update the system test is one of the methods we defined here. What it does, it will change the default name of the E2E test into another naming convention or naming for the folder. In this case, the client asked us to generate a system test instead of E2E for the folders. So what we can do, we can use this virtual trees system to see if the target E2E folder path exists. If not, we just go on. But if so, then we want to modify this schema and use the new destination file. In this case, it will be the project directory dash and then suffix, in this case, system test. And then we use again another method of the NX Angular Dev Kit, Angular Move Generator. This allows us to move a library or an application to another form, and also renaming in the process, because indeed we define it in the target URL, what will be the new naming. Aside these, so not only renaming the files, but also moving folders inside our newly generated application, we can again transform the template files, in this case of the system test files, according to our wishes. Now we access the system test files folder in here, where we can see that we can, for example, customize the Cypress configuration file. We wanted to have a different or a specific target for the screenshots and the videos that will be generated when we invoke the Cypress. And we can see how is easy to access the different parts of the application, and simply by invoking those methods, we can acquire a really high level of flexibility and power or a control over our application. So if we didn't skip the file test, we can then rename it according to we want. In this case, we rename E2E folder into system test. Then there are further specific rules, for example, append to root YAML. This will append to a specific YAML file. In this case, we have a root YAML file. We want, every time we generate a new file, a new application, we want to append a part or a new entry within the components of this root YAML file. This also was another requirement that was asked by the client. And this is also easily possible with custom NX generators. So we invoke this method. This method makes the usage of JS YAML library in order to easily access and work with YAML file. In this case, we checked if it works, and if not, we throw a warning to say, look, the target YAML file in the root is not existing. And otherwise, we load, so we read all the content of the YAML file, we create the new entry within the components part, and then we write it. So we invoke the dump method of the newly generated or modified file, and we save it on the file, on the root one. And finally, we can invoke a format files so that we use a pretter in order to ensure that all the files are consistently aligned and that they have a consistent format and output. This is to show you how to create a custom Angular application by generating a new custom NX generator. But let's see this in action. So we start by saying, okay, first of all, the name, as we saw before, is my app, is mandatory. I create my app, and now on purpose, I don't use the suffix -spa because I want to show you how it will complain about that. Prefix, my prefix, my team name, email is team@mail.com. Then we have Batman is our name. And then I click out, and the generator, since these are the only mandatory fields, will start already creating the file. Creating, or not really creating, but showing how it will be created, because by default, and we can see here, the command is always executing with the flag dry run. That means that nothing will be added or created in the file system, but will just show us what will be created, or if there are, as in this case, some errors, and then only by click on run, we will invoke the method without the command without the dry run flag. In this case, as expected, the generator complains because we defined a specific pattern for the name, that all the naming will be with the SPA as a suffix. Now that we enter it, everything is fine. Now we can simply leave like this, because these are default ones, default entries, or we can add something else. Every time we add a new value, the terminal will show us what will be the generated output. In this case, we created for, we selected root as a directory, and we can see that within the apps folder, we create a root folder, and within it, it will be created my Angular, named my app SPA application, with all the different rules applied. And other things is also that we can see here that we have system test instead of E2E for the E2E test folder. Now, if we are happy with that, we can click on run, and then the command is executed, this time without the dry run flag, and we can see it here. So we defined a root folder, and in here we have our Angular application file with the default E2E test file, where though is named with the system test as wished. Let's see some of the files that we created. So the GitLab CI YAML now, as we can see, has a root, my app spa, as we defined. It has the different the flexible and dynamic fields that we entered at the beginning. Then we can see we have here other values that have been entered. So this is a confirmation that we can create a kind of scaffold and placeholder structure for our applications and libraries, so that the user must only enter these specific dynamic values, and then the NX generator will create all these annoying and time-consuming files. But so entering in the specific target places and properties the specific and correct value for them. So ensuring that the structure is preserved, is correct and consistent, and we don't have any typing or typo or naming problems. This was how we can use NX generators. There are plenty of official NX plugins that are maintained by the Narvel team, as well as others that are created and published by the NX community. So all these plugins have been created using the NX Dev Kit and cover many scenarios. So you can go and explore it to see whether it's the case of creating a new custom generator, or rather you can use one existing one. That said, we reached the end of the session. Here you can find the GitHub repo link, where you can find the live demo and the source code, and also the links of my social media portals. Feel free to follow me if you're interested in some web topics in general, and you want to keep up to date with some of the latest trends that I post from time to time. That said, thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed custom generators and you will use it in the
Okay, thank you, Francesco. That was really good, actually. and see you later on the Q&A panel. And before introducing the next speaker, I will want to remind you to write down your questions, and we are going to collect them for later. So next speaker is Daniel Ostrovsky. He is a web development expert and teams manager with over 20 years of experience in the industry. Today he is talking about how we can adopt UX UI in an Angular application. So, okay, let's welcome Daniel on stage.
My name is Daniel Ostrovsky. Today we'll talk about the flexible way to adopt user experience in Angular applications according to the user permissions and roles. First of all, you can see here all my social links. Don't forget to subscribe, follow me on Twitter. I'm trying to reach at least 1,000 followers on Twitter, so there is not much left to this number. Okay, it's only about 990. So if you can follow me, I will really appreciate it. There is I'm preparing some interesting content all around Angular and TypeScript. A little bit about me. I'm a developer with more than 20 years of experience. I'm a full cycle evangelist, meaning everything that, from planning, dev, test, monitoring, delivery. I believe that the full cycle development is the future in our reality now. I'm a public speaker and a writer on multiple languages, on English, Hebrew, Russian, Ukrainian, and I'm open source contributor. The pictures that you see on the left side is my hobbies, or at least that's how I was hoping my hobbies will look like. This is actually the reality. It looks a little bit different than I hoped for, but still I'm really happy about it. Yeah, my kids like to climbing on walls and diving and sailing and stuff. Yeah, let's continue. Authentication is not authorization. It's different things. They're all related to security, of course, but it's a little bit different. The difference is authentication is dealing with who are you. Okay, simple login. Basically, it just asks, do we know you? Are you a subscriber? Are you a user? Are you familiar? Who are you? Not more than that. Okay, it doesn't care about what you can do. It's just only are we familiar or not. Authorization is what you can do, what you can see, what you can touch. This is about permissions and roles. Okay, are you admin? Are you simple user? Are you premium user? Are you a subscriber? Do you pay money? You don't pay money? Are you trial user? And stuff like this. So this is the main difference between authentication and authorization. Okay, one is login, another one is permissions. So first of all, of course, in all our applications, we're doing the authentication first, right? We need to verify who are you, and then authentication. I'll show the simple flow when we have a device, right? Like user device, some web application, authentication / authorization service, and database. This again, it's a simplified flow. I know usually it's much more complicated. Usually it involves third-party authorization services. It might be SSO, single sign authorization, like for example Google or Microsoft Okta or with Facebook and stuff. So it can be different options of how to authenticate and authorizate user, but this flow that I will show, it's actually simplified and unified flow. Okay, so user performs the login, clicks on the button, or sends his user credentials, username and password. Authorization service get this data, validates if user active, it's user in database, if it's what does it have. Okay, do we have this user at all? Retrieves the permission and the authorization service also combines the permissions into the different tokens. It can be GWT token, it can be reference token, and many other options. Sometimes it also adds user details, to show on the client, hello, Daniel, or something like this. And also it have a set of permissions or roles or something like this, retrieves back to the application. Then application need actually to reflect on, to act according to the permissions or roles that user have. That's basically simple flow, very simplified, but this is how it works on very high level. So authorization, as we said, is what you do, and it can be show hide elements, right? How application can reflect to show hide elements, to restrict the access to the specific URLs, some functionality restrictions, for example, or partially, or many other things. Let's take an example, the to-do application. I hope we're all familiar with the to-do application, some app that where we're able to add our to-do task, we're able to check or uncheck it, and we're able to delete it. And also, let's say there is a page with a statistic and page and ability to delete all completed tasks. Okay, so this is our application, and then product come to us and says, hey, we want the user that can see and update all the tasks. Okay, so basically user have his tasks, he can see it, he can update it. Basically update meaning to check or uncheck it, right? Done, not done. But user not able to delete it, not able to create new tasks, or not able to see statistic. Okay, this is for admin only. Admin can see all tasks. Okay, also able to create new ones, but not able to see statistic. Okay, not the simple admin. The super admin can see all tasks, can create the new ones, delete them, and also can see the statistic page. So this is the requirements from the product. And usually when we take in these requirements, in most of the cases, what we will do, and I hope you all does it, we will go to roles table, right? We want to see it on one page. We'll go to the Confluence, create table, or to the Google Sheets or something like this, and we will create table and basically build something like this. User, admin, super admin, this is our roles. Ability to do things, right? The functionalities, read, create, update, delete, oversee statistics. And this is our table. That's what we actually building. And we're like, okay, let's see, let's go the next step. We developed it. We're releasing our application. There is coming new users, customers, multiple customers and stuff. And then coming product and says new requirement that says, okay, we have a user who should be able to read, to create new ones, to update, and to see statistics. Okay, we'll create a new user role. Then after a few weeks, okay, product again comes to us and says, hey, I need a new admin role. But the admin role should be able to read, should not be able to create, because I don't want to give him, to create the new tasks. It's kind of admin, weird admin. This is the customer requirements. I should be able to update and to delete, and see statistics, but not able to create the new task. Okay, I don't want him to create a new task. Let's create a new role. Okay, and we created a new role, some kind of half super admin or something like this. Okay. Then we have a special super admin who will able to do everything that regular super admin can do, but not see statistic. Okay, because we don't want to show him statistic, we don't trust him or something like this. But this is the new role, and so on and so on and so on and so on. Very fast we come into the situation where the number of roles and the permutations of the functionalities in these roles, and we're starting with the logic like if it's admin but not super admin but not very admin and not very user and not so like him, and we do love him and he didn't pay enough money, and he's on trial and whatever, and then we come into to the mess, okay, like huge mess of roles and logics, if else stuff in our code, show or hide simple button. Okay, that's how it usually ends. I believe most of you once in a while, at least once in your life, in your experience, had the situation when you were supposed to write like very long one-liner, if else and in, and after only while whatever it is, then let's show the button. If not, let's show the other button or something like this. So I did a little bit of research a while ago about the permissions and the best approach how to actually handle this stuff. Okay, when our product, especially when our product is growing or when our product is changing, and we got the new users and we have new customers, and we might have new requirements related to the permissions and the roles. So one of my favorite solutions is permission map. Okay, it's very close to what big companies does, for example, like AWS or Amazon on the Amazon console, AWS console, or Google console. So basically, it's kind of mapping between features, actions, and also it might go deeper to the fields actions. Okay, there's two options. One of them is actual map. So it's object. Let's say if we're talking about to-dos, and if user able to create, able to read, able to update, able to delete. If I will remove here from this object, I will remove the update key. So meaning that this user will be able to create, read, and delete, but not able to update, for example. Okay. The other part is to do basically the same, but with the simple strings. Okay, we can see it's underscore separated between feature and the action that is allows and not allows. And basically, we can see if user have to do underscore create, so user able to create the to do. If user able to see stats, user able to see stats. Okay, let's code. As I said, we will use to-do app as an example. Okay, so here's our simple to-do application. Tasks, we can add more tasks if we need. Have fun. We can update it. Okay, we can delete it. We can do have fun again. And we can actually, let's say, click on clear completed, multiple ones. Okay, that's simple functionality, nothing special. Okay, on this side though, we can see user permissions. Okay, for in this specific application, I will use NgRx as a state management, and basically, let's say this application is after login. Okay, as we said, there is difference between authorization and authentication. Okay, we're not dealing with authentication today. We're dealing with authorization only with the user's roles and permissions. Meaning, so basically, we're assuming that user had successful login to this application, and this is the set of permission user got from the authorization service. Okay. Authentication service, to be more correctly. So we can see here that user is should be able to see to-dos, okay, to read and update. Should not be able to delete and should not be able to create the new ones. So let's start with actually applying the UI according to the user permissions. Okay, let's minify it. A few things about architecture and implementation. Okay, My implementation usually for the public talks, especially when we're talking about the use cases like this, and not about the advanced stuff of meta programming or something like this. So this implementation is not pretended to be the most accurate one or the best one or the correct one. Okay, you might see here some bad practices in code. You might see here some you could say, oh, I can put here more abstractions, or I would do it in the different class, or okay, I will put it in the different service, or whatever. You will be, most likely you will be right. Okay, the main idea here is to write as simple code as possible, as readable as possible, to show the options. What are our options to adopt the application, okay, the UI, the experience manager, how to make it easier for the other developers, okay, how to let's say develop the option or develop the component once and reuse it many times, okay, the logic, either it should be disabled or enabled, and actually to reuse it in multiple places according to user permissions. Let's continue. This is the permissions. Let's update. Let's first of all, the most important one. Yeah, let's remove the delete button. Okay, we don't want our user with these permissions to be able to delete task. Okay, able to update, to check and check, but not to delete. Okay, so let's all we need in this case just to hide it. One of the most important things in user and permissions functionalities, okay, when we're dealing with the logic, either it required or either it's should to be shown, hide it, protect it, restrict it, or whatever, we need to have this logic in one single place, okay? In my case, it's going to be the function, since I'm using NgRx as a state management, so I added this function as part of the selectors. Again, I don't want to go over the how to use NgRx. I believe some of you knows. If not, it's worth to read it. But basically, the main idea is there is one place that have access to all permissions, the user's permissions that we have in our state, and it receives the required permission for specific action on specific feature. Okay, so here we can see that we have one selector that's called isPermitted_state. It receives the required permission, okay, and it returns true or false. Okay, that's how it should be done. So I mean, internal logic can be implemented differently, depends on the way how you saving or how you managing your permissions and roles. But in the final, there should be simple answer true false, okay, and it should be only one place and only one function that actually validates it for entire application. This is the best practice, okay. I believe that there is some cases where it cannot be done or should be done differently, whatever, but the best case and the rule of thumb is to have one place where you can, one place that have access to user permissions, and this function receives required permission, and it validates if user have this permission or not. That's it, and returns true or false. Okay. So let's go to the single to the component. Again, I'm not going to go over the implementation of the application. It's not the reason for this talk, as we all know. Here's a button, okay, the delete button. Instead of having based on the class inside of the component code and styling, hide, not hide, show, not show the application, the button, the element, or let's say I can add, I can use if directive, right? I can use structural directive if in this code and validate if user have the permission or not. Instead of it, I can create my own structural directive, okay, that receives as a parameter the required permission. Okay, so what I'm doing here let's take a look on our directive. Okay, permission directive. Simple, nothing complicated. Okay, structural directive from Angular. It receives, as I said, the required property. Okay, basically it's the permission, and it subscribes to our state. Okay, passes the required and returns if it's can do or cannot do. Okay, so if it's true, it will render the element. If it's false, you will see the permission directive says you don't have. You will see the console log, or we can do whatever, hide it and act accordingly. So here now we can see that there is no delete button. So one more time, simple directive can be reused in multiple places, in many places, as a directive for the permissions. All it's need to know it's the directive, the permission, the required permission for this specific element to be shown. Okay, and if it's shown, it will show. If not, not. That's it. This is simple implementation and simple functionality, and you can see that we're using the same function is permitted, single one that we have. Let's take a look on statistics. According to the permissions, a user should not able to see statistics if I'm right. I'm right. Okay, so and now he's able to see statistics. Okay. Basically this is a simple part, right? We all know the guards in Angular. That's how we will implement it. Let's go to our routing. This is routing to our stats component. Here's the can activate parameter, right? And the permission guard service. The regular one, nothing special, returns true or false. The only one thing here is that I'm sending to this guard the required permission to see actually this route. Okay, and it starts read. So now guard will validate if user permissions have stats read. Okay, inside of the guard is simple. Okay, we take in the same is permitted state. We send in there the required permission. Okay, we can retrieve it from raw data permissions in can activate function. Okay, again, I'm not talking about how the guard works and how the what is the route activated route snapshot and start like this. Okay, you can read it in Angular documentation. I'm showing here the usage of the guard. Okay, how to use it. So this function should return either observable boolean, or it can return boolean without any observable. But here, that's exactly what we're doing. We're selecting. By the way, look at this. Since the guard can activate, able to return or observable boolean or simple boolean, we can just take this selector, okay, that actually returns the observable true false, and just return it like this, okay, without this pipe. This pipe here is only to alert the message, okay. But if we don't need it, all we need to do is just to return the selector with the required permission. And let's save. Let's reload the page. Let's try to access the statistic, and we're not able to access it. Let's go to our permissions, and let's say that now our user is able to read it. Okay. And since he is able to read it, he's able to get there. Okay, now we don't have any errors. By the way, also here we can add the delete property, right, to the user's permission, and now user able to delete his tasks. Okay, let's continue. Okay, So as you remember, this user, for example, he's not able to create new tasks. Okay, so we need actually somehow to prevent from him this functionality. There's few options. One of them actually to hide the input. Okay, to hide this header of the application, but not product and not the designers. They say it's gonna be, it looks ugly. Like, let's just disable it. Okay. And it sounds reasonable. Why actually to remove it, to change the UI, if we can just disable the specific element? So let's see the way we can disable the specific element. Disabling the element, especially input, is pretty simple, okay? Since input supports disabled, okay? All it's need to do is just to receive the true or false, okay, if it's disabled or not. To support this, okay, I have here the icons, let's move it. Okay, so we will use pipe, simple pipe, that again will receive the required permissions, okay, to do create, and it will return, in our case, observable boolean true or false, okay, if the user able to create or not able to create new tasks. Pipe, again, very simple. It can be, again, without this this pipe method, okay, it just can return the isPermitted state selector that already handle either true or false. If user have permissions or not, it gets the required permissions, validates, and will return observable boolean, either it's user required or not. Okay, and that's it. So now it's disabled. Okay, now user not able to create a new task. Of course, we want our user to be able to create a new task, our specific user, and now user is able to create task and everything nice and cool. Okay, let's continue the next one. So now let's assume that we have some kind of premium feature, premium functionality. Okay, we have a user who able to create tasks. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and the premium functionality is saying that you're able to delete the completed tasks with one button. Okay, with clear completed, but person should pay for it. Okay, we want someone to pay for this functionality, but we want also comes product, okay, and says, okay, first of all, I want to show this button because I want people to see that this functionality exists. I want this button to be clickable, okay, but still I want to show just the alert message about that this you're not able and please pay money and stuff like this. So let's go to the actually, so we're not able to see here, we're not able to use, let's say, structural directive. Okay, we don't want to hide this button. We don't want to make it disabled. Okay, product wants to be available and enabled. So what our options? This is our method that actually dispatch the action that clear completed to do's. And one of the options, of course, is to set here some kind of if, okay, to write if user have permissions to retrieve the state to the state, and check if user they have the required permissions, yes or no. But then, for example, we have multiple places like this. We will use it the same if almost everywhere, and this doesn't look good. Okay, it's not readable so much. So my preferred option is to use permissions, is to use decorator. Okay, so decorator is a function that returns another function that actually does some things. Let's take a look. Now this specific decoration again receives the required permission, right? And what it does, again, it's a just function that receives the parameter that we passed. It returns another function that receives the class, okay, our class that our method is decorated on. It receives the property key, the name of the decorated method. In our case, it would be clear completed descriptor for this method. And again, what we're doing here, we actually kind of changing the original function with our own, where we're validating, we're injecting the store. We have the same validation is permitted state. Okay, we're using the same selector. We're checking if it's allowed, not allowed, and if it's not allowed, so it will say, hey, you're not allowed to perform this action. If it's allowed, it will execute the function, the decorated method, and everything will be okay. All the information about the decorator, you can find me again on Medium blog. Okay, there's 4 articles about the metaprogramming. 2 of them is about decorators and how to use it, about dependency injection and other interesting things. So find it and read it, or read somebody else, but mine is better. So yeah, decorators is also one of the ways when we can validate or check different things before the execution of the functions. Okay. We also can do logs, just logging, warning, or stuff like this, but also we can actually prevent from executing the decorated method. Let's check it right now. We can see that in this case, let's just remove it. Okay, it will be executed. Why? Because person have the required permissions. Let's do delete many. Okay, for example, let's require this permission. Okay, so we will remove this, and then we will go back to our decorator. Okay, sorry, not decorator, the component itself will require the delete many. And now let's check if user able to. You are not permitted to do this, meaning basically we can show this the message that shows, hey, please pay us some money to be able to do this action. And when user paid us enough money, we can go back to his definition and add permission that now user is able to do to delete many, and we able to delete, says you have permissions and everything is great and nice and wonderful. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so we checked, so we went over the few options of how we can adopt our UI. Okay, we can use disable enable on the input elements or different or other elements. Okay, we can use, of course, the class based. We also talked about the ability to hide elements with the custom structural directive. Okay, and we just will pass in this directive the required permission. Of course, the navigation with the out guard, and also we in data property we will pass the required permission. And decorator, my favorite ones is a decorator where we can show hide, not show hide, sorry, but prevent the actual method without changing the UI. Okay, we can have the same UI but the same functionality, and if it's user don't have the required permission, so the action won't be done, and we can show the additional view that he need to pay for this action, for this functionality or something like this. So this is it. I believe there is many other options, but this is my favorite ones, and it's easy to use it. And one more time, don't forget that one of the most important things is to have the single place with a logic that decides that either its user have permission or not. Okay, there's only one place should to be that returns true or false. Yeah, to have don't use roles, use permissions. Roles is just groups for the permissions, not more than that. I believe that's it, less or more. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. Again, sorry for my English. Follow me on Medium, follow me on Twitter. Let's get the 1,000 followers on Twitter. There's left only 900 something. And have a good day.
Okay, thank you, Daniel, for your talk. And let's move to our next speaker, Sergei Vakhrushev. He is a senior front-end engineer, and today he is talking about accessibility. So, Sergei, the stage is yours.
Preferences. It sounds so significantly, but without additional context, it means almost nothing. And let's make it more clear. What does it mean, preferences for our users and people in general, and how we as developer might improve their life, online life, and might make our visualization more comfortable for them. But first of all, I'm Sergei Vakhrushev, and I'm senior front-end engineer at Smart Recruiters, and I'm really excited to be here. You can follow me on Twitter or write me some messages in Telegram. And I would like to add that last year, I'm really interested in accessibility, and I would like to share some information with you how we can improve experience of our users. So let's start. Why are preferences important? First of all, we are all different. We have different habits, different preferences, different behavior, and all these factors make each person unique. At the same time, world is changing, and it tried to adapt to our preferences, more or less. And to be honest, we really like anyone or any company, city, or even a country that respect our preferences. It is kind of win-win situation. For example, people who like driving bicycle, ride bicycle, respect city, there are a lot of bicycle lines. People from different countries that live in one city respect this city because there are a lot of different cuisine and many other examples. But yeah, we discuss why preferences are important, but what type of preferences we have. First of all, it is a permanent preferences. It based on our lifestyle, diseases or disabilities, our culture. Permanent, it doesn't mean that they are permanent during the whole your life. It might be constant during like long time of period, for example, more than half a year. Next group, it is a conditional or temporal or situational preferences. They depends on two different factors. Like first type of factors, it's external factors. It might be weather, time of day, environment, and etc. And internal factors like your mood, well-being. And as I said, your world changes constantly. And you might ask me, and you might think, why we're talking about these preferences, how it connected with our work, what we are doing. Web changes as well, and even faster. And our web users also have preferences. And we should rely on these preferences for providing them more comfortable content in more comfortable way. And let's look at preferences of our users. First of all, our users might have different devices from like desktop, laptop, tablet, phones with different screen sizes. It might have different operation systems, might use different browsers, and we already know how to solve problem with all these factors. But I'm going to talk about a little more specific preferences. First group, it's a phone families and phone sizes. Most of phone looks like more or less the same, and actually doesn't matter which phone family we are going to use on our web site. But at least there is one group of people who suffering from diseases like dyslexia, for example, and for them it might be not so comfortable to read usual font, and they might prefer different one, like the last one, font for dyslexic people. The same with font sizes. Most of the users prefer just usual default font size, but some of them might prefer bigger or smaller one. Let's go deeper. About font families. It is like really common example how we define font family in our web pages. We just provide list of font families with exact priority. And as you can see, the last one is a user font family that defined in user's browser. And to be honest, this one almost never might be shown. And actually, about font families, I'm really excited about Firefox browsers because it has some special checkbox, and any user can might just turn off it, and doesn't matter what we define in our CSS, your websites will use, let's say, font from browser that user set. For me, it's just default one, but I can set anyone, turn off, uncheck this flag, and this font will be used. And I think it's a great feature. But I'm dreaming about a little different thing. Something like that. Then we can just set custom sans serif. And in this case, if user change default font from browser to anyone, this font will be used as the most priority one. If user don't change this font, that browser set as you set as default one, in this case, Verdana will be used, and so on. But as I said, it is just my dream. Probably one day it will be available. About font size, yeah, it's really controversial topic. RAM versus pixels. And actually, I don't want to go deeper. I just want to share some of my thoughts and short list about pros and cons of RAM versus pixels. Starting from cons. Yeah, most of the websites don't use RAM. It means that if users set browsers with different font size, for many cases, on many pages, the font size will be like as we set in our applications, but not as user set in the settings. But I believe that it shouldn't be an obstacle for us, because in this case, we can provide different ways how to increase or decrease content size, not only like text, but other sizes as well. And pros, to be honest, in mobile browsers, we can set text scale, but actually it doesn't depend what unit we are using. It might be RAM, pixel, whatever. It just change size for all text nodes. But when we scale text, it might happen that our UI will look not so great, because sizes, just text will be changed, but sizes like paddings, margins, spaces, and so on won't be changed, and it might look UI not so great. In this case, I suggest to use RAM or any other unit like EAM, for example, for sizes like, as I mentioned, padding, margins, spaces, and so on. The next preferences is color scheme, like dark mode. I'm pretty sure that most of us already know about it, but who don't know why it is important? Just next slide, and you see, it's really, really annoying then at evening or at night, you just surfing and you open web page and it is not like dark, it is white, and your eyes is suffering. And actually, I really respect services that just automatically switch between dark and light mode. And I personally prefer to set my operation system that automatically switch between dark and light mode, depends on time of day. Okay, and next preferences is contrast. For many people, this picture might look okay. You can see all details. It is not flat, but some people, it might looks not so contrast, and they might prefer more contrast one. But for another group, even like the first picture, I mean, not first, in the middle, might looks too contrast, because they might have suffering from migraine or anything else, and they might prefer the left one. Okay. Next preferences is reducing motion. Many people suffering from epilepsy, for example, and for many people, this animation might be okay, but for them, it might be even harmful. I turn off this animation, and next, preferences, reducing data. The world is huge, and it is different. Many people have limitation access to the internet. For example, they might have a limit for traffic, or they might have a slow connection. In this case, they again see this loader and they are suffering because the content might not be achieved. Now, we are going to look at demo. And my demo is based on design tokens as CSS variables, actually. And now we can see how these preferences might be taken into account and for improving visualization of our applications. So here just a simple example of application. I just want to show how it looks. It is simple form for registration with additional dialogue, and that's all. So first of all, I want to show you how it looks. So I mentioned that it's based on tokens. So I have many tokens, not so many, but for colors, group of tokens for sizes, opacity, duration, and etc. And depends on preferences, I will just change them. For example, if user prefer less transparency or more contrast UI, I change one group of tokens. If user prefer more contrast, I change others. Even I can set some filters for images or remove background image because it is not so important. Yeah, background images doesn't provide any content. It is mostly for visualization. Yeah. For less contrast, yeah, the same, just override some color variables. For reducing motion, just set duration to 0. For reducing data, we just completely remove background images, and so on. To be honest, not all media queries now are accessible in our browsers. For example, reduced transparency, not available yet. Yeah, we can set these preferences in our operation system, but it doesn't work in browsers. The same with reducing data. Yeah, many operation system has this flag like reduce data, but in browsers, at least in Chrome and as I know in Edge, it is under experimental flag. But at least now we can play with it. The same with dark mode here. Yeah, I suggest to move styles for others color schemas in a different files. It makes more isolated and you can configure it more easily. Yeah, we do the same. Just describe some properties and that's all. Apart from that, we can set these media queries not only in CSS files, but for example, in HTML file. Yeah, as any, we can set values from media queries not only like in CSS files, but also in HTML or JavaScript files. For example, here we say that okay, we're going to use this font family robo, but if user prefer to reduce data, in this case, this font won't be loaded. And we will use just fonts from user device. So let's look at demo a little. So first of all, I want to show you how this demo will change. Then I change font size. Yeah, you see it is proportionally changed, depends on font size. Next, I'd like to show how it works with operation system. Yeah, we can set dark mode, light mode in appearance of macOS, for example, that I have. I just can switch between them, like, and everything is changing. Yeah. Other preferences might be set in accessibility. In display, and here we can just change reduce motion, increase contrast, reduce transparency. But I'm going to set all these properties, not preferences, not here, but in DevTools, because it provides one way how to emulate them. Give me a second. So let's play a little. Yeah, as I already did, we can set light mode, dark mode. What is that? Sorry. Dark mode. And yeah, you can see this jumping animation. Yeah, sorry if it's makes someone hard. I'm going to turn off it. Just choosing preference reduce motion. And yeah, you can see now it is without animation. The same happens with this dialog. Yeah, before it was open with animations, but now it is just open and close immediately. Let's play next, and we can choose different contrast. Let's say contrast more. You see, it became like border became more bolder, and colors became more intensive. Some of them, yeah, of course, you can set what you want. It is just an example. What happens if I choose less contrast? Yeah, you see, it is not so contrast now. And yeah, you remember then I showed with more contrast. Let's see what happens then I choose reduce data. You see, there is no background image anymore. It is just a solid color. If you paid attention, the fonts became a little different. I just switch back. Yeah. Else. And yeah, if we just switch to light mode, it will work the same. More contrast. Yeah, we have wider border, more active colors, and etc. No transparency, no gray colors, and even with more contrast mode, we can't see content on the overlay. Okay, I showed everything about these CSS properties, but you might think mostly it might be done in any platform, but we're mostly talking about Angular, yeah? So I also prepared one example how we can do it in Angular in more specific way. I created a directive that based on new Angular directive ng-optimized image. I decided to a little improve it. And now I have a new directive like low quality. It is just an example. Under the hood, it uses this optimized images directive, but if user prefer reducing data, in this case, we are going to provide for users low quality images instead of high quality. And let's see how it looks. So in this component, let's see how the image will be changed, depends on these preferences. So I'm going to change source of this image. And then we choose reducing data. Yeah, it became like not so quality, but I'm pretty sure that for users who prefer safe traffic, it might be fully acceptable. And to be honest, this picture might be more than 3 times smaller. And I think it's great. But as I mentioned, this feature is just in experimental mode, but I hope that sooner or later it will be available in all browsers, on all devices, and so on. So that's all. And you can show this demo following these links. And again, you can follow me on Twitter or just drop me a message in Telegram. Thank you for having me here, and hope see you later.
Okay, thank you, Sergei. It was really, really interesting. So now we can go on with the Q&A panel. So I will welcome on stage all our speakers. We have Francesco.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. Daniel.
Hello there.
Marko.
Hey.
Hi, guys.
Hi, everyone. How was it?
Cool. It's very nice to be part of this conference. And so far, I've seen a lot of really great speakers and content. So I'm very happy to be a part of it.
Okay. Let's see if there are some questions. I was like reading in the chat and I saw some great question for you. So let's start with Marko. We have these questions. Any plan to remove all the boilerplate code in the future for the core team?
Yeah, I guess this question was asked before I showed the new features. So I think we already saw by using how we can reduce some repetitive code by using feature creator and action group creator.
Yes. And also they are like questioning if there is we can use also NgXs instead of NgRx. What do you think? What's better?
Yeah, actually, I have a counter question for this. Why to use NgXs and not NgRx? I think, yeah, actually, any tool has advantages and disadvantages. So you can always choose what suits you best. If you like architecture that NgRx provide, if you like unidirectional data flow, if you like to handle side effects in a reactive way, you can go with NgRx. On the other hand, if you prefer, let's say, service-based state management solution, or if you like to handle side effects in imperative way, you can look for other state management libraries.
Yes, and there is another one, a similar one. They are asking about Akita.
Yep. Yeah, Akita is also very nice state management solution, but similar to NgXs, it's more like service-based state management solution. On the other hand, NgRx provides more like functional reactive programming developer experience.
Yes, yes. And then we have a question for Francesco. Can the plugin library NX plugin be used without having NX in an Angular project?
Since the latest or one of the latest versions of NX 15.3, if I'm not wrong, they introduced the concept of standalone projects. That means that you can use all the benefit of NX plugin in any kind of, or so far in many applications. They will increase the amount of applications that are supported or will allow to be used together. But that means that you don't need to have a full-fledged monorepo with NX in order to benefit from the features that come from NX plugin. For example, the possibility to use Cypress or other modern tools, or for example, also the capability of structure in a good way or in a very modular way your project, even though this is not an NX monorepo. So I would encourage you to look at for standalone projects, and actually is exactly what you are requesting.
Okay, thank you. Let's see a question for Daniel. Is it safer to hide elements by role or block roots?
Okay. I started on the session with there's no such thing safer or security on the client side. Okay, so let's admit it. There's no way you can secure your application on the client side only. So anything you want to hide, prevent basically some kind of API call or prevent some functionality changes on your backend side, changes data or anything like this, have to be done first of all on the backend, and on the UI is just a UX, okay, to make UI easier or better for the user experience, and not more than that. So there's no such thing as this safer or another option safer. Hide the element, use the auth guard, or use ngIf or whatever is absolutely the same, not safe. Okay, the same way. It's not safety. This absolutely the same way. The thing that you need to understand, the difference is actually user experience. Okay, either you want to hide or you want to prevent from the user to get to entire road, or you want just to hide specific element because user don't have the permissions for this road or for this element. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see another one. We have a question for Sergei. How can I access the rendering tab in Chrome DevTools to change style preferences?
So, style preferences. If it's about like font size and font family, it is not in DevTools. It is in browser settings. But yeah, if about like rendering tabs, about other preferences like color schema, contrast, it is in the same like tab as console. Yeah, there is just a small button with 3 dots, I remember. Yeah, you can click it. Just let me check. Yeah, and there is a render. One moment. Yeah, rendering. So near console, like just 3-dot button, rendering. That's all.
Okay, great. We have another question for Marko. Is there other advantages of using functional effects over classes besides testing?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, for me, with functional effects, we have less magic. On the other hand, with class-based effects, if you're, for example, using tools such as Google Closure Compiler that eliminates unused class methods and class properties, when we use class-based NgRx effects, we need to specify to add comments to tell Google Closure Compiler to not remove our effects, because in the class, when we specify properties, we can also see in our ID that they are unused. They are like magically used under the hood by NgRx. On the other hand, with functional effects, we'll not have these issues, because we select all effects as dictionary by using name import, and we can provide them to the provide effects function, so they all will be used. And tools like Google Closure Compiler will be aware of that.
Can I add something over here? Correct me if I'm wrong, but looks like the entire ecosystem of Angular is going slowly to the functional programming. Standalone components, functional guards, interspectors, and all this stuff. Now NgRx, it's much easier to become functional for them. So looks like sooner or later we will have fully functional Angular fully functional programming.
Yeah, that's also true. I mean, there are no drawbacks of using class-based effects. It can also be like a preference, as we right now have with functional guards, with class-based guards. By the way, class-based guards are currently, I think, they're deprecated. So yeah, you are completely right. I think Angular ecosystem is moving more to the functional style.
Okay, thank you. Let's see another one. We have a question for Daniel. What will be the best approach for disabling control space on permissions when using reactive forms?
If I understand the question right, controls based on permissions, like if there's some of the fields in reactive form should be disabled based on the user permission or something like this. So it's a directives, I believe, is disabled or not. This would be like some simple one. Like why? Maybe if I'm understanding the question right. So if we're talking about the forms and ability to disable or enable the specific input fields in the form, so yeah, the directive would be the simple one and easy one.
But reactive forms shouldn't be like configured by like directives, in the templates. I mean, better to configure them in like form group.
Yeah, no, this is the one how you build the form, but I mean the input. Let's take the simple input field, okay, and if you don't have any permissions to edit, and this input still have to be shown. So basically, let's assume there's two options. One, you don't want to show the specific fields, okay? So again, because the building of the reactive forms, I prefer the dynamic way when you have the reactive form object in your class, in your component, and based on this component, you can build dynamically the HTML template. This would be the best approach, and then basically you build the reactive form on application level and the component level based on the permissions, and you show only the input fields based on the permissions. In other hand, is that you do want to show all the entire form, but you do want to hide some, because form for us, form is like subscription form or something like this, but sometimes form is a huge UX where customer or where user can change things or update things, different toggles and stuff, and all this is entire form. And changing some toggles, it requires additional payments. So and you do want, as a product, you probably want to show it displayed, but make it disabled. Okay, you're not able to switch ChatGPT on or off in your account, whatever it is. Okay, so in this case, it's just simple directive on the element itself, like built-in directive with any HTML element, like disable true false, for example. Okay, because you do want to show this is on form, but you just all you want is to be disabled. You also can do it programmatically way, but I believe that on the HTML template it will be much easier. That's would be my answer.
Okay. Anyone want to add something? This tricky question.
The answer is based on the understanding of the question. If I understand it correctly, that would be the answer.
Yes, it's not clear 100%. Okay, let's move to another one. Let's see. This is not referred to anyone, so you can answer, want to answer, can. When you hide an element, it's still on DOM, but hidden. What is the best practice, for example, hidden versus NgRx?
Maybe
I guess, yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what you want to achieve and also the UX case. You have to think about it with ng if the statement is false, the enclosed DOM portion will be completely not rendered in the DOM, while with the hidden, it will be still there. So it depends on what is the use case and so on, according to what you want to achieve or to get. Another thing is that with the hidden, for example, if you have to fetch or to render also child components, they have been created. So if you rely on those components, maybe they are still there in the DOM and you can eventually still access. Actually, I never tried that, but it should be still accessible. Still is not visible, while with NgIf is not even rendered at all. So it depends what you wanted to achieve, I would say.
Yeah, I just want to add, that it is just hidden. It will be available by screen readers, for example. Yeah, it's from my topic, accessibility mostly. So if you want to show these elements for screen readers, yeah, use hidden. If you don't want, just ngIf or like display none. It doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any other questions, but I want to give you a question that I read in the comments during this conference. So since we are talking about Angular, I want to ask you, do you recommend a beginner to learn Angular, and why Angular?
I will recommend to beginner to learn Angular and only Angular and nothing else. And the main reason is, I know, thanks God we have here the Angular developers, because if React developers probably will throw something at me right now. But if you want to learn to develop right on the correct way, on the best practices, a clean code and a structural and to have structured a project, so the Angular basically will give you all this, okay, or will enforce you to be more accurate, or enforce you to use some kind of practices and stuff like this. While on React, definitely the learning curve is much easier, and the first home hello world page or some website will be probably will be developed a bit faster. But together with that, you're gonna mess with a lot of mistakes, and these mistakes will still work, and you will end up with a not quite, let's say, accurate code or accurate way or accurate architecture on the project itself. So I believe it's like with any other knowledge, if you want to know it, you need to start with the with academical knowledge, and probably the Angular is the best way out of all frameworks that will give you the academical knowledge of how the project should look like. Then you can take it, into the React, Vue.js, or any other framework in the world. But the best practices, to learn the best practices, how the things should work, I believe, is better on Angular. This is my opinion.
Yeah, and if I can only second what Daniel said. Plus, in the latest version of Angular, the team made it even easier, or reduced the steep curve for learning. For example, it removed the environment folder by default. You can still have it if you need, but usually many people didn't use it, especially when they start learning Angular. So they reduced in the latest version a lot of boilerplates or configuration that were there, used mainly just with the default value, so that for new joiners, let's say in the team group or in the team developers family, let's say, it will be much easier. And again, as Daniel said, that the documentation is really well done and structured. So there is a lot of things to learn, but it's very easy to understand since the day one what is, how should be the routing, how should be the structure, and how should be developed using the Angular way. So it's very easy to follow.
Yeah, I will also add with standalone components. I think it's much easier to learn Angular.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
But there is many hard things here, like RxJS, dependency injections, like and other things. TypeScript.
But all this is going out slowly. Okay, so it's getting easier with all these standalone components and functional things. I believe sooner or later we'll have, instead of services, we'll have functions that you can just somehow inject into the.
At least, yeah, React, for example, also like not also like it opposite. Yeah, became more complex with like some hooks and other things. Yeah, not so easy. And yeah, I agree that it's like kind of makes you to write more proper code, more correct code. But it depends that you're working. I mean, if you work in team where like ugly code, yeah.
That you can have even with vanilla JavaScript, so can always be the case.
Yeah.
I have a question to Francesco.
All right.
First of all, why you rejected my talk on DevOps UK? And second, I'm kidding. And second is the apps and projects in Narwhal in monorepo. Is there any way, or maybe in the future, ability to have dedicated package JSON with all dependencies automatically generated in it? Because now, for example, when I need to build, let's say, Docker for one application, I need to have the entire node modules instead of having small one just for specific service.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, understood. This is one of the requests made by the team, but for the time being has not been prioritized. So might come, but for the current focus and the current structure of monorepos, or indeed how they are made, the concept is to have one unique set of features that you want to share. I totally understand what you mean, that might be easier, or might be in some cases beneficial to have like a subset of libraries, or if I understood you wrong, so that maybe just this subset has these appendices and the other not. But I think that would be then, or according to the current monorepo or NX structure, would be then different for how the NX whole ecosystem works. For example, dependency graph and also NX update commands and so on would be difficult to be to work as it is now. But there is at least one, but probably even more requests in that direction. So it might be that maybe in the future it will come, but not at the moment. And about your proposal for DevX, the other conference, I can in the offline I can write you. It's no problem.
Okay, thank you very much, all, and yeah, it was great. Thank you for your talks and all the questions that you answered, and we'll see you at the next conference, I guess.
Sure. Thank you very much, Sumaya. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for Geekle for creating this conference.
Okay, I will leave you for a break, and then we will continue with the conference with the other speakers. And for me, it's all. And thank you for joining us. And I will see you tomorrow at the senior track with my talk about Angular and Web3. And yeah, let's have a break and see you in a moment.
Hey everyone, what an amazing event we have going on right here, right now. And we also have prepared workshops for you. Just take a look. 2 of these workshops this very Thursday, February 16th. First of which is Angular architectures with runtime modification. This is an advanced level workshop, but definitely valuable one. Go check it out. We'll have Michael Eggersykes presenting tomorrow with his own session. We also have Christian Ludemann tomorrow as well, and his workshop is going to be about Angular testing. Well, there's not much I can add. This is pretty obviously valuable topic, and if you want to learn more about testing, register for this workshop. Last but not least is Aliaksei Kuncevic, who just has presented his own topic. He has much more information that he wants to share about modern developer tools. This is planned for February 21st. Go check it out. And also, if you are a team of developers, you can have a customized workshop by Aliaksei for your team, a dedicated time for your team entirely. Go talk with your HR or team lead. This is something you can be interested in. And I know that lots of people who are watching this right now, they are not registered for senior track. They're only watching today's junior track. But these workshops are still can be interesting for you. And we have an offer for you just for today. This is an exclusive offer that will only be valid until the end of today's live stream, which is if you'll get any of this workshop, a ticket to any of this workshop, you'll get a ticket to tomorrow's Angular senior track for free. This is a limited time offer just for today's live stream. We will give you a free ticket for tomorrow's senior track so you can have a full-time learning this week. So you just go to senior track tomorrow, then you go to any of this workshop to learn even more next. And so we now will go on a short break. All right. So let's start our last block of today's live stream, and I'd like to welcome our third moderator for today, who you have already seen before. So let's welcome Deepa back to the stage. Hey, Deepa, are you here? Hey.
Hey, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Happy to see you here once more, and this time you will be presenting our next speakers.
Yes, correct.
Okay. The stage is yours. Dan, please introduce the first speaker.
Yes, sure. So our first speaker is Mateusz Łędzwicz. Am I pronouncing right?
Well, I think it's Mateusz.
Okay.
But yeah.
So our next speaker is Mateusz, and his topic, he's a principal Angular consultant. So he's going to be speaking about long road to reusable design system in Angular. And he started his coding journey 20 years ago, and it's his passion to not like a work. It's really his passion to work on Angular. He is principal consultant trainer at Logula. So he is teaching people Angular from the scratch, and he also helped clients in boosting developers' performance, training their developers to use best engineering practices, reducing technical debt. Yeah, so we all are excited to hear from him. So yeah, let's in.
Hello, it's pleasure to be here. I am happy that I am opening UI part of the conference. My name is Mateusz Łędzwicz, and today I am going to present you a small fairy tale named Long Road to Reusable Design System in Angular. But don't be afraid, I will show some technical stuff as well. Let's start. Long time ago, in the galaxy far away, there was a boy who wanted to become master of Angular. First thing which he saw was a wall of knowledge. To start working as Angular developer, he understood that it would be not so easy. But he was strong. He knew he was special. He had plan, time, and attitude to become legendary developer. He started with components, models, and services. TypeScript became easy stuff for him. He learned most of Angular building blocks. Also made his first fight with unit testing, NgRx, and HTTP. The last part was JavaScript, but he was even better than Kyle Simpson. He knew JavaScript. He was able to pass all recruitment processes because he knew what event loop and hoisting is. He became alpha Angular developer, ready for programming journey, ready for his first job. So he started his first job in big software house, and immediately he was shocked because of the state of the code base. He noticed that there are a lot of copied and pasted components. They were almost the same or very similar. Then he realized it wasn't what he learned. It was totally different world. But our alpha developer was ambitious and full of ideas. He wanted to leave this codebase a better place than the codebase he found. And his goal was to create reusable sets of components with the usage of Angular inputs and outputs. He started coding, and his first component was created. He named it Product Details Component with 3 inputs: name, description, and price. The component was created to present details of something, in this case, product. And the usage was super easy. Developer can take, fetch the data in smart component and pass all necessary parameters as inputs. He was proud. His first reusable component landed on production. Later, he had a new task, so he created next reusable component, this time for card details with the same set of inputs. But suddenly, evil product owner appeared. You said it will be reusable, but now it takes even more time. As I understood well, you need to create more components and estimation is bigger. What is going on? And unfortunately, it occurred that he made the same heap of components, but in different way. Stressed and ashamed developer went in crazy state. He started hacking things. He started using product details component in card details and other smart components which has similar look because there are the same inputs. So who cares? But then evil senior developer blocked his PR. So it occurred that he didn't change the word and inputs based reusable components became not reusable. A shame developer started to asking himself why everyone from Angular world are talking about greatness of presentational components. But like I said before, he was strong, he cannot sleep without the answers. And he found blind master of programming. Like a guru, he said one sentence: you need to think about presentational components as another layer. Thank you, master, but what does it mean? So let's take a small break and talk about it. Here we have typical layer composition. We have UI layer, application layer, and data layer. Here we have a little mess, but I will not cover this part because I would like to focus on UI layer. But luckily tomorrow Greg Radio will tell you more about architectures and how to connect entities in Angular application. But let's back to the topic. In our architecture we have smart components which are responsible for communication with application layer and passing data to dummy components. It's another word for presentational components. And the problem which we have here is that dummy components are coupled with domain from application layer. And this was the thing our blind master wanted to tell us, that we need to separate application layer from pure UI layer, which stores our dummy components. So, to sum up, there is a data layer to fetch data based on protocol. It can be HTTP, but also local storage or GraphQL. Application layer performs some business logic, and smart components only know which part should be displayed or passed back to application layer. And of course, we can have model between smart and dummy components, but it can't be domain model. It should be some UI model like card, title. You can use primitives here. Think about it like HTML layer, just something to be displayed. It is not product, user, or other domain concept from your application. So, our really reusable component can look like that. It has header and content inputs, because here we don't need to care if it's title or price of the product. We have some structure to display, and it's all. Okay, let's back to our fairy tale. When our alpha developer understood blind master's words, he persuaded managers to create an UI team responsible for design system. After months of development, they created their child. Perfect design system. Everything was stored in Storybook. Our alpha developer was so proud of himself. But evil product owner occurred again. And he asked the team for small change. He knew it would be easy peasy. They had design system. Our developer was a little bit shocked. After months in basement of coding, he was completely sure that all components are ready. But big brain had an idea. Let's add new input. It's easy. And it was repeated many times. Here I would like to have a button, but also image and sometimes link. And suddenly in the code base, developers could find I love input component, like in presented example. It has button text, color size, the same for label, is disabled, is dirty, is touched, basically everything because I love inputs. And I would like to not comment what was in HTML code and how complex logic was there. If after if, in else after if, but before the switch. And our product owner was angry again. You said everything will be great and now application is unstable, everything is broken. Our sad developer, not alpha anymore, was thinking how to decouple spaghetti code he created. He was looking for the answers. And he found next guru of programming. You should create solution which is open for extension and close for modification. Thank you, mate. And let's stop for the second and talk about his words. We already know that inputs can be very reusable, but maybe too much. The thing here is that maybe there is a second dimension. And yes, it is. It's called open for extension. And we need to find a solution which can be reusable and open for extension. Then we will have powerful design system in Angular. And the answer here is content projection, which is like Lego composition. We can easily reuse things. And it's super natural because let's see some native HTML elements like div. We are not passing content as attribute or Angular input. We use content projection, and thanks to that we can put to divs not only text, but whatever we want. Let's check out Angular material components called matform field. I don't see here inputs. They allow to display mat label, but also native inputs, and I can add more than one element. But I don't want to go deep in this topic, because fortunately today you will have a chance to learn more about it. However, unfortunately, there is an edge. I saw many times examples like here. Two generic components that we can put everything there just for style purpose. So our solution is extremely open for extension, but totally not reusable. After this lesson, our developer was completely destroyed again. But again, he never gave up, so he was looking for the answers. How to make this UI? It should be simple. And finally, he found Design System God, who has answers for all questions. Why you are creating components if you only need common styles for native elements? His brain exploded. What? I don't need components? The main block of Angular applications? Yes, exactly. Small comment from me. We developers like to over-engineering simple things and use fancy technologies for simple stuff. That's why I would like now to back a little bit to basics. Keep it stupid simple and show you 4 rules which we learned based on several projects and many developers' mistakes. Thanks to that, we can easily move from I love components state to I don't need component. Maybe. Because if we need to have the same look of the component in many places, we can just create global styles, use utility classes. Then we can easily extend our button with directive, but the look is still the same. Or maybe add additional HTML attribute without adding new inputs to our super generic component. We have HTML, which is awesome, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel again. And what is more, HTML has content projection. We can display something inside the button and it looks good. So we have the first rule. If you need to have common look of your component, just use CSS utility classes. It was created for that. We don't need components. Okay, let's talk about it. What if I need to add some custom behavior? Then for sure components should be created. And again, not. A lot of people forget about directives, which are awesome for programming behavior, because we can introduce the same logic, some kind of magic, to the button. But if our evil product owner would like to have exactly the same behavior on image, we can just add it there as well. If he needs link with the same behavior, again, we can just add few words to our code and it's working. We are not closed by components boundary because we only need behavior, not the structure. So we have the second rule. If you need to introduce some behavior, use directive. Forget about components. Okay. But our developer is still trying to find other cases. What if I need some reusable structure with behavior and styles? Now, maybe it's better to check if component you are looking for already exists, for example in Angular Material or Bootstrap. We developers like to introduce custom components, but is it really worth to spend 1 or even more weeks on creating something that already exists, like autocomplete from Angular Material? And instead, we can spend few hours on styling it to fit component to our design. I know, sometimes it's not so easy, but for sure it's possible. And again, we have many features for free. We don't need to create next component with content projection. And we have third rule. If component you want to create already exists, just use it and style it. Sounds good. But smart guy, please tell me what if no one created component I need? Then you should create presentational component, but do it with the usage of content projection and directives. Like in example of forms from Angular Material. I don't see any inputs here. I can provide many elements with the usage of content projection. I can use directives on elements inside to sometimes to connect some behaviors between elements. The material table is a great example of it. And I can use native inputs or other components. Again, I am free of inputs boundaries. So Angular team, maybe it's time for removing inputs from the codebase? I'm joking, of course, because inputs are crucial in directives. but from component. Okay, let's back. We have the last rule. Only if first 3 rules doesn't fit, you should create presentational component, but do it with the usage of content projection and directives. Okay, it was a long fairy tale, but what is the lesson we can learn based on it? Of course, you can have your personal interpretation, and I hope you have. But for me, one of the most important lessons is that reusability is important, but it can only work good for design system if your solution is open for extension too. Because design system should be treated as external system of your application, and we should not change it a lot. It should be flexible. And the last, it's good sometimes to not focus 100% on technical possibilities of your framework, but take a look at principles as well, which can help you create better software. Then you can connect this knowledge with possibilities of the framework. And trust me, it's not the end. There are more difficulties on the road of creating awesome design system in Angular. But we have starting point, or even we are in the middle. But now you have tools to figure out something better. Okay, let's back to the road for the second. It was a long and tricky journey. So to not leave you confused, let's make a short summary of what we discovered today. Our first bus stop was placed in a copy and paste land. It sounds trivial, but I can tell you that not a long time ago, the manager in one of my previous jobs asked me if I can copy and paste bunch of components for new feature to make development faster and avoid regressions. So yep, it's still a common case in some companies. Next, we learned that it's not a good idea to create hybrid components and mix domain logic with presentational layer. That's why it's good to create smart components to connect UI layer with application layer, and only if it's needed, dummy components to reuse some parts of UI. On the next corner, we discovered that inputs are extremely reusable, but not open for extension. So basically, we should avoid using inputs. But of course, there are scenarios that this particular feature of Angular would help, especially with directives. It was not clear. Don't understand me wrong, styles encapsulation is a great feature of Angular framework. But unfortunately, it causes a big amount of the same styles in many places because of copy and paste methodology, which we developers love. Eventually, it leads to small differences between similar components, and it's huge work to redesign your application. We were there, and after successful refactor, we removed more than a half of existing styles from components and replaced them with utility classes, which are not perfect as well, but this is a topic for next episode of this presentation. Okay, but heading to the end, we learned that the content projection is awesome, but can introduce 2 generic components, which are ultra open for extension, but not reusable at all. Eventually, we found the green land. We understood that sometimes introducing component is over-engineering, and instead, we can just use styles for styles. And it's not worth to create component to code some behavior. If behavior is independent, and not rely on some common HTML structure, just use directive if you need to introduce behavior. Our mentor also suggested that before we decide to create new component, it's good to take a look and check if Angular material or other library has already component we need. Sometimes we need to introduce some custom styling, but hopefully it will be reusable later. Good example here can be a table. I know it's awesome to create next version of a table. A lot of challenges, sorting, filtering, displaying different rows and columns. But how much time and money we can save if we just style material table and use it in our project. Once in one project, we even forced design team to change project a little bit when we show comparison of costs. If we remove one simple element from the design, it occurs that this tiny element is totally not important for designers. Thanks to that, we saved 1 or even 2 weeks of development time. Sometimes it's good to share your thoughts with them. And final rule, we should create component only if all 3 rules are not applicable. And of course, I am talking here about presentational components, not smart components. But do not use inputs. Instead, introduce content projection and UI directives. Angular Material Repository is a good place to check how. And okay, based on the whole story, we can make set of rules how to create reusable and open for extension UI components. First, do not mix presentation layer with domain logic. Second, stop using inputs. Third, do not create components. Instead, create reusable styles, create directives, use existing components, and only if you really need to create new component. And this is one thing I would like you to remember from this presentation. Do not create components if it's not needed. And thanks to that, we have rules which can save you a lot of time and money. And trust me, it will give you a lot of fun when you can easily redesign your application. Product owners, sales, and business people love changing colors and fonts. And I hope that after this talk, you will stop spinning around with your ideas, but you will have a plan and you will be on a good way to create not awesome, but perfect design system in your company. And of course, if you would like to skip this long road of learning, join our community and trainings, we can make a little bit faster it. And thank you a lot for this opportunity, and feel free to ask me any question on Twitter. And I would leave the summary for you for a few seconds. Thank you a lot, take care, and bye-bye.
So that was a really nice presentation on reusable design system. I hope it is very useful for you guys. So our next speaker is Fabian Gosebrink. He is going to talk about developing forms and validation with typed Angular forms. Fabian is Microsoft MVP, Google Developer Expert, Pluralsight author, Angular and ASP.NET Core web developer. He has 10 years of experience. He's very active in the community, and he is leading the community Swiss Angular, and he is a trainer as well. Hope you are going to learn something new. Proceed to Fabian.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my talk, Developing Forms with Angular Typed Reactive Forms. So in the next 30 minutes, we will take a look at Angular typed reactive forms, how we can create them, how we can validate them. And I've prepared a few slides on the one side, and I've prepared some code samples on the other side. So I'm really looking forward to that one. Before we start, let me introduce myself. So my name is Fabian Gosebrink. I'm a Google developer expert. I'm a Microsoft MVP and a Pluralsight author. In case you have any questions, feel free to reach out on Twitter. There's my Twitter handle as well. So I'm happy to answer all your questions if you have one. So first of all, before we start, let's dive into the two possibilities we have when we are creating forms in Angular. So first of all, we have the template-driven forms. And the template-driven forms are there if you want to create your forms in your HTML template, right? So this is what template-driven forms are. On the other side, we have also reactive forms where you create your forms more into the code side. But reactive forms, when you're creating your forms into the code side, also require a template, right? So just when we create the form in our TS file, just the reactive way with reactive forms doesn't mean we don't have any template, right? So in this talk, we will just figure out what reactive forms are, and we will concentrate on this particular way of creating forms in Angular. But before we dive into the code, let's have a look at, or let's have an answer to the question, why we should take care so much of creating forms. So if you have like booked a flight on the internet, or you had to fill out a form mostly from some government or something, right? I think you all have encountered that some forms are really, really bad and really don't give you any information about what is really going on, and they're not validated well. So the user does not have a clue what's going on in that form and why he can submit it. Right. So most of the time in the internet, we have really, really bad design forms. And I think any one of us stumbled upon this in any kind of way. So we always have to see that when we are building forms in our application, and this can only be like a username and password thing, right? The user has to work for us the first time. So he has to take off his hand from the mouse and he has to get something into the keyboard just to fulfill a form. And we, as developers, we should make it as easy as possible for the users and for the users of our application to create or to submit that forms so that we have all the information we need and the user is satisfied and doesn't have to hassle with some forms which are really not structured and not telling the user what is going on. If he just entered like a wrong telephone number or a wrong format of a telephone number or something like this, which is very, very difficult to validate. So this is why we should put much effort into the forms, making it as easy as possible for the user to submit the forms and so that we get the data we need. And Angular just released a new feature in the last version. I think it's the last version. I'm not quite sure. It was 14 or 15, where they introduced type forms, right? So right now, until that particular version, the forms have been untyped. So we were always talking about the any type. Right, we didn't have really a type in that form, but now we have it. So we can type forms, which makes it more secure for us. We're type safe in the things we are entering and in the things we are getting out of that form, and we can work with it, right? Like send it to the backend or something like that. So this is really, really an advantage and a big step from the Angular team and for our developers or for us developers if we want to work with reactive forms. It's a really, really great feature. So if you dive into the forms, getting closer to the code now, if we're diving into the forms, you have three parts of that particular forms when you want to create a form. So first one is the form control, then we have the form group, and then we have the form array. I just want to take a look at the form control now, just to have a start. Right. So first of all, let's take a look at the form control. So the form control is like the smallest one, the smallest bit you can have if you want to start with Angular reactive forms. And here you can see we have like a template, which is just a normal input tag, which we have from the HTML syntax. And we're just taking that form control directive and we are binding to it a property called name. And that particular name property is nothing else than a new form control, which we can type now, right? So it has a type of T, and then we're passing in an empty string as an initial value, and then we can work with that. So if the user types something into that particular input field, it gets reflected into the name property automatically, right? So Angular takes care of this. So we're starting with an empty value, and if the user types something, it gets reflected in that property. It's as easy as that, right? So it's really, really powerful. And beside of that particular like property synchronizing, we also have some properties which Angular provides us over the form control. There's a class in the back which is called abstract control, and all those three, form control, form group, and form array, are deriving from that particular class. So what we are getting from this abstract control is properties like status or value, or we're getting the errors. Right? So we can take a look at that one when we're diving into the code, but we have a really rich API in the background, which gets automatically filled by Angular if we're working with the form control. And this is really, really powerful, right? But normally if you're working with forms, this is not the way you want to have it. That's really, really small use case, just having one input field. Normally it gets a little bigger and it's enhanced a little bit. So let's take a look at the form group. So the form group is the thing I personally mostly use in my project if I'm working with Angular Reactive Forms. And the form group is nothing else than a container for other form controls or other form groups or even form arrays, right? So you have a group and it just groups controls other groups or arrays, then you have it serialized in the correct way. Because when the form group gets serialized, it's just a plain object. Right? So it gets serialized, a form group gets serialized as a plain object, which has, thankful to TypeScript, then we have a type now, right? And this is what's getting out. So we don't have just one value. What we're getting out of the form group is like a particular object, and we can work with that particular object. And the object looks like you scaffolded when you're creating that form. So if you have a form group and you're placing another form group underneath, you get another object to that particular property, nested to your whole form group, right? So that's a really, really powerful feature, and you can like architecture your form groups, your data, and structure it the way you want it to. The form group can be instantiated in the same way as we had the form control. We just can say, this is my form group, and we have a new form group, and then we are passing in an object which has a property first name, and this is like a new form control. We are not typed here. We could, of course, do the types in there. This would work as well. Let's have a look at our template. What we're doing here is we have the form tag for the first time here, and we are going to the form group directive, and we are binding to that form group directive the property we just created, which is my form group. Then we are handling the NgSubmit, and calling a method which is called onSubmit, and there we have an input, and there we are going to the form control name. Just pay attention to that. We're not going to the form control now and binding to it because we are already inside of that form group, right? And inside of that form group is a property which is called first name. So we're taking that first name and binding it to that form control name. And then we have a button which is called send. So if the user hits the button send, the NgSubmit event is being emitted, and then we're calling the onSubmit method. And in the onSubmit method, we are going to the myFormGroup.value, which is then an object with a property first name, which is only the value of what the user typed in the first name. If you would have like another form group in it, it would be like an object in an object and stuff like that. You got the idea. So now we have newed up all the things. And when I started with the reactive forms, I was pretty confused because there were two ways basically, how to create forms. And I want to show them to you next. So on the one side, we have this newing up, and on the other side, we have the form builder. And the form builder is practically a helper function or a factory which is creating forms for you, right? So on the one side, we have that my form group equals new form group, and we're passing in an object with the property first name, which is a new form control. But we can also use a service which is called form builder. We can inject it, doing a private property out of it, calling it FB, and then we can say FB.group, and it creates a form group to us. So it creates the exactly same. It's up to you what you want to use in your project. I would recommend you to be consistent. This is the best way to go, in my opinion. But just do it the one side or the other. Pay attention to the template because nothing changes there, right? So it really doesn't matter in which way you create your forms. You might like the one way more than the other. Just ask your team how you want it and just do it consistently in your whole project. I just have those two syntaxes here side by side. So on the left-hand side, we're newing everything up. On the right-hand side, we're using the form builder. And we also have a nested group. So this is how something like this could look like. Just decide for yourself what you want to use. I personally like the right one better. but it's totally up to you. And the third thing is the form array, right? So this is where I want to have a look at next. So the form array is, surprise, surprise, an array of form controls, right? It's for dynamic controls. If you don't know how many forms you will have, you might work with the form array, right? So this could be a fit for you then. It's better for iterating over the controls. So like I said, if you don't know how many you have and in the end you want to like iterate over it, you get an array out of it, because a form array gets serialized as an array and not as an object, right? Of course, you could also work with an object, and we all know the object.keys and object.entries and stuff. You can totally do that, but maybe a form array could be better, or could be a better fit for your particular use case. Just take whatever you need for that particular use case, right? So it's serialized as an array. So we don't get an object out of a form array, we get an array out of a form array. And then we can iterate over it and do something with it and work with indexes and stuff like that. So this makes it easy, and Angular gave us the possibility as well, which I personally find pretty useful sometimes. Let's talk about, now that we know all the ways how we can create the things, how we can scaffold our forms with, let's take a look at validation, because things are really getting interested when we're talking about validation, saying, is that the particular correct value the user typed in? And I want to protect my backend from data which is not meant to be in there, which can be like malicious or dangerous, right? So let's talk about validation for a second. So what Angular does, it gives you built-in validators. So some of them are built in, which is, for example, the required validator. And what we can do is we can not do only first name and then pass an empty string, but we can also pass an array to that properties. And the first entry of that array is like the default value, and the second value of that entry is like the validators. It also takes an array of validators, which you can pass in. In this example, we're passing in the required validator. So what Angular does in the background is validating that whole form end that form control, not or, but end that form control, saying this form control and this form group in that case is valid or not, whether the validator is fulfilled or not. So we're getting the required validator here, but there are loads of more validators which are coming from Angular out of the box, which is, for example, the min-max validator required through email, min-length, max length, and all this stuff like that. So we have some validators backed in, which are really, really useful and really, really powerful. I would recommend you to check them out before you build your own, because that's also possible. We'll get to that later. What Angular does now is it's taking care of that validators, and it's combining that errors which might occur with that form control, form group, or form array. So what it does is, if you get a control from your particular form, or you have a control, Angular fills the errors property with the particular property the require matches. So if you have an error on that control, which is called required, the required validator added this property to the errors object, right? So you can always type .errors, and in this errors object, this is an object, all the properties reflect the errors this particular control or the group has. If you want to write custom validation, and you will get to the point where you write custom validation, this is of course also possible. What we can do is basically it's just a function which takes an abstract control. This is the class I've been talking about. So it's taken an abstract control, this method, and it checks, like you can check the value or something like that. And if the value is like, I don't know, below 100 or something, here comes your validation logic. Then you return an object with some property which is set to any value, or you return null. And if you return null, everything is okay. If you return that particular object with that particular property, right, there is an error, because what Angular does is it takes that some property and adds it to the errors object which you have on an abstract control. So after that, if you write your custom validation logic, you can type ucontrol.errors.SumProp in that case, and it will be there. And if it is there, then you have that error. And if you're returning null, the SumProp is not there, and then everything is fine, right? And this is how you can really react to the errors you are returning from your custom validators, which is a really, really powerful and really, really good thing. So how do we take care of custom validation inside a form group? Like I said, we can only, as a second entry in that array, pass only one validator. We can also pass multiple ones. Like in the last name, we said it should be required, and I pass my custom validator. Pay attention that we are not calling the method, right? We are not having the parentheses opening and closing. So we're not calling the method. We're just passing in a reference to that particular method. And Angular takes care of calling the method, passing in the abstract control, and then doing the errors enhancement of the errors object on that particular form control, last name in this case. So we also have asynchronous validation. What is asynchronous validation? We have been synchronous right on the client right now, so the user types something in and we check if this is valid or not. But we also have asynchronous validation, which means the user types something in and we have to do an HTTP call. This is necessary if you want to check if the email address the user is providing when registering is already taken. So you have to do a backend call, which lasts, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 seconds or something. And then you're coming back and saying, okay, this is okay, or this is not okay. Or you want to implement a search, right? Where the user types something in and then you wait for like, I don't know, 300 milliseconds. And then you're doing a backend call and saying, okay, for an autocomplete, these are the values where you can choose from. So this is also a very, very powerful thing, and Angular abstracted that in a pretty good way because it's exactly the same as we have seen it before, right? So asynchronous validation is basically the exact same way of validating, but it just returns an observable of the particular object in your validator or null. So you can just work with observables, do maybe an HTTP call, and then you're returning, and then the observable resolves and just tells the form control this one is valid or not. So Angular takes care of just enhancing the error property there as well if you just return an observable. Of course, you have to pass the async validator another way as the synchronous validators, because what we also can do is we can pass a second array inside of that array saying, here I want to have my async validator, right? So the 1 to 3rd entry in this array for last name are the asynchronous validators. Of course, it takes an array, but it also takes one validator or something like that. You can add as many as you want to. So things are really getting interesting when we are talking about validation. And I once had the use case in the project where I had to validate or write a validator, and the validator should read several or particular entries of that form. So I wanted to have that form control and that form control and have that form control. And I had to write a validator which takes care of all the values given in there and then provides an error or not. So we don't have one control which the validator should look at, but we have several ones, right? And this is called cross-field validation. And this is one of my favorite things because it's solved really, really good. Like I said, in the exact same way as we have seen synchronous validation and asynchronous validation. So cross-field validation is very interesting because I was thinking, okay, if I'm doing that particular validator, which has to take care of 3 controls all over my form, where to put it? And the answer is that the form builder.group takes the object, which your form consists of, as the first parameter, but as a second, we can pass an object where we can configure a complete form, also a validator's property. And this cross-field validator, who has to take care of several form controls, he has to know of the existence of all those form controls. So we just don't pass it on a particular control, because it would be too deep inside of the form. We're getting one step back and getting that validator onto the form group, because the form group knows all the controls. So here we pass our cross-field validator. And well, of course, we can pass one or we pass an array. So that also works. And the cross-field validator is like a normal validator, which you have written in the synchronous way, the asynchronous way. So what he takes is, surprise, surprise, an abstract control, which is now the complete form group. And we can return this method inside of another method, which then returns a validator function. This is what we're doing here. And we can also pass a value to that form validator if you want to pass something in, like a threshold or something, if you have like an age validator or something, right? And what we are passing, or what we are returning, is null if everything is okay, and an object otherwise. And because this form group or this validator is given to the particular form group, we can just access all the form controls we want to have the values from. And then we can say, okay, please, from that form group, give me the form control 1, then from the form group, give me the form control 2, and just take those values out of it, and then we return yes or no, whether all the values combined are positive, or we're saying there is an error, and then we're passing then we're returning an object, or not, if everything is okay, right? So this is cross-field validation. And of course, we have to pass this validator in the validators of the form group, right? So this is very important to pass the validator where you want to have the errors from, right? So the errors which are now returned from that particular validator are on the form group, because it's also enhancing from the abstract control and not on any form control. Of course, we could set the error on the particular form control, right? But they are getting automatically added to the form group, and then you can say my form group dot errors, and then you have all the errors in the cross-field validation. If you want to pass some values, you can do this. Right now we're calling the function, we are passing a 42 in this case, but be sure that this method always returns the validator function, because in the end Angular calls it itself and passes the form control on it. All right. Okay, now let's dive into the code a bit, because we have 10 more minutes, and I would love to show you some code that we see how all this works in action. So for our demo, we're starting with a simple form control first. This is an Angular material design, and in our template, we can see that we have a mat form field with a simple input, and we have some placeholders for the actions. All right, now let's dive into the TypeScript code. So you can see we have a rather simple component which is empty. Now let's add a first form control. So we're typing in new my first control is new form control. And in the engine init, we can access its value, for example. But if we hover with the mouse over the value, you can see that we still have the any type. So this is not typed, but Angular provides typed forms. So now let's type this. We can now pass as a type a string, but it will give us an error. So what we have to do is, if we say this form control is a string and not string or null, but a string, we have to pass the default value as an empty string. So let's do this. If we now hover over the value, you can see that its type is string. Great, so this form field is typed now. Now let's use this form field in our template. So here in our input tag, we're binding this form control equals my first control. If we now go to the browser, we would type something, you wouldn't see anything. We can access the value property also in the template. So let's show the value with a JSON pipe and bind it in the template. Now you can see its value, and if we type something, the value gets reflected automatically here and gets bound to the value property. Now we could do a submit method where we just extract the data and send the data to a backend call or any service if we just access this my first control.value, which is a string automatically. But now let's use another method of the rich API of a form control named setValue. So we can programmatically set the value of this particular control. If we type this my first control.setValue, and then we can pass in the value which we want to be set if we call the method setValue. We just pass in this is from setValue. This is useful if you get data from the backend and you want the data to be displayed inside of your forms. Now in our template, we can call this method. We add a button, style it a bit, and on the click event, we just call setValue. In the browser, we can see the button now. If we click it, you can see that we just set the value in the form control programmatically. Now let's add a validator to it. So as the second parameter, we can give a configuration calling validators, and we're just giving the required validator here. In our template then, we can not only go to the value, but we can also display the errors. In the browser, you can see that required error is now true, so it's present. If we type something in, you can see the error disappears and it's null. So Angular takes care of that in the background, updating the form control and also the errors like you want it to when you do validation. We also have other properties like touched, status, dirty, or valid. But here you can't see it very good. Let's prefix them a bit. and make them recognizable. So now if you type something in, this is my value, you can see that the value, errors, touch, status, dirty, and valid changes. So this is how the rich API of Angular takes care of the validation in the background. Next, let's take a look at the form group. We have a first name here, we have a last name, we have an age, and we have a drop-down for room access. In our template, we have the form tag, we're binding the form group to my form, we have a submit event, we have a first name, mat form field, just checking for some errors, checking some properties of the first name. We also have a last name mat form field, a mat form field for the age, a drop-down field for the room access, and here you can see that we're disabling the button in the end if the form is not valid, otherwise we can submit it. You can see that the form is being done with the form builder, first name, last name, age, and room are passed with properties also with the form builder. But again, you can see that we still have the any type. So let's type this now. So we can create an interface which is called user form, first name, last name, age, and room, and pass this interface as a type to the form group. But if we hover over the value, you can see that it's still the any type. Why is that? Because we're referring to the property on the form simple group component, which is still a form group. If we type this as well, you can see that the value is now being typed. But you don't need to do this if you do not want to. What you can do is you can instantiate the form directly on the property. You see the value is still there, but you don't even need the type explicitly. If we remove it, you can see that the value is still typed, right? So if we go for first name here, IntelliSense tells us there is a first name. And if we now do a first name too or something, you can see we get an error and vice versa. So if you do it this way, you don't need to provide an extra type for your forms if you do not want to. Of course you can. Now let's pass a validator here. Let's say the required validator on the first name. I choose another syntax here. As we have seen in the slides, of course, I could also pass an array and then the validator is required, but I'm driving with this syntax here as well. Now you can see that the status of the first name is invalid in the beginning. When I type something in, it's valid again. Now let's add a custom validator, adding a new file called hvalidator2s. And we're creating a class hvalidator with a static method. It takes the abstract control, returning null. And if the control value is lower than 0, we are returning an object called h-not-valid is true. Otherwise, if it's bigger than 100, we also pass h-not-valid equals true. Let's make it 120 because people are getting older nowadays. So this is our custom validator. Now we can take this validator and pass it the exact same way as the required validator to the h control. Now in the template, we can just ask for errors h not valid, which is the exact property we return from the custom validator. Then we can say the h you provided is not valid. Let's check it out, 121, the h you provided is not valid, and -1, h you provided is not valid. So this works. We can also check out a form now. So does a form have any errors? Let's check it out in the browser and you can see, no, it doesn't have any errors. But our first name is in the error state, it's invalid. This is because the form control has the error now, but not the form group. But the form group is not valid because one of its children is not valid. But the form group directly has no errors. Now let's ask the control for its errors. And there you can see, okay, the control errors is there, but the form group does not have any errors right now, although it's not valid. This is why the submit button is disabled. Now let's make everything look pretty and make the form work again. And now if we select the room, we can also submit again. All right, that's it for this time. I hope I could clarify how powerful and how great it is to work with Angular Reactive Forms. You choose whatever you like in your project. I'm not saying the reactive forms are better than the template-driven forms. Just take whatever you want to in your project. But I hope I could give you an example of what you can do with the rich API of Angular Reactive Forms now that they're typed. This is a really, really good step forward, and I'm really looking forward to work with them in my next project. Thank you very much and take care.
Hey, it was a really nice presentation. So next we have Alain. He is a Google developer expert in web technologies, Angular, and Google Maps. So he's a traveler, photographer. He's also the co-organizer of the Google Developer Group chapter in Sacramento, California. And he have also published several video courses. So, and he has taught the Angular in all 6 continents. So yeah, let's welcome Alain.
All right, welcome to this talk where we're going to talk about content projection for generic presentation components with Angular. My name is Alain, or just Al, and I'm a Google developer expert in web technologies, more specifically Angular and Google Maps. I've been working with Angular and before that AngularJS for a very long time, since 2011. And I'm a consultant and a technical trainer at angulartraining.com. So today we're going to talk about content projection. But first, let's talk about why we need content projection and what it is all about. So the main idea of content projection is to enable us to create components that are reusable. And by reusable, we mean that we have a component that can be used in many different places with different data being displayed, different information being displayed in them. And as a result, these components should be very flexible, should be fully customizable. And of course, they should not be tied to any business logic, right? Because if you tie such a presentation component to some business logic, then your reusability is pretty much gone. So a good example of reusable component that people can relate to easily is a card, right? Where you want to be able to change the title and the content that goes inside the card. So you might be thinking, okay, I know about inputs in Angular, so I could be using inputs to pass those values as a parameter to the component, just using inputs. And this works well if all you need to customize is text or icons or a list of text and icons. So basically static, simple content that is not an HTML template, I would say, or something too complex. This works fairly well. So a menu with some items, chips as shown here, or a snack bar with just a message to display on it. We could pass those values as inputs to the component. No problem, that would work. But the thing is, many components that we need, they are more complex than a simple input. They need to display more than just text. So if we think about a dialogue, for instance, that dialogue, we might want to be able to customize not just the text, but the actions on the dialogue. So the buttons that are there, what's the action related to those buttons, and maybe display even more information in the dialogue. Maybe we want an image to go there. Maybe we want a data table with some items in it, for instance. Data tables are another item that requires a lot of customization, usually. The name of the columns, how many of them, how to format the data in the columns and the rows in every cell. All of that typically requires a lot of customization. And expansion panels are basically more advanced cards that we can collapse or open. And in here, we could have any number of things, including action buttons and more. So that's where content projection comes into play. It's a way to really pass anything we want as a parameter to a component. So we're going to take a look at an example on how to do that. That example is going to be a dialog component, a pop-up window that shows up on the screen and has two different areas, a title at the top and some text at the bottom. And both of these things should be customizable. So what we are going to do, I'm going to show you a code demonstration of this. So this is the button. When we click on it, it's going to show that pop-up window component. And the pop-up window component, if we look at it, it has an input to receive the title, because the title is always going to be static text. It has an input is open, that's to show or hide that pop-up element. And when we open it, you see that there is this other content here being displayed in the middle of it. Looking at the template of pop-up window component, the content that we see here is actually that ng content element. This ng content, it is an Angular directive that allows us to do content projection. And what we mean by that is that the parent component, which is app component in that case, you can see that we are passing some content as a parameter. So it's in between the opening and the closing tag of our component. And this is basically like a copy and paste or a cut and paste into the ng content directive of the child component. So this is what content projection is all about. It's really a way to take some content from the parent component and pass it as a parameter to the child. Nice and easy. Now the thing is, this is good for a simple scenario where we want to pass just one thing, one bunch of HTML template as a parameter from one component to another. But what if we want to pass multiple things, more than one? So this is what is called multi-slot content projection in Angular. So I know it sounds pretty complex, but we'll see that it's actually not that difficult. So we use that technique to pass more than one piece of content to the child component. In our example, we want to customize both the body of the pop-up, but now we also want to have a footer. And in that footer, we want to pass action buttons, anything really. It's open as a place, a slot in Angular vocabulary where we can pass that content. So what does the code look like in that case? The code looks like the following. Instead of having just one ng content in our child component, we're going to have several of them. So here we have two. And because we have multiple ng contents, we have to tell Angular where to get that content from. So this happens with a select parameter on that ng content. And that select is, it is a CSS selector that we provide here. So the first one, select equals square brackets body, means that we're going to select the content from the parent component that has an attribute of body. And the second one is the same thing with footer. So this is going to select the div that has a body attribute. This is going to become the content of the pop-up. And the footer is going to be the second one. So the query down here is going to select that element and cut and paste, project it from the parent to the child. So let's take a look at this in action. This is our template. This is the body. This is the footer. So the footer has a button that says OK. This is defined in the app component and passed as a parameter to the pop-up to the child. And yeah, we can tell that it's working, that these two pieces of content got projected in here. looking at the template of the pop-up window. So I used slightly different selectors for this one. I used IDs instead of just the attributes, but the idea is the same. We select that content from the parent and it gets projected in here. So now that component is generic, I could have any sort of footer, any sort of body. It's going to be driven from this parent component, which I can see here. If I replace OK by cancel, for instance, and click on the pop-up, now the button says cancel. So that's really the content that we are projecting. And there's no limit in how many of these ng content we can use. So here I'm using 2, but we could have 3, 4, 5, 10, doesn't matter. There's no limit in how many ng contents we can use. So now we have a pretty good toolkit. We know how to pass templates, some HTML as a parameter to a component, and we can pass multiple of those templates from one component to another. The only thing that we don't know how to do just yet is to do what I call here dynamic content projection, meaning that in my previous example, it's always going to be 2 ng contents, right? Because we have 2 of them in our template, so we expect 2 different things to be projected. But this is not a variable. It is set in stone. It's always going to be 2 maximum. Whereas some components are going to be more dynamic than this. They might have 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and it's going to depend on the use case, how many things we want to project. For instance, a good example of such components would be tabs. So let's say we want to create a tabs component where we're going to have any number of tabs. Could be 3, 4, 5, 10. We don't know upfront. And we want to create a generic approach to this so that my component could take any number of tabs and any content to go in those tabs. So how to do this? Well, let's take a look. So from a use case standpoint, we are not going to use ng content anymore. We are going to use ng template. Ng template is a way in Angular to wrap some content inside a template that's not displayed by default. So Angular is not going to display with ng templates unless we tell the framework to do so. So we create a bunch of templates here, and I have 3 of them because I want to have 3 tabs. If I wanted 5 tabs, I would have 5 ng templates. I'm also passing the names for those tabs as an array up here. So this is an input on my tabs component. And in order to be able to access those ng templates, I have to give them a name in a sense. And the way to do this, one of the easiest way to do this with Angular is to create a specific marker directive. So I'm creating a directive for the only purpose of having a name, a selector that I'm calling tab. And then we apply that tab directive to the 3 different templates that we're using. So we create a new directive that doesn't do anything beside that. You see the code is empty, the class is empty. We have 3 different templates, could be any number as long as they have the tab directive applied to them. And then basically in our tabs component, we need to select those templates so we can display them. So this is achieved with the content children decorator. So this content children decorator is going to select all of the templates that have a tab directive applied to them. And from those templates, what we want is a template reference. So that's why we have that option, read template ref. It's going to get the HTML template, the ng template element that's associated to that directive. So that's our tabs component, in which we also track what is the current tab, meaning the one that's currently active, the one we want to show on the screen. So let's take a look at a code demonstration of this. So this is my tabs component HTML. The tabs are buttons that are displayed at the top. So we have button, we repeat that button with ng4 to have as many buttons as we have tabs. And when we click on any of those buttons, I'm setting the current tab property to whatever index we just clicked on. So if I click on the first tab, I'm going to select the first template from our content children query result and set it as the current tab, which is going to trigger the code down here, this ng container, which is basically the white rectangle here, the area where the tab is supposed to be displayed. So it's an ng container that takes a ng templates outlet equal to current tab. So when I do that assignment up here, I'm changing the template that's going to go inside that template outlet. So if I click on tab 1, we see content for first tab. And that's because in the app component, you can see that the first template that we passed was content for first tab, which had a text of tab 1. That's why we see that up here. If I click on tab 4, then we see content for last tab. That's what we passed as a parameter right there. So that makes sense. Now we have a way to switch between different templates, and that number of templates can now be fully dynamic, which is perfect because it doesn't have to be predetermined. If I need a 5th tab, I would just go ahead and add a 5th tab down here. I'm also going to give it a name. I'm going to call it last, for instance. And by doing so, you see last just showed up here. I click on it, content for the 5th tab. So that's our content projection so far. So we have a solution that works at that point, and we are using all of these Angular features to make things happen. It works perfectly. The thing is, we could improve it a little bit just to make the API a little bit more straightforward and make it easier for a developer to adopt that syntax and to adopt that component. So we're going to see a few different syntax improvements to take care of. For instance, the way the component is designed right now is that we are passing the names as an array, which is an input, and that array doesn't seem to be closely related to the number of tabs here. So we can make a mistake, for instance, by passing one more value than we actually need in the templates. So one thing we can change is that instead of having the names up here, we would make the name part of the tab template itself by adding a property like this. And with Angular, you probably know how to do this, right? We know about inputs. We are used to inputs with components for the most part, but the good thing is they also work with directives. So we take our code from the previous example, and we are now adding an input name of type string to our tab directive. And because of that, now when I repeat my buttons, which are again all of my tabs, I can use tab.name because it's a public property on our directive. And we change the querying a little bit here. So we have a content children that gets the templates, and I add another one that selects the actual directives. So tabs here gives me a query list of all of the directives themselves. So I can use the following loop over the directives and read the name property out of them. So now I have 2 content children, which is not ideal, but again, we'll simplify this a little bit later. We're going step by step. So let's take a look at this code. This is the template, and you can see that it's already better from a readability standpoint, because now it is explicit. It's very easy to understand that this name property is going to be the name of the first tab, right? It's linked to the HTML element, to the ng template, so it makes things a lot easier. And of course, things are still working. That's perfect. So now what else could we improve with this? Well, ng template is a little bit verbose, right? We have to open that ng template tag and then close it. And it's just something that we have to remember the recipe of using ng template, tab, and name. What if we simplified all of this in just the following, where we would have our element, let's say a div, for instance, and we would use star tab equals first tab. So we use a structured directive, just like ngIf or ngFor. And now the code is more concise. The API is easier to read, easier to understand, and there's less room for errors, right? Because everything is tied together in one simple syntax, which is always a good thing. So how to make that happen? Well, we are going to rely on something that Angular already does for us. And we actually use it pretty much every day when we work with Angular. It's just that for the most part, we are not really aware of it, or we don't pay attention to it, I would say. You're probably using ngIf and ngFor with the following syntax, right? So the star ngIf equals some condition that we apply to a div element. But the thing is, this syntax is actually not the main syntax of ngIf. It is a shorthand syntax. And it is a shorthand for the regular syntax, the expanded syntax, which is the following: ng template, ngIf directive with square brackets equals condition. So if you are the Angular compiler, these two things are 100% equivalent. There's no difference between the two. In other words, the star ngIf is syntactic sugar for ng template ngIf, which is perfect for us because in our code we were using that ng template with the tab directive on it. So now we are going to just use that shorthand syntax, and it's automatically going to work because Angular knows how to do that for us out of the box. Next thing we're going to do is, instead of having an input called name, this time we're going to call it tab. So the name of the input tab is going to be the same as the selector, which allows me to have just one assignment. Instead of having a tab directive and then name equals something, now I have just one thing. So giving two tasks, two different jobs for the tab HTML attribute in that case. And the last trick that we're using here, which is also very important, is that we're going to inject the template reference in the directive itself. And doing so is important because it's going to allow us to have just one content children query. So instead of having two and querying two times the same thing, now we can say, let's query just one thing, the directive itself. That directive is going to have a reference to its own template, thanks to that dependency injection. And then in our component template, we can do tab.template, which refers to that new public property. So yeah, these two lines of code here make a huge difference. They change pretty much everything about the behavior of that directive and make all of it a lot smarter. So let's take a look at the code demonstration. So now we have our shorthand syntax here, a lot cleaner, a lot easier to read. Start tab equals first tab. We see the names are working properly. They're being displayed here. I click on my tabs. All is good, still working, perfect. And yeah, the directive is still pretty straightforward. We have less than 10 lines of code in here, just an input, some dependency injection, and the tabs component HTML hasn't changed that much. Just get the template from the directive itself here. And in the TypeScript code, content children, there's just one of them now. So in the end, we have less code than a few minutes ago, and the code is more readable for end user, for our developer building, basically consuming those components to build their own application. The last thing I want to show you, this is something that's a little bit more rare of a use case, but still sometimes it's something that we need. It's accessing context from the host component. So this allows us to create a child component that's super generic, and we can pass information to it. And within the template that we pass from the parent, we can have content from the tabs component itself. So we can pass a template which itself has a variable, and that variable can be populated by the child. If you do this, then you're basically open to any kind of customization, either from the parent side or the child side. They can both pass their own thing, decide where it's going to be displayed, and then you have really a fully dynamic, customizable component. How do we do this? Syntax is a little bit trickier. It's really something to be aware of. So in our tabs component, we would create some context. This is the CTX object that I have here, CTX equals. And that context, we make it available to the template in the template outlet by passing it as a parameter using this context CTX. And then when we are passing our template, we can access the context with local variables. So similar to what we do with NG4, for instance, when we want to access the index of an element in the loop, we do something like index as I. Same idea here. I'm accessing title because that's a title property of my context, and assigning it to the title property. And then I can use it. I can have an expression that's using this in the child component. So this expression is in the parent, but it's going to be using data set in the context of the child component. So that way, once you know about all of these tools, you already have a full comprehensive overview of everything you can do with content projection, ng template, ng container, and we even talked about a couple of syntax tricks along the way. So as a conclusion, we have many features and options available when it comes down to content production with Angular. Some are pretty easy, some are more complex and take some time getting used to, take some time, learning those and getting familiar with them. All of them work and can make sense at some point. It really depends on the complexity of your project, the complexity of your component, and what you need out of it in the end. These tools and techniques are widely used by component libraries such as Angular Material, for instance. If you look at the data table in Angular Material, it's using all of the tricks that we just talked about. It's using this custom directive, it's using the context. All of these things are visible in there. So it's also a good way to learn and get familiar with those by looking at some example use cases of those libraries. So that's all I wanted to talk about today. Thanks a lot for your attention. And here's the link to my slides, my email address, my Twitter, my blog. If you have any questions or need any information later on, feel free to contact me. And now we can move on to the Q&A.
Yeah, that was an amazing presentation by Ellen. Next, we have Deepa Subramanian. She is the self-taught software developer. She is Adobe. She works at Adobe. She is an organizer of Google Developer Group San Jose and an ambassador of Google Women Tech Makers. She is passionate and curious to learn about new technologies. And today, I hope you learn something new from her. I am pretty excited to introduce her. So, hey,
Hello,
hi,
hello, hi, Deepa to Deepa here. So good morning, good evening, and whichever part of the world you are from, greetings to you all. Thanks for being here, and thank you so much, Deepa, for hosting today. So just give me a minute. Let me try to, can you see my screen? No, hang on. Okay, cool. I have here. Okay. I think you can see my screen. Can you please let me know? Can you give me a thumbs up if you see my screen? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So yeah, let's get started. I think Alan talked a lot about directives and a little bit. I was thinking of junior talk. So this is I'm going to be talking about how to power up your Angular app with Progressive Web App. And Deepa has already talked a lot about me. I'm a web enthusiast. I'm a blogger. I'm an organizer, Women Tech Makers ambassador. And something fun about me is I love coffee. You would see my coffee cup right here in the morning. So you give me coffee any time of the day, I would drink it. So also here is my Linktree QR code for all my handles. And every slide on the top right will have my LinkedIn as well. And I also already sent the link for this presentation. So if anybody wants to take a look at it, please do. So here are some of the prerequisites I have made. I have made some assumptions about this because this was a junior level talk. I'm not too sure of what kind of audience that I would be having. So however, I made some assumptions that you might have developed something on the web, at least as a vanilla JavaScript one, and you have basic knowledge about Git, Node, what is CLI, command line interface. And then it's also nice to have TypeScript or Angular. If you have built Angular single page application, that's also fine. And if you are somebody who's new to TypeScript, I have a TypeScript 101 blog that you can take a look at it. And also, if you are interested to know more about, if you're just getting started, you can also take a look at my video of getting started with Progressive Web App. I'm not going to touch up everything on Progressive Web Apps, but then I'll be giving the main core ideas for this talk. So just the agenda would be, I've divided this talk into two sections. One would be based out of Angular, and the second set would be based on Progressive Web App. And finally, we'll have a demo at the end, right? So now, to get started, just to give you, this is a web architecture, 3-tier web architecture where the client never communicates directly with the data tier, as you know. And then in this model, there is all the communication must pass through a middle layer. So ideally, a 3-tier architecture is linear. You have the UI with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then there's logic, and then the data is in the backend. Right? So what happens now when you want to scale your application? As your application grows, you need a robust framework. And for that, Angular would be a great choice. So basically, you're replacing your HTML, CSS, JavaScript using Angular. Mind that Angular uses TypeScript. So like I said, Angular is a TypeScript-based open source web development framework, and it's mainly used for developing single page applications. So why do you want to use Angular, right? So it's backed up by Google. It's been there for over, I think the very first version came in 2010. It's been there for a long time now, and it's ideal for single page application, like I said before. It also supports cross-platform network, and it supports something called as model view controller architecture. Instead of a 3-tier one here, it is triangular. The view sends updates to the controller updates the model, and the view gets updated directly from the model. So this is the architecture that Angular uses, and it's also got a huge community support, right? So just to give you an overview, it started off in 2010 as AngularJS. Right now we are in Angular 15, and in between AngularJS and Angular, AngularJS is different from that of Angular, okay? AngularJS supported JavaScript, but then in Angular 3 or 4, I think it just started off with supporting only TypeScript. So it's strictly typed. So if you take a look at this, if you just Google it as made with Angular, you would see a lot of applications, and also see that the versions that they are using here is different though. See, there are some websites that are still using AngularJS 1.4, and there's something that is using Angular 6. A lot of Google applications are still using Angular too. So how do you create it? I think Alain showed about doing it in a browser-based IDE like StackBlitz or Code Sandbox. You can do it. It generates a template for you when you click on an Angular project. But if you are somebody who wants to get started, try to have a setup of your own in Visual Studio or any other IDE that you might prefer. You have to first have Node, and then you have to install the CLI package. And then once you do that, you can create a new application, Angular application, using this command ng-new app name. And anything that starts off with ng is Angular commands, right? And unlike React, where you have to have your components, you have to separate it out, your HTML, CSS. Here, you don't need to. All you have to say is ng-gc. G is for generate, and C is for component. And then you can give any component name like header or the tabs one that Alain showed earlier, right? So you can create components based on the name that you want to. And if you want to locally serve it, it generally serves at 4200 port, but you can also specify the port using ng-serve. So to just give you an overview, this is a Angular project folder where you have application source files. I'm pretty sure Alain, prior to this talked about components and then module, root module. And there are also some configuration files these are the index.html, where if somebody visits your page, this is the one that automatically gets, it's served. And you do not typically need to add any link or script tag in here because Angular generates it for you. And the main.ts is the entry point for your application, and it compiles and bootstraps the application with the root module up here. So those are the things. This is how an Angular project folder looks like. Why am I showing this? It'll change when we add progressive web apps. So that's the reason I'm showing this to you. So Angular architecture is divided into different parts like components, template, directive, service, module, and etc. Right? So we'll be talking about touching base on every single architecture in a very brief, in a very high level one, right? So components. To start off with components, these are basic building blocks of UI. It is in Angular. It is a tree of Angular component, right? A component controls the path of the screen called view, and each component is mapped to a template. We'll talk about template in a moment. Bear with me. And then Angular component contains properties. It can have methods, constructors. It can also have input events, output events, and it also has lifecycle methods. So if you take in this picture that I've put in, so on the top you have a header, and inside the header there might be no subheaders too. Like there are tabs in it, and it can be a single component, and inside one component there can be child components, like Alain said before, right? And moving on to just to give you a code snippet here. So Angular components can create, update, and destroy as a user, browses through the application. And all Angular has a root module, and which is up there, right? Inside, the important properties of component decorator are the selector here, which is nothing but this is the property that is used on an HTML page as you load the component on the screen, right? So note that, for example, to load the app root on your page, you need to use app root within an Angular tag. So on your HTML page, I'll show you in a moment. And template URL. This is nothing but your HTML page, right? This is your HTML component for this particular app component that I have created. And also styles, inside your styles URL, you will have all the CSS. Okay, and I think most of it, Alain talked about all these things. So I'm just going to be basically going through most of it at a high level. So the template one, as we have seen in component, each component is mapped to one template, like the HTML file, right? So it shows how to render the component on the screen. So it can have like how does it render based on the selector, template URL, and the styles URL, right? Here is an example of a template. A template looks exactly like a regular HTML, but it has few differences. It can have directives, events, it can have interpolation, data binding, and other component tags too. So if you see this, inside of the app module, I have the template URL. So moving on to module, right? This is another part of Angular architecture. All Angular applications are modular. That is, Angular has its own modularity system called NgModule. So it has properties. NgModule has properties such as declarations here, where it contains the list of components that you may have, and it also has imports. This could be an inbuilt Angular module, or you could also have your own user-defined module here. If you want to import something, for example, here in this example, I'm importing forms module and then browser module, right? And you could have your own module that you have already defined too. And providers are nothing but whatever services that is you need to use in here, then you would provide that inside the provider. And Bootstrap, only root module contains Bootstrap property. So that's something that you need to make a note of. And exports is if you want to use this component or a directive of this module, you can use this. So you can use this export statement, right? So now data binding. There are different ways of data binding in Angular. So one is you can have the data binding. It can be, it allows data binding communication from component to your DOM and the DOM. Like here's an example. And you can also have a two-way data binding. So two-way data binding is, for example, here the user enters something, an email, and then the data flows in and then gets back, right? So something like that. So the event one is from DOM to component. So there are two data binding that Angular supports. And then metadata. This is how does Angular know what type of class is it, right? The only way it can know through is through metadata. Metadata tells you how to process a class, right? And especially in TypeScript, you can add metadata by using, add component or add ng module, etc. And I think in the prior talk, there was an example with directive and injectable as well. So what is a directive now? So directive is a class with add directive decorator, right? And if you see, for example, here we are using, there's an example here on mouse hover, the color changes, and when the user leaves, the mouse, the content becomes black. So understand that a component director plus a template feature makes up a directive decorator. So now, Angular has 3 types of directives. One is structural directive. Here is an example for ng4, where it loops through the variable and tells Angular that, hey, take the list of languages from the language list. So all structural directives start with asterisks. There could be also, you can also have attribute directive and component directive. So, and component directives, these are special directives that you want to show something on the top. Then moving on to the next part of the architecture is service. These are mainly used for server-side web service calls. And services are used for reusable data. Services that can share between components, right? So here you're using add injectable decorator, right? So what is dependency injection, right? It contains a list of services, and whenever one of the component requires a service, the injector will give an instance of that, will give that instance to that component. So far we have seen about Angular. Now moving on to part 2 of this session, which is progressive web app. So progressive web app uses service worker browser API, which provides access to native features. So basically, when we say that we are creating a progressive web app, it can also support native mobile features. So it's also an enhancement to your existing website. There's a lot about progressive enhancement, articles on the web, so you can look through it and see how you can enhance your applications based on that. So this is a technique to do that. So what are the frameworks that progressive web app supports? One is Angular. Also, I know React is another one. Vue, and also Flutter supports it too. So these are some of the popular frameworks that supports progressive web app. So imagine that you are a web developer who has some JavaScript knowledge, and you also have some TypeScript knowledge. So how could you make your applications capable with all these native features, right? So progressive web apps supports offline. These are some of the features that progressive web apps gives us for. So it gives notifications. You can add app icon to the home screen. It can also handle payment. There are some specific browser APIs with which you can use it for make your application also a native application look and feel. So because Angular is also supports cross-platform, right? So just to give you a brief overview, these are the core main things in progressive web app. One is a service worker. And then if you say that your website is progressive web app compliant, then it has to be served only in a secure port. And it has something called as app manifest. And also it should support responsive design. These are the main core core idea or core pillars that progressive web app should have. There is a huge I have the whole video of what does each pillar do, so you can take a look at it when you have time. So we are not going to be talking about everything. We are going to be touching only about service workers. with regards to Angular, right? Before we talk about that, here are some of the benefits of using a progressive web app. It is installable, it is capable, and it's reliable, and all can be done with one single code base, right? So what are some of any tool will have a pro as well as a con. Some of the disadvantage of progressive web apps are it could have, if you're trying to build a cross-platform application using Angular, then the issue comes with device supports. As you know, most of the Android one supports most of the APIs, but then if you take iOS, there's not much support for the API. So like I said, limited API support, and then a limited browser support too. Even on the web, if you try to, there is a website called as Can I Use, and you can check in for all the APIs that progressive web app has. And for example, like file access handling, it is available in Chrome, but it's not available in Safari or in Firefox. So there are some limitations here, but however, having said that, there are some benefits to it as well. So we talked about Angular project folder before, right? So we have this application and a configuration file. So how does it change when we add a progressive web app to make it to a progressive web app? So there are two files that would be added. One is the app manifest, and the other one is a service worker. So how do we do this, right? How do we convert our Angular application to a Angular progressive web app, right? So there are some steps to do this. Before we dive into that, understand that service workers they can manage single or multiple pages, and they can listen. It runs on a separate thread, right? It does not run along with your regular JavaScript, HTML, which runs in a single thread. It does not run on that. It runs as a separate thread, and it can listen to requests and fetch them and cache the responses. And it can also load when there is low bandwidth or there's no internet, right? So it basically acts as a network proxy. That's something service workers generally do. So in terms of Angular service worker modules can run on, again, like it runs on both single and multiple page application. And it can function as a network proxy. So how do we add this, right? There are some steps to it. And before we dive into that, understand that Angular, there's something called as Angular App Shell module. This is not particular for Angular. It is a progressive web app. In terms of progressive web app, it is a model for minimal loading of UI and content, and it should be available offline using caching. So in Angular, what it does is it has two meanings. It has to pre-cache the UI and then pre-render the UI build. So this is a concept that you need to understand here. And what are the steps now? So we have an Angular app. You already have it, or you create one. And all you do is, first off, you need to add an Angular PWA package from NPM. And you need to run it locally using ngCert. And then if you want your application to be available offline, then you must deploy it to production. So what are the steps to do it? Like I said, you would add Angular a progressive web app package, and then you would serve it locally first. And for you to have it in production, you need to have an HTTP server. So for that, you can use the HTTP server package here. You can install it. And once you build it using ng-build prod, then you would be able to see I'll be showing the demo in a minute. So your HTML file, once you add the progressive web app, it automatically adds the manifest file here, right? What does the app manifest file contain? This is something that inside the your app module, it would import the service worker. And note that here, the NgServiceWorker.js, it automatically generates. You do not need to create this. It is created for you when you spin up a production build, right? So when you do that, it registers on the service workers. A worker gets registered. So here's the manifest file. Like I said, it contains all the assets you want to see. You want to show up how your page has to look, right? There's a theme color, there's a background color, and you also can mention where it has to start. It automatically generates for you when you try to install the Angular package. But understand that this is, in general, this is how the manifest file will look like. And as you can see, there are icons as well. So these are the things that will load up when you go offline, and you will not see an error when you there's no connectivity kind of an error. So after building a progressive web app, if you see on the top, it is inside a dist folder. Once you run this build command, it will create a dist folder, and inside the dist folder, the service worker JavaScript file is generated upon building the app. You do not need to do anything for it. Angular generates it for you. So here's an example. Once you spin it up, it uses the service worker, registers the HTTP service, and then as you can see, the service worker JavaScript file is here. And if you go and inspect it inside the DevTools, you would have service workers there. And also note that there are different life cycles for service worker, which I have talked in detail in that progressive web app video. So here is also, note that the very first time when you load up this page, it'll take a couple of, now the very first load would be a little bit, there will be a delay, but then once upon, reloading it a couple of times, it all gets cached inside all the assets that we said inside, whatever it was inside the manifest, it'll all get cached inside the cache storage. So even if you go offline, it'll show up. See, for example, you can simulate offline and inside of Chrome DevTools. Once you do that, this will be served from the page will be served from the cache storage. So ideally, you would not be seeing no connection error. So also, like I said, if you remember when I talked about the benefits, it's installable, right? You can also install this. You would get an icon. If you go to Teams page or Microsoft Teams page or Outlook page, it will still have a download icon too. And Twitter uses this. A lot of different companies uses progressive web app. So, okay, once you have built everything, how do you know that your application is a progressive web app compliant, right? There is a tool, there is a Chrome extension available, which is called Lighthouse. What it does is it runs an audit of your page, and it tells you whether your application is progressive web app compliant or not. Most of the times, it will throw up a lot of errors. And if you click on those errors, it'll show you how to fix it and what are the things that it needs to be done. So here is the demo that I have. As you can see, let me get this thing. See, I have this application running. It's a Angular progressive web app. And if I go to application here, I already ran this a couple of times. You can take a look at this in my GitHub repository. The code is there. And here is the service worker. And here is the ng service worker.js, which is auto-generated. And because I ran this thing a couple of times already, it has gone ahead and cached all these things. If you take a look at it, I think it's in here. It has all the assets here, right? So if I go ahead and try to simulate this, for example, if I go and simulate an offline and try to see, even in an offline mode here, it is still loading the content here. That's a basic idea of how progressive web app works. And also, if I go ahead and run this page, I don't want to run everything, but then if I want to run this page and see whether it's, I don't want to run it in, let's see how it works, because I didn't run it in mobile before. So let's see if it works here. Okay, now it does load up, and let's see if it says it is compliant or not. See, now it shows some, this happens, you have to reload this a couple of times, only then it'll work. So it shows all green in here. However, if it has any error, if you look into it, it'll show all the information on how to fix it too. So this is a very small demo that I had shared. So my final thoughts is, it's like, if you are trying to use progressive web app with your Angular website, then it's it's nothing but your website looks like it has taken the right vitamins, right? In a recent research, progressive web app market is supposed to be reaching to $10 billion by 2027. And there will be an annual growth of 30% between now and 2027. This is something that I found online. So that's something you can take into consideration. A lot of companies are moving to progressive web app because you can bypass, you do not have to pay for the App Store or the Google Store as well. So with that said, so far we talked about Angular, we talked about progressive web app. And so with this knowledge, what you can do with the next steps are, you can try it with different web APIs. I talked about, offline. You can also try to do with notifications. You can also try with file share with Chrome, of course, Chrome and Android. That works well. So there are certain things that will work, and you can learn how to, there are different caching strategies as well. You can learn about that. And there's Workbox. There's also, because I said that it supports both a single page and multiple page. I just showed one example. You can, from there, take it on to become a champion in Angular Progressive Web App. So also, you could try this. I created a small code labs for you. What it does is, it looks for the restaurants around you. It uploads a picture of that, and this is a step-by-step Angular application. Try to do this and then convert it to a progressive web app and see how it goes. So this is something that you can learn from here. With that said, thank you so much, Nadia, Nick, Deepa, and Geekle, for this opportunity. Please connect with me in LinkedIn. And if you can support me by subscribing to my YouTube channel, that'll be great too. So here are my references. And thank you so much. I'll now stop sharing.
Hey Deepa, it was really nice talk of your on progressive web apps. We have definitely all learned something new. So yeah, let's start the Q&A.
Will there be a Q&A right now? Okay.
Hey everyone. So we are going to have a couple of questions soon. So how was the experience for all of you guys this year?
It's cool. I did host a Node.js one, and there's a React one coming up too. I'll be talking about building, progressive web app using React and Firebase. So that's something that I'm looking forward to. And also for all the listeners, as I'm an organizer, if you're around the San Jose area, we are doing a International Women's Day. If you want to come speak, it's going to be a huge event. It's 100 people. No, it's an in-person event. So if you're in the area, please let me know.
I am in India actually, but I would definitely wanted to be part of it. But yeah,
maybe we can do something hybrid in the future for sure. We have questions coming up.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, I see. Probably for me. I saw these questions, and to be honest, I wanted to answer immediately, but I thought I will not tell you now anything, so I waited for it. And someone wrote there, I am not forcing Angular material. The same like I used Angular material like a good example. The same like Alan said, that it's just they did it well. Yeah, it's a really good example how to create really reusable components. And my intention was not totally to tell you, use Angular material, please use it, it's the best. No, it's your choice, and it depends, of course, on your needs. I just wanted to tell you that it's a good example, and it's really cool to see the source code of it. It's all.
Thanks, Matthew. So next question we have for Fabian.
Yes, the question, how do we use custom validators for form control, form group, or form array? Basically the same as you use like the built-in validators. So what you can do is you can write a method, a function, which returns like a validator function, and then you just can pass it to the form control, the form group, or the form array, depending on where you want to validate. And this is how you use custom validators. I think I blogged about this. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of blogs out there. So if you Google it, you should definitely see it. So pay attention to only validating one field, which is basically the most common case, or doing like cross-field validation. So that's another thing where you pass the validator to the form group. But yeah, you can definitely use custom validators, passing it in the validators like you would do with the normal required validator from the built-in Angulars.
Next question we have for Ellen. Does overusing content projection affect the page load speed or any type of speed?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. And the thing is, content projection, well, what we have to remember is when we write Angular components, our code gets compiled into something else, right, by the Angular compiler. And in the end, all of our components, they just become JavaScript instructions to manipulate the DOM. And so no matter the technique that you're using to build that DOM, there's a compiler that's going to optimize it and make these instructions as basic as possible. So that's a long way of saying there's not going to have any impact in terms of speed, because the compiler is going to do the right work and turn that into basic instructions that are going to be as performant with or without dependency injection. So you can use it, you can abuse it, and you won't have any problem with speed. And another argument, I would say, in that direction is all of the component libraries out there, they just rely on content projection a lot. If you look at Angular material and many others, they just use that all over the place. So don't worry about speed. You're going to be fine if you use content projection. It's built in, and the compiler does the right thing with it. Yeah.
I'm sure that will answer the question. Next question we have from Matt again. So what do you mean by no using inputs? Can you explain a little more?
Yes, to be honest, I expected this question. It's controversial topic because, Angular developers loves components and inputs. But to make it totally clear, when I am talking about inputs, I am thinking about, of course, input decorator, which is a way of connecting parent and children. And like I said during presentation, I am fan of input decorator, but only for directives. And I would remove them for inputs, to be honest, like I said before. And I am avoiding it for over 2 years. And what I mean by avoiding, I didn't use I didn't use input in component for over 2 years, and not at all. And I am happy developer. I prefer to make reusable styles across all components in application or library, and I am creating smart components. Probably you are thinking, what is smart components? Basically, I am creating different types of components in application I am working on. And smart components responsibility can be saving data, but also fetching data and passing it to dummy components. But instead of creating not reusable dummy component with many inputs, very often coupled with domain, I am just putting HTML to smart component. And if my code is repeated, then, and I am breaking don't repeat yourself, your rule, then I am moving this logic to shared component. But then I am using their content projection instead of input decorator. And that's why I suggested to not use inputs. I hope now it's clear.
Well, that's an interesting part, though. I'm also a big fan of input, but yeah.
I know,
So
that's why I
next
said it's
question
controversial topic. Sorry for interrupting. It's all.
Yeah, so next question we have for Fabian. How to make the form control in red for the end user?
So the color is, you can choose the color if you want. So it's red by default, and it's getting into the invalid state basically when the validators are like telling the form control, the form group, or the form array that something is wrong. So when you're not returning null means everything is okay. But when you have some validators on it telling, hey, there is something not correct inside of this form group or form control or form array, then Angular automatically sets the form control or the abstract control into an invalid state. And then you can override the style. So you can override the color if the question is specific to the color. So it gets automatically applied, the styles, and then you can override it. You have to pay a little bit attention to when you want to show the error message to the user. So the approach is just let him or give the user a chance to type something in, and when he just clicked into the input field and clicks out, it doesn't have typed something, and then you can tell him, hey, please do something in here. But if a user opens up a page and he sees like 10 inputs and everything is red, like he didn't have a chance to put something in. So be careful on that. So yeah, that's how you can trust Angular, like setting the controls into the invalid state, and then you can basically react to it with any color you want.
Yeah, I hope that answers the question. So next question we have for, can you inject template ref with inject function instead inside constructor in the tab directive?
So yeah, the answer is yes, if you're using the latest version of Angular, right? Because the behavior of the inject function has changed a little bit since Angular 14 and 15. So if you use those versions, you'll be fine. I actually tested it on my own example that I showed during the presentation just to validate it. And initially it was not working because the example was Angular 13. So if you upgrade to 15, then it works and you can use the inject function. Even though in that scenario, it's actually a little bit more verbose to use the inject function because it's a very simple directive. But yeah, you could use that function. Angular 15 is all good with it, and you would get the exact same behavior. Yeah.
I hope that answers the question. Next, we have for Matthews. When was it suggested to only use Angular Material UI? You just said to follow the same architecture for presentational components.
I think it was exactly the answer I saw in the chat, that someone answered the question I answered before, that I didn't suggest, but it's just to follow the same architecture. And so thank you. I don't know who wrote this, but yeah, it was exactly my point.
So Deepa, here's a question for you. If you could please elaborate a bit more on PWA drawbacks regarding issues with devices and limited APIs.
So if for Android, for most part, progressive web app contains certain web APIs, uses web APIs, right? And not all the web APIs are supported by each and every browser. For example, when I'm talking about devices specifically, if you want to convert your existing web application, Angular or any web application, and you are trying to make it as a progressive web app for a iOS. In that case, most often it will not be supported. One, iOS does not allow certain web APIs, and so is Firefox as well. So that makes it limited on if you are trying to make a cross-platform. So on the limited, this is what I said, that there are specific APIs, and understand that progressive web app is a cross company effort, like Microsoft, Intel, Samsung, and Google team are working together to make this web capabilities more. So because it's a cross-company effort, there are some APIs available for certain devices, and there are not available, especially for iOS and Mac. It is limited. That's what I meant. I hope this answers. And if you want more, if you are not convinced with this, or if you want more information, I have this progressive web app video that you can look at. I talked in detail about it.
Yeah, definitely. If someone wants to connect, they'll definitely connect with you. So next question we have for Fabian. Can we use reactive form for file upload? If not, is there any library to handle it? Will we get update on this in future?
Well, that's 3 questions. That's great. So can we use reactive forms for file upload? Basically, yes, I think so. You have to pay a little bit attention to how file upload is handled if you want to style it. So that's a little bit tricky, but I just implemented it in some of my repositories. So you can do github.com/Fabian Gosebrink, and then you will see some GitHub repositories and you find it, pretty sure. If not, just write me a message. I can send you an example. So if not, is there any library to handle it? Well, NPM, yes. So 99.9% there is a library for this to handle it. I have, of course, not tried every library, and I couldn't recommend one, honestly. But I'm pretty sure there is a library on it. Just if you want to choose a library from NPM, see that it's maintained, that it gets released from time to time. So that will be good, and that is compatible to your Angular version, and then feel free to use a library. Yes. Will we get updates on this in the future? Well, I don't know if something comes from the Angular team. I don't know. So if you're referring to this, if you're referring to the GitHub examples I have, probably yes, I will improve them. And if you're referring to any library of this, ask the library author. But yeah, I think we will see something on this. Thanks.
Yeah, it would be great if you share the GitHub repo link you were mentioning in the comments.
Hi guys, so it was our last question for today. Thank you very much you for this session. Thank you very much for your topics. It will be great. It was amazing day with you. Thank you for your knowledge and you share with our attendees. as far as it's very important. Yes, Nick, you with us?
I am, yes, I 100% agree with what Nadia says. I'm happy to see every single one of you today with us presenting, and thank you so much. This was the last block, the last Q&A session for today, but this is not the end of the event. So I hope you'll have time to watch something from tomorrow's sessions as well.
So thank you very much, and see you at our next Summit Angular from Geekle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Deepa.
Goodbye.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Bye.
everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deepa, for moderator.
Bye.
Yes, thank you all of you. And just some very quick clicks. Yeah, like I said, this is the end of today's live stream.
Yeah, but we
we'll be
continue
sending.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be sending feedback forms. So please leave us your thoughts, what you think about this event, what you learned today. And if you'll fill this feedback form, you'll receive a certificate, but not right away after the entire event finishes, because I know some of you ask about that. But yeah, we still have event going tomorrow. Also reminding you about workshops. The offer is still valid for a few hours. For those of you who already got their ticket to the senior track, we'll see you tomorrow, same time at 10 a.m. GMT.
And at the end, I want to add that I want to say a huge thank you for all of our speakers, moderators, program committee members who help to us to create the summit, to create the junior track and senior track. And I will be very happy to see all of you tomorrow in our senior track when we going to deeper in Angular, and you can hear about more interesting topics and more amazing speakers. And thank you for this day. See you tomorrow.
See ya. Bye.